What's going on? Let me add live stream. Guess I'll publish it. Gotta crack open my drink. Real. Okay. Well, what's up, Bones? What's up, Michael? Welcome back. Give me 1 second here. Wow. Okay. Well, what's up, everyone? Surely. We get the steel bars. Nonfound's about to debate his brother for real. The people wanted it, apparently. China. Germany. It will be the showdown of a lifetime. I think the US is still up there. I think we are. Oh, no, we're not. Pretty sure it might be Japan and South Korea that I have left here. South Korea was not that good of a guess either. Okay, god damn it. Well, close enough. Damn. Unbelievable. Why aren't the tariffs working, guys? Can we get the United States back up there to be the largest exporter of steel bars? Exactly what I want the US to be doing. Anyways. Yeah, before we get started here, we're gonna be hold on. We're gonna be going over some drama. We got some new drama here. Okay, I don't know if you guys know all the characters in this one. It's kind of British specific. I don't know if you guys know. There's some new drama we gotta go over.
Pepper and Susie Sheep are playing Snap.
Snap! I win!
Pepper and Susie are best friends.
Snap! I win again! You cheated! I did not! You looked at the card!
Whoa.
I did not!
Wait, hold on a minute, guys. Hold on a minute, guys. Wait, what just happened there?
You cheated! I did not! You looked at the card! I did not! I don't want to play with you anymore! I don't want to play with you anymore!
Oh dear, Pepper and Susie have had a quarrel.
Dude. This is mental illness, dude. Dude, this is mental.
Mummy Sheep is here to take Susie home.
Pepper, say bye-bye to Susie.
I am not talking to her, and I'm not talking to her.
Oh, I'm sure they'll make it up. They are best friends, really.
It is not funny. We are not best friends anymore.
Daddy Pig is making supper.
Peppa, George, supper time. It's spaghetti.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
What's the matter, Peppa?
Pepper and Susie have had a little quarrel.
Oh.
But I do miss Susie a bit.
Let's give Susie a call.
Wait, why am I? Wait, what am I being? Wait, why am I being linked something? Wait, why am I? Oh my god, this is a non-fun tweet? Wait, why am I being linked to non-fun tweet? Dude.
Some 440
Dude, oh my god.
billion farm shrimp were
Dude, is this him in a shrimp
killed.
costume?
Many of them died painful deaths, buried alive in ice and left to freeze and suffocate over the course of 20 minutes.
Dude, Destiny could never. Dude, I gotta take back all my comments and being that. Dude, Destiny could never do this. This is
Billion
crazy.
shrimp a year from suffering a painful death. They also
That's unbelievable. You should all donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project to stop this. Well. Okay, like that's my bit, because I'm pretty sure I'm 80% certain every single person on Twitter who wanted this debate was literally just a Queeman viewer. Like 80%. 80% certain that's the case. But what's up, Rosh? Welcome back. 13 billion iron ore polymers. I don't know. I'm gonna guess. What do you think of Republican platform in 2028 with $10 minimum wage, universal catastrophic coverage, and expanded child tax credit? I don't really care for the minimum wage either way, to be honest, if it's set that low. But, like, I don't know, has any state raised the minimum wage to under $10 an hour? I don't know if the minimum wage is under $10 an hour anywhere. That has raised it beyond the federal minimum wage. Maybe, I don't know. But like, you know, if that was the only thing the Republicans cared about, then maybe there'd be a chance that they could get the non-fun vote. But don't see it happening. Also, is Kick Chat just not? Is Kick Chat not working, or no? Kick Chat's got to be working. I don't know if sometimes Metro goes in Twitch chat when Kick isn't working. Sheep and goats. Republicans care about anything these days? Yeah, exactly, Rosh. They don't. Real. Dude, it's gotta be... Oh, man. Dude, I don't know. I don't know what country is this small but still has all these fucking minerals and shit. New Zealand. There's no shot it's New Zealand. It's definitely not. I'm gonna guess. Hold on. I'm gonna guess Bolivia. Okay, what's not a great guess? It might be one of the. Dude, Georgia. I don't know. Oh fuck! It might be one of the fucking stans. Like 1,500 kilometers. I don't know. I've heard enough. 40 billion to melee now. Real. The melee stuff is... I need to figure out... I don't know if there's been any new reporting on it. Kazakhstan? Yeah, I don't know. It might just be one of the stans. But I don't know. I don't know which... I never know which ones are the... which ones are where. I can't even like pick them out from each other on a map, let alone just like list them off and know where they are. Because it'd have to be like the furthest one away or whatever. But okay, well apparently it's even further. What the hell? Southeast of Georgia. And it doesn't have oil. Qatar, all those fucking countries that have oil. My geography is shit. Dude, my geography is failing me right now. Afghanistan. I'm live. VC. Well, I'm in my VC. Here, I'm gonna actually be. We're gonna be in the event stream room. Otherwise, people are gonna just think we're chilling. Runs your stream title was your position, meta ethic, normative, well randomized. We're about to get into it, I think. So, welcome back. Dude, I can't fucking think. Dude, I don't know. $10 minimum wage would be binding in 21 states. What the hell? And 20 of those states voted for Trump? Well, obviously the poor people vote for Trump, okay, but or the poor states, all the poor red rural farmer states. I thought all the states that had raised minimum wage had raised it beyond that. Bulgaria. Wait, there's no way it's Bulgaria because it'd have to be. It's south east of Georgia. Oh wait, there's no way it's. No, okay. Dude, Dude, I'm going crazy. What's the other? It would have been closer for Armenia or whatever, but. Iran? What the hell? I thought Iran would have way more oil. What? Okay. Whatever. Not the poorest. What's up? Hey, AC Vocal Local. Oh, thanks, Moofly, for the sub. I appreciate it. I'm assuming it's going through old subs. LMFAO is behind. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, we'll get started here. Wow, thanks, Billy Joe, for the sub. Hold on, let me...
Ritual performed. Here's hoping for a good discussion.
I appreciate $5, Michael, thanks. I think it'll be a good discussion. Let me... Dude, why won't... I don't know why I can't hear the initial thing. I want to fix that real quick. Properties. Control audio via OBS. Up, okay. Now I think I should be able to. You guys should have been able to hear it the whole time, but I only heard a TTS, not the alert. Oops.
Man.
What's up?
Hold on, here we are. Okay, how do I do this? Here, here, new scene, Discord call. Here we are. Oh. Okay. What's going on?
Not a ton right now.
Oh, do I have to share my turn on camera? Oh, I need it.
Yeah, probably be a good idea.
Okay, what's going on? Are you familiar of like the lore that started of that guy tweeting at both of us saying that we need to debate each other?
I don't know if you I might know a little bit of it. I don't know. The thing I saw, and I'm assuming this is why he did it, whatever, was that Queeman, I think, was just reacting to something of yours on stream. And he said...
Yeah, he was. I did like an impromptu debate with Rob Knorr.
Yeah.
And Queeman was reacting to that. And then he proceeded to like look at my channel, look at my only uploaded official video, and then go through my live streams.
Yeah.
He said I lacked Riz and aura, and you mogged me.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm assuming that's why that one dude, whoever weird account tweeted about it. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why. If you look at the beginning of my stream, I don't think you were here. I stole Queeman's little overlay thing. His little dancing fucking dude.
Oh, the little dancing
dude? Yeah. And I was reacting to the huge new Peppa Pig drama, okay? I was reacting to the huge new Peppa Pig fighting with her her
Yeah.
friend, I already forget the name of her stupid fucking friend in the show or whatever. Huge news.
Yeah, I was wondering
Except for
what
big
the
drama.
fuck you were watching.
Unbelievable. Yeah, no. That was my funny bit. But yeah, they apparently the people really wanted the debate of the year, the non-fun v North.
Yeah. Because apparently we're so much alike,
Apparently, well,
I think it's
apparently,
the acne. That's what it is. It's we both
probably.
got acne.
Well,
both,
yeah, it's like the
young,
twink
so.
streamer like acne like soy. You're not even a soy boy like I am. You're not actually vegan or anything.
You
so yeah,
unironically eat soy.
Yeah.
Do you have like the little the bottles of soy?
I don't, unfortunately. I do have. I got Soylent once. Not the bottles, but the like powder that you just put in water.
Was it good?
It was just.
I'm assuming not.
Yeah, it was just not good. At least the flavor I got was just not. It was just not good. I just did not like it.
I think allegedly, fucking Destiny has like Soylent. Like he has like a whole mini fridge.
He did at one point at least. I've seen him drink it before, but yeah.
I've seen the Turkey Tom video. That was.
Yeah.
Something.
Give me 1 second to announce the thing here. Then. But yeah, apparently the Queeman fans or whatever really wanted us to have the debate. Okay, so I
well, that guy wasn't even a Queeman fan. He was a Queeman anti-fan. If you look through. His
anti-fan. Oh, I have no.
Yeah, he was a
I
Queeman anti-fan. I guess he was a hate watching or something like that. And he was like,
I
man.
I didn't dig that far deep into him, but yeah, apparently
I was a little autistic when I was digging into the lore.
Right, but yeah, apparently they wanted it. I in DMs like. Just like listed a number of things that we probably disagree on because I think, for the most part, we probably do agree on things. We're both relatively or centrist within our own party. So a lot of times either we're like on the same side talking against MAGA or fighting our respective like ends of more populist ends of the party. Right. And I think that the two you said you were most interested in talking about were abortion and utilitarianism, the two things I discuss like least often. So I don't know.
Wait, do you not discuss utilitarianism that often, or was that sarcasm?
I don't think I discuss it that often. I mean, it's like going to be incidental to almost
I think I've
anything.
Talked in your chat with you before about this.
A little bit, I think. Yeah.
I swear we've had this discussion before, so maybe it's just because it's like my own experience, but
yeah, no, it's going to be like incidental to like almost anything you talk about, right? Because it's obviously my base moral framework for thinking about like anything.
Yeah,
but I don't know where we want to start in that, but it's not typically where my streams are focused. I don't think, but I'll let you. I don't know where you want to start.
As much as we like to frame this as like a big debate or something like that, I think this is really just gonna be more of a discussion than anything. Like, I don't think we're gonna be like name calling each other or anything like that. So.
Oh, you wait. But yeah.
Oh man, am I gonna get mogged again? Second time you're gonna defeat me in a massive debate. If anyone doesn't know, it was 2024. I forget what month it was. You completely mogged me, and this is a free will debate.
Real,
sure.
Yeah. Oh, like long time ago. Yeah. So I don't know what topic you want to start on, and then I don't know within it where exactly.
Let's just start with the utilitarianism because that one's a little bit more.
Sure.
I just want to poke your brain about it a little bit.
Okay.
How do you define utilitarianism?
I would just say a moral philosophy that is primarily concerned with the outcomes of things, the consequences of actions. That's concerned with that views actions as right or wrong based on whether or not they cause an increase or decrease in like net utility and total happiness. I mean, there's different types of utilitarians who will value different things, but that's probably what it is.
Okay, so yeah, net increase. Hold on, I got notes. I'm gonna be right.
Okay. Well, I mean, the thing I would say, I would say like I'm sure,
or like productivity.
They're kind of. They're going to be utilitarians who value different things. So I would say I probably have like 80% credence in what I would call just broadly consequentialism, which is just being concerned about the consequences of actions and judging their morality based on that, rather than sort of whatever rights people want to say exist, or whether or not they conflict with some other like principles or whatever. And then I probably have like maybe 50% credence. I've never looked that far into this, into what's called hedonic utilitarianism, where I only care about,
oh boy,
well I'm a hedonist. I care about sort of happiness and pleasure and pain, essentially just pleasure minus pain. There are other utilitarians who would say, oh, I also value other things.
How do you define happiness exactly? Like, what is the definition for a net positive and happiness versus like a net negative? That's I'm curious on how utilitarians judge that.
Right. Well, there might be some who are a little bit disagreements about that too. But basically, like I would just say, to get a little bit more fundamental, like I'm talking about what I would call like positive qualia, right? So I think like there just kind of is such a thing as like experience, of sentient experience, both in humans and in animals.
Okay.
They're just like, it's a thing, it's probably immaterial thing that exists within minds. And some of those experiences are positive and some of those experiences are negative. And like, you're primarily gonna, like we all have our own like lived first person experience, obviously, but we're primarily gonna have to rely on sort of self-reported feelings and statements from people when we like try to determine what exactly is like a positive experience and stuff, right? But it's any like experience, qualia, subjective experience that something has that is like overall pleasurable, positive.
By pleasurable, you mean like dopamine or something like that?
Well, I mean, it's going to be increase. Like
well, yeah, I'm just wondering.
So that can be that can be what causes it. Have you ever seen the meme of
like someone where it's like they have like all their arms chopped off and it's like they're like hooked into like the VR machine that has like heroin like getting into their brain or something like that. Like I feel like you could justify that with like utilitarianism of that being like technically positive, right?
Well, you could.
Because
so yeah,
like
so
giving,
if,
like
if
the
you
maximum,
are,
it's like the AI version of like maximum amount of dopamine or maximum amount of like chemical good juices increasing.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what you're referring to, like the name for it or whatever is like the experience machine. Now there are like consequentialists. Like you can be a consequentialist and not hold that to be like a good thing or whatever, because you could say
are you a consequentialist or no?
I'm a consequentialist, but within consequentialism, there's different types of people.
There's
so
like
some
different
people,
camps?
like
Okay.
some people again, so like some people will say the only thing that doesn't matter is just a hedonistic, like a pleasurable experience or whatever. There's also other things like maybe personal autonomy like matters as well, and we should value that too. Maybe relationships matter intrinsically as well. I have not I've not like done a ton of reading. I've not considered those super heavily, which is why I like would probably only put like 50% credence in hedonism or whatever. But like, yeah, like it's not what do you say, like dopamine or whatever. So again, like the sort of experience
dopamine
itself
is like any sort of chemical brain juice that would
I was gonna say like that's a thing.
Yeah.
Like that would be an example of a thing that could cause positive qualia, but that like isn't actually the positive qualia itself. And there are probably other, I don't know how other animals' brains work, but there are probably like other animals whose brains don't produce dopamine when they're happy. They produce some other neurotransmitter or whatever stuff. But I think
okay, so something that, so you say it brings happiness, right? So how does utilitarianism cope with the fact of like gambling, for example, right? I can make a moral judgment and say that gambling is not good for like a person, right? Like they lose their money, they're going to be stuck in like an addiction cycle. But while they're gambling, while they're at the casino and they win that pot, that increases their happiness, right? And that small increase of happiness might be worth more than like the overall detraction. So how does utilitarianism?
You should just be concerned about the long term,
like
the long term consequences too. Obviously, like that's, I mean, all those things you mentioned are just things
from that person's
are
perspective. They might think that gambling is like the best thing for them, right? So how do you
in the
come
moment,
from like
an
objective?
There's nothing incompatible with like a person believing in the moment that some bad decision is going to be good for them, and that decision not actually on net over time being good for them. Humans like make mistakes like that all the time. Obviously, gambling is addictive. The human mind is just sort of prone to being addicted to certain things, to overeating, things like that. But it doesn't change the fact that obviously, like, you should be concerned about the long-term consequences too. you should
I'm just
probably.
wondering how you deal with the objectivity of it, like who's determining like what is good and what is bad.
Right. Well,
Like
again, so the good of like the thing people within consequentialism, within utilitarianism, might have some disagreements over what counts as good or bad. The thing, like as a hedonist, like I would say, like the positive and negative experiences themselves, the qualia, or the things that are good or bad. There are going to be other people who draw different things into that. So for me, for the qualia, again, when you say like who determines it, well, the qualia, the subjective experience is all like a subjective firsthand experience. The experiencer is kind of the one that determines whether any individual given experience is good or bad. And then we're going to have to rely on sort of their account of events or whatever, or we can interpret from that. Like, obviously, if I see someone like crying, their leg is broken, I can interpret without even talking to them that they probably are not having a positive experience right now. So like, I would say like, we're going to kind of have to rely on that to determine what is like positive and negative qualia. And like, obviously we can say like gambling, even though it causes like fun feelings in a moment, and that's why a lot of people do it, in the long term, typically it's going to lead to things that are going to make you have worse experiences later on. You're going to be more stressed because you can't pay your bills. You're going to potentially have strained relationships because of that as well. Things of that nature that are going to be bad for you.
Okay. How do you specifically? You talked about like some people might having like some sort of rights that I guess you called it like the net positive or whatever. What do you say that you had a very specific term for that?
I think I said net utility. That might have been
net utility. When a net utility might like infringe on like an individual person's like rights, for example. How do you personally account for that?
Yeah, I don't think rights are that intrinsically exist. I don't think those are well founded. I think if you like believe rights are intrinsic things, you wind up in a bunch of like weird circumstances. I can run through that some of those things in a second, but like I would just simply say the way I view rights generally, both positive and negative rights, because they're liberty. I'll disagree with both the leftists who would say, oh, healthcare is a human right, intrinsically good or whatever, and the libertarians would say like, oh, actually only negative rights exist, only freedom from things exist or whatever, personal autonomy. But I view them. I think these are useful.
Right? It's like something given by like the government.
I don't believe they're. So the way I view them, I think they're useful heuristics, right? So
okay,
I don't think like it's sort of like is the case, or I don't think like morality is based on these sort of like individualized rights we have to your body, to your own body, to speech, to healthcare, if you want positive rights or whatever. But I think these are like instrumentally useful in the sense that like society just seems to work better. We tend to have like less corrupt governments if we like grant these rights to people, and like no human. I also think that you're always going to have to account for like uncertainty too. So like, maybe it is the case that I'm trying to think of a better example, but well, I guess you could say like maybe it is the case that like you believe or you have like some good reason to believe like if you were to go out and like murder someone tonight, like that would plausibly like prevent 2 murders or whatever. But typically like we don't want people behaving in society that way because we don't like individuals are not going to be super well equipped to make those decisions a lot of times. So it is sort of useful to have these like useful heuristics. It's useful to have a Bill of Rights. It's useful to have these things, and it's useful for people to even behave as if morality is based on these things oftentimes. But I don't believe intrinsically they are the thing that matters. I think when people try to say intrinsically they matter, they're the way I like to put it, they're overfitting a fitting heuristic. They're confusing a useful rule for morality
So
itself.
if the individual is not responsible for, like you say, a person who thinks that they're going to prevent 2 murders by committing a murder shouldn't go out and commit that murder because they can't see the larger picture. Who then is
I'm
doing these actions? Or sorry, maybe I was misinterpreting what you said.
Kind of. So the point I'm saying is that a lot of times we have these like rules or whatever because like we want society to operate in a certain way, and we don't think that like individuals, for example, are going to be the ones best equipped to try to stop crimes. We want the government itself. We believe the government itself through some public police force is probably going to be the best way to prevent crimes or whatever.
So it's like through some sort of like rule set we can determine that it's not like
we create rules, we create useful heuristics. because we want society to operate
so
in
like
a
if you
certain
were
way.
to so if someone was able to like prove, like objectively speaking, that I guess giving up like individual privileges, like freedom of speech, and let's say like your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the American one proposition. If someone is able to prove that by taking away those things, you're able to create a net utility benefit to society, like more like a Chinese system, I guess. Would you then support that sort of system if someone could like prove that?
I mean, probably like
even
if
if
you
like
were like,
infringed on like your own like individual like freedoms and rights.
I mean, like if the question is just if someone was literally able to prove that the expected value of doing an action was positive, then yeah, I'm committed to saying do the action that has the expected value that's positive or whatever. I think the only again, it feels like a lot of times when people do things like this, we're confusing fitting heuristic for morality itself, or overfitting a fitting heuristic. Like generally, just a whole lot of sort of counter examples to utilitarianism or whatever kind of fall into this bucket where you say like, let's imagine an action that violates some like generally utility promoting law or generally utility permitting norm, and then we'll say we'll just stipulate for the sake of the hypothetical that contrary to all the evidence historically and everything, somehow this action is guaranteed to be good for everyone, right? Somehow it's going to be super great, and then we say like, oh, well, that's really unintuitive that utilitarianism would say that, and it's like, well, of course it's unintuitive because everyone sees historically like what has happened when you've done this and everything. Like everyone recognizes the value in the rule in the actual society. It's just because this hypothetical stipulates that someone is somehow like able to prove this. That's the reason it's unintuitive. And I think most sort of counterexamples just fall into that bucket.
Wouldn't that require like almost like a hindsight sort of view of like interpreting the world?
Well, for what
because
exactly?
You cannot objective. Like what I'm saying is like you can't objectively know like whether something is going to be 100% perfect. Is it? How are you making these judgment calls?
So I mean, for one, if the claim is simply that like because there's so much uncertainty, you can't do like any type of utilitarian calculus. I'm not actually like you could just say like, well, in that case, like even the utilitarian action there would be to sort of behave as if these are like it would be to behave according to useful rules, to heuristics, to rights that we set up, even if we don't believe those rights are, like actually intrinsically good. The action a utilitarian is going to take is just going to be the one that maximizes expected value. If expected value is maximized by simply adhering to deontological principles in practice, then you could just do that. But secondly, like obviously, you can just look at the evidence of how things have worked historically, and like you should weigh your actions based on how like confident you are that they're going to happen. Like I would rather sort of like obviously you should rather do something that has like a 50% chance of saving 1 million lives than like a 100% chance of saving one life, right? Like it seems like you should just sort of weight the actions based on how strong the evidence is either way and determine what has the higher expected value based on that.
Okay, Chapringo's in my chat right now, and he's spamming me and asking all these questions. So I'm gonna shotgun them towards you, and we'll see if you can answer them. How do we calculate differences in utility, even if we grant that there is no global scale?
Even I don't know what we mean. Even if we grant there's no global scale, so I mean for differences in utility,
like,
right?
Say, so like a communist would say like GDP is not a good example of like determining like how large an economy is. Like they might say like, a service economy isn't a real economy. You need to base it off of like how well you can like produce something in like a factory. That like might be more like a Marxist view of the world. So they judge their scale of like how important something is in the world is different than from what your scale. So how do you find an objective scale if everyone takes different scales? I guess is it just
right?
Like
well, again, so the thing the thing I refer to, that I want to maximize is like positive qualia, positive experiences or whatever. I don't think like anyone like seriously denies like that just kind of is a thing that exists. Now there are, going to be issues with measurement, especially because, again, it is like a firsthand subjective thing or whatever. But like, obviously, we can infer reasonably from, our own experiences and from how people behave when you do certain things to them, whether or not that creates positive or negative experiences. And, there are always going to be issues with exactly quantifying, especially when it comes to animals too. I mean, technically you could be utilitarian and not care about animals, but like, like how many negative experiences of a cow is worth one negative or positive experience of a human. But like, I think it's much more beneficial to like make our best guess at that, look at all the evidence and make our best guess, and maybe like weight it by how confident we are, how good is the actual evidence as well. Than it is to just say, well, we don't know, we can't know for sure, so like I'm just not going to think about it. Like, you should just make our best guess.
Okay. How do you calculate utility based on predictions given unknown outcomes?
I mean, you just wait. I don't know exactly what it means by unknown like outcomes. So like I like again, you look at the evidence that we have for doing X action, and you consider what would happen if I did it in this case, and you should again like weight by like how good the evidence is. So if doing I'm trying to think of a better example or whatever, but like I don't know, if like doing single payer healthcare, suppose that like there was only one study on it and it did not have a very good sample size. Well, that's not like very strong evidence, so you shouldn't like weight it super heavily. So the expected value might be lower because there's not super strong evidence that doing it is good. But like if there were a ton of studies all over the place that had like super big sample sizes and had a bunch of good causal inference variables, showing that single payer healthcare was good, like, then that's a lot of strong evidence that doing it is good. So the expected value of doing it is probably pretty high.
So is this how you determine everything that you do is just based off of like a previous outcome, I guess? Or like, how do you account for innovation
you look at the,
in this worldview?
How do you account for what?
Because
exactly?
sometimes when you're doing something like new, right, you're not going to have any background information. In fact, all background information might go against what is new because it's an unknown variable. The net benefit to like humans might be, well, you don't want to do anything new because if you do something new, that might cause something bad and that might bring down your net utility. So ultimately, it might be better to just not do it at all. So I'm wondering, how do you account for that?
Well, people might have like biases or whatever, but I mentioned historical evidence, but obviously there are other types of evidence. Like you can just you can just deduce things. Like it is the case. Like even if I have never, I'm trying to think of it. Even if I have never stabbed someone or something, like I can deduce from other people stabbing. Well, I guess that's historical still, but like I can imagine like hypotheticals where I do something totally new to someone, but like obviously I still could clearly foresee that it would cause negative experiences within someone. Like there are going to be other types of evidence that you can think of even for like new things. And I think obviously to a large extent, like a lot of institutions kind of already do that, but
okay. Let's see here now. If I know I'm guaranteed message from the future and parentheses to win the lottery, should I play?
Yeah, then you should donate all the money to a shrimp welfare project.
Of course.
I mean, you should do it if the expected value is positive. So like, presumably, if like we have very good reason to believe, if you won the lottery and then donated it to effective charities, that would be much better than a person who won the lottery and didn't do that. So yeah, you should probably do it.
I think I've already talked about this before, like the oppression of like the minority for the sake of the majority. Did we go over that already?
Kind of maybe a little bit, but like, again, it's going to kind of fall into.
How do you account for that? Like let's say like 51% of the world. Okay, let's say you could benefit the 51%, like exactly 51%, very greatly, like exponentially more than you would if you like let them both be together. But in response, you have to bring down the 49%. How does utilitarianism account for something like that?
So like if you're just presupposing again the expected value is positive, then you should do the thing that has the expected value that's positive or whatever. But again, like it's just gonna fall into the same thing of like, well, let's imagine an action that violates the norm that we all recognize is good in the real world. Like it is good. Well, almost everyone probably recognizes in a real world, like it is good to treat humans equally. Like it is good to not discriminate against people, to not have slavery, because historically, we're just seeing that's been very bad for people. Like obviously, we could see if that was done to us.
Well,
but according
to utilitarianism, there's no inherent thing of like being good or bad for people. It's more about like the net positive utility or the net positive like to society.
Well, again, but
right?
that doesn't stop me from
there's like
recognizing
5%, let's say take 5% for example. Like imagine if there was a study that was done with like good evidence showing that 5% we treated them like absolute dog shit. Like we treated them as basically slaves. And we could exponentially increase the quality of life and utility of the other 95%. Then wouldn't utilitarianism like say, well, then that's what you should do. You should just
if you're just
completely
like
trample on the 5%.
If you're just saying the expected value of doing it as positive, yeah, utilitarianism is going to hold that you should do the action that has the high expected value being positive. But that doesn't prevent you from saying, as a utilitarian, even if morality itself is not based on intrinsic rights existing, there just kind of are rights that it is beneficial to grant, or things that it is beneficial to behave as if they are they are the case or whatever. Again, these are useful heuristics. These are rules that then we observe in the real world are good for us, right? So it is unintuitive when we say...
You said that they were good for society, right? Like that's the reason why we have these rules is there some sort of net benefit to society. But I'm saying if society was able to prove... Well, like everyone overall, but I'm saying like as a whole, you might be able to see some sort of like societal improvement by shitting on completely like the 5%, right? Then utilitarianism wouldn't care about the rights of the 5%. So
I understand.
Obviously, we're going to what you were talking about before, like, oh, what happens if we have a theoretical scenario in which this specific
again, that's exactly what I'm saying is like, again, I'm going to hold that if you just presuppose the expected value of doing the action as positive, you should do that action. But and I think that like there are arguments I can get into for that stuff, but again, this is just something that like we have like a important law and norm in most of the world saying like it is good to treat humans as equal. Like this is just obviously it's going to be unintuitive when you say, well, what if we violated this, but somehow hypothetically it was good? I recognize it's unintuitive, but I think it's mostly just unintuitive because, essentially because like we recognize it is like useful in the real world. I think we're confusing a fitting heuristic, a fitting rule for morality itself. And like I would just say like, so like one argument I like to use is like if you essentially, if I were to tell you like you're going to be a collective entity, basically. You're going to, at one point, live the experiences of every single person. For the sake of this example, I'll just say person, but animals you could do as well. But you're gonna at one point experience everything that everybody experiences, right? Like in that world, in that case, if you were that collective entity, if you were importantly an impartial entity, someone who presumably would care equally if you're going to live everyone's life at one point in time, as much as presumably you would care about all those experiences, at least individually, equally. Like you would, in that world, you would want the 5% to be endlessly shit on, right? You might, because even though you would have to live as the 5% whose lives are being shit on, you would experience more benefit from it because you would also experience the life of the rest of the 95% who have like exponentially better lives than those 5%. Living as the 5% would just be the equivalent, the equivalent for you of like, oh, I got to go to the gym and like work out a little bit, which hurts in a moment, but like is good in the long run. So if you were a collective entity that truly valued everyone's utility impartially, you would want the 5% to be shit on.
Yeah, that's sort of. Have you ever watched House MD?
I have. I love House MD.
You love House MD, so you're familiar with the whole thing of House with his leg, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Goes into he has an infarction in his leg, and they're wanting to cut it off. But he wants to save the leg because he like really likes his leg. I'm going to use this sort of analogy for what I'm about to argue. Let's say you're about to die, or at least suffer very greatly because like of a infarction in your leg, and the optimal outcome for like your happiness, I guess, is to cut off the leg. Well, as the whole, sure, you can say, well, yeah, it's better to just cut off the leg. Like fuck the leg. The happiness of the overall outweighs the individual body part. But if I'm the leg, like me as the individual, I'm the leg, I don't want to get cut off. I would argue like against it. I would say like, oh yeah, you know what?
Sorry,
it's
if
probably
you're-
best if you don't like shit on me. If it's probably best
Wait, what
if
are
you
you
don't cut
saying?
me
You're
off.
saying
and
if
you,
you
if
are
I'm like
the
the
leg,
individual, yeah, if I'm the leg, it would probably feel like really.
if you are
really
the leg,
shitty,
or if you're the individual who has the leg.
No, if I'm the leg in and of itself, like me as like the individual,
Well,
let's say like
I mean,
I'm like a cell, and I'm like a part of the leg, and I'm getting like cut off. I'm gonna like
Well,
die,
I mean,
right?
cells aren't.
It's
So
probably
this-
a bad metaphor. But.
In this hypothetical, well, obviously, cells are not. They're not conscious beings on their own.
I'm
At
using
least.
this. It's a metaphor, yeah. Like if I was a cell, I probably would, if I had like a voice I probably would argue against not getting my leg chopped off, right? Because I want
Right,
to. Like,
but in
live
the collective
as an
entity
individual cell.
hypothetical, like you would know, like and again, like we're supposing this hypothetical that like you do have free will and you're controlling it, everyone in these cases or whatever. In the hypothetical, where like you knew that you were going to live everyone's life at one point, you were going to experience everything at one point or whatever. You would just do the thing that had the higher expected value. So like you would, if legs were conscious in this example, you would only
a collective. We are individuals, so it's a very hard pill to swallow.
So the point of the collective
the particular
entity
group that gets shit on, basically.
The point of the collective entity argument or whatever it is to recognize that, like, for a lot of these counterexamples to utilitarianism, if you were really valuing everyone's experience equally, everyone's utility equally, you would support the utilitarian outcome because, like I said, if you were the collective entity that supported that had to live everyone's experiences at one point, you would do the things which you expected to be positive overall, right? You would only cut your leg off if you believe, like, if you somehow were the person in a leg, you would only cut the leg off if you believe that the happiness from cutting the leg off to you would be greater than the detriment of when you had to live as the leg, dying or whatever the fuck happens to the sentient leg at that point.
We'll say all of them die or all of them experience, I don't know, they get frozen and dissected as a cadaver. I don't fucking know what happens to cut off leg. What do they do with cut off legs? I wonder.
I don't know. I think
they just like toss it into the trash.
I'm pretty sure they either burn them or they they have some bio landfills, I'm sure, for some stuff.
Wouldn't it be useful to like keep the leg for like students for like to dissect it?
Oh, they might do that sometimes, but I imagine a lot of the
Could you imagine you're an amputee and you get your leg cut off and they freeze it, and then you become a medical student and then you're like working on your own like leg that was like cut off. That would be. I would kind of guess a lot of the legs they get or whatever are in pretty bad shape. So I don't know how many they probably
could use, but yeah.
Actually, I would guess they wouldn't be in bad. They wouldn't be in bad shape. I would assume, because if it was in bad shape, then what would be the point of like studying them?
What? Well, I'm saying like of all the amputations that they get or whatever.
You mean like the leg in and of itself has like a problem, that's why they're amputating it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying, yeah, or like I would imagine, I don't know the percentages obviously, but I would imagine like a significant number of amputations are things that are like, some person like got in a car crash and like needs immediate surgery, and not like this arm just has like a tumor in it and it needs to be cut off so it doesn't spread or some shit. Like, but yeah, I would imagine a lot of the stuff they have to amputate is like completely destroyed and not useful for teaching. But anyways, okay. I want to
tangent.
Yeah. There are all these counterexamples you can throw out there. I think again they kind of most of them fall into that the bucket I explained, and I think if you just I think for a number of them, if you either say we run the collective entity argument, you're going to have to eventually live as everyone or whatever. It becomes a lot more intuitive to do the utilitarian thing, or if we have like a veil of ignorance thing, it becomes a lot more intuitive. Like people give, speaking of medical stuff, people give like the organ harvesting thing as an example as well. They say like, oh, should a doctor kill one patient to save 6 or whatever, or to save 5? you know, if there's nothing wrong with the first patient or whatever, and it's like that's unintuitive to some people. But like obviously, if I were to just say
under utilitarianism, would you argue to kill the one patient to save the 6 or 7?
So we're 6 or 7. The issue is again,
I don't know.
The organ thing,
a greater number than the person you're killing.
Yeah. So the organ thing falls into both of these buckets, right? So for one, we recognize, like in the real world, it is just a utility promoting norm to say that like people get like treatment at the hospital, sort of like there is triage, obviously, to some extent, but people get treatment at the hospital and we don't kill people just as, you know, for the purpose of saving others or whatever. Like the argument would be like, you know, if we didn't have that norm as a society, probably a lot less people would go to hospitals. Therefore, like it'd probably be a detriment overall. If we just assume that it is the case that like the doctor never gets caught or whatever, and this doesn't cause any public distrust in hospitals, blah, 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 then, you know, we're back to this like first bucket of saying, well, let's take an action that just is utility promoting usually and say, for some crazy reason, it doesn't actually promote utility in this case. Isn't it crazy that this is unintuitive? No, it's not that crazy it's unintuitive. You would expect it to be unintuitive because people in the real world don't, you know, it's just not it is a utility promoting norm in the real world. But then secondly, to get back to this or whatever, if I were to tell you you were going to live the lives you know, of all 6 patients, presumably if everyone lived good lives, you would prefer the case in which you lived 5 good lives than the case in which you lived only 1 good life. And you know, if you're going to live as the families as well, you prefer to live in the world where only 1 of your family members dies as opposed to 5 of your family members dying. And the last thing I was going to get to here, if I were to tell you that if we put a veil of ignorance on and say, you know, you are going to be one of the 6 patients in this case, what would you prefer the doctor to do? In that case, it's quite obvious you would prefer the doctor to kill the 1 patient to save the 5. That gives you a 5 out of 6 chance of living. So, you know, all those things make it
I would
makes it more
disagree
intuitive.
with that. Well, I'm going to push you on this a little bit more.
Oh boy.
Let's say there's a scenario where a doctor kills a patient in order to save his 6 other patients. All right.
Mm-hmm.
He kills the 1 healthy patient to save the 6 unhealthy patients. And you're a police officer, and you're investigating. You're investigating this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Under utilitarianism, wouldn't it be better to not report it and not investigate it, because that means that people are going to be more trustful of hospitals? There was already a net positive of like people, so the law shouldn't even be enforced for like murder.
Well, again, it's gonna come down to
it would lead like to a net positive, because then if you throw that guy in jail, then he's obviously gonna have like a worse quality of life, even though he like had a net positive to like the 6 people. So the police officers just shouldn't do anything in that utilitarian scenario.
It's going to be the same thing of like, it's obviously a utilitarian. I think we're confusing a heuristic that it is good for law officers to be impartial and to do, you know, be transparent and stuff, like generally speaking, for like somehow morality itself, it's just being like intrinsically good for this stuff to happen. Again, it's just going to be like, we recognize this is just a utility promoting norm or law that exists in societies that's good, and we're just supposing through some crazy hypothetical that it's not good in this case. Yeah, I will have to hold, obviously. Like, I'm happy to hold. Do the action with the expected value being positive. Again, if you were to be a collective entity that had to live the experience of the police officer and also everyone else who, you know, would maybe not go to hospitals because the police officer reported on it and it came out and caused public distrust in hospitals, you would prefer the police officer not tell people. So, like, I do think if you make that consideration, it is pretty intuitive. But it's not surprising that at first glance it is unintuitive, considering this is a utility promoting norm that exists generally.
Now, you call it a utility promoting norm. Wouldn't utilitarianism not require any sort of like norm or like tradition? Because when you take everything by case basis, why have norms and traditions? Why have norms and traditions at all?
So the actions,
why not go like a case by case basis?
Like, so the individual actions themselves, like, are going to be like, the only thing I'm basing whether things are good or bad based off of is just at the end of the day whether the expected value is positive or negative. But obviously, norms and rules can promote people like generally taking like actions which have an expected value that's positive. And like, again, because there's uncertainty, because we don't trust individuals to do things, nor should we probably trust individuals to do things a lot of times, it's probably generally good to have like a, even if we could obviously imagine examples, and, you know, there are obviously going to be examples of this, where someone murdering someone would be good or whatever. It is just good that society operates in a way that doesn't promote murder, that has consequences for murders, because that prevents a lot of bad murders from happening as well.
I think I would get what you're getting at.
Yeah, but then, you know,
it sounds like
I
don't know. I still don't see like the justification for like any norm or tradition to exist in the utilitarian framework if
because the expected value of having them is positive.
You say like the overall value
the expected
is positive, right?
Yeah.
But the societal, what do you call it, the collective value is overall positive compared to the individual net value being negative. Sometimes I feel like I'm just gonna bounce this off you. Sometimes I feel like when we have things like rights, for example, like I'm a believer in like natural and like intrinsic rights. So
Sure.
what I mean by that, like every human has like a right. This is going to be in the abortion debate, so get ready for that. Every human has like a right that they're born with. I say born with figuratively, not literally. Again, getting to the abortion debate coming up. And I feel like those rights, while they might seem like they promote some sort of like overall societal like benefit, sometimes they don't give like a societal benefit. That the benefit of like the individual might not have a benefit to the overall society. But we still maintain those rights anyway because that's just like what is good for the individual. I don't know what better way.
So
to
I mean, I can, and I do want to get into some of my objections to rights, but again, I do recognize, you know, I believe rights are a generally utility promoting thing, and when people talk about rights, or what, like it seems, well, here's what I would say broadly is that rights seem to be reducible to utility considerations. So in our world, we don't believe that we, you know, have a right not to be looked after or whatever. But if there was some alien species, some alien planet we went to, and being looked at caused like immense amounts of suffering for them, I think it's very likely that they would, you know, imagine themselves, I guess I would say, that they have a right to not be looked at, right? That looking at someone in that society would be a moral wrong. That is a right you have that someone else cannot, you know, transgress upon. I think that's kind of broadly the case for most of the rights we talk about. You know, even for both for like the sort of individualized rights of like just self-autonomy, like you know, self-ownership, and some people lump private property into that as well. And then just the rights, I guess, guaranteed to us in the like Bill of Rights, for example, like freedom of speech and stuff. Like, you know, that is a utility promoting thing, generally speaking, which is why we have them. But I don't think there's anything intrinsic there.
You don't. Could you argue? You're not a believer in like any sort of like deity figure, are you? You're an atheist.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think about it too much. I would say no.
I was gonna say, I mean, like, if you were like if you believed in some sort of like greater entity, I guess you could argue that.
Right.
You could argue from like a deist perspective that that there's like God-given rights, but if I don't know if I can come at that argument if you're not a believer in anything.
Yeah, not really. I mean, no, I don't think so.
Like, do you believe in any sort of like objective?
Do
you think that there's like an objective morality in the world at all?
I'm not sold either way on that. I would need to read more. But like here's you know,
like, if you I feel like it's a lot easier to believe that someone has like natural rights or like intrinsic rights if you believe in some sort of like objective morality, some sort of morality, like universal morality that we can through like logic and reason are able to like get closer towards
Well, I mean, people. So
like discovering, I guess. Yeah.
well, yeah, it might be. You know what's funny is that like we have people who like believe in rights or whatever, like deontological stuff. Like we have evidence that like that tends to just be like more emotional thinking. There's a good way to interpret as evidence.
Maybe I'm an emotional guy.
Yeah, right. There's a good way to interpret as evidence, and there's a bad way to interpret as evidence. But like, there's we have studies of like people who get like brain damage that like makes them less emotional, but like doesn't influence their cognitive ability, and like they become more utilitarian once you do that. So I mean, you could interpret that as just saying, oh, people with brain damage are utilitarians. But if you, you know,
wouldn't utilitarianism be more like, you can argue that there's like a logic and reasoning to it, but wouldn't that be more of an emotional thing where it's like you're concerned about the
well,
maybe
I mean,
you could say like the emotional well-being of a whole.
I mean, I'm just saying like the evidence suggests that people who like typically judgments of people who like think about rights more often like tend to be like more emotional or whatever. Like that tends to be based on emotion, like reflexive emotions and stuff. We also just have evidence like when people like just think about a question longer, like the more utilitarian they get, basically. Which is, you know, it's just more evidence that like a lot of the deontological sort of principles are like more emotional things. And again, I think it's
Well, I'm saying it's like utilitarianism can also be very emotional, though, right?
Obviously,
like
yeah. Like obviously,
like let's take the shrimp welfare project, for example. You say that shrimp are the most harvested, however you want to say it,
most farmed
animal.
Yeah.
They're the most farmed. They die very painful deaths, and that triggers the empathetic emotional response in which you want to save the shrimp, basically. So
yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of arguments.
You can justify that with like data, I guess. But like saying,
no,
like,
I mean, I think a lot of arguments generally
good, but that's more like an empathetic argument, right?
So a lot of arguments generally are just going to try to appeal to emotion, and I think for morality that makes even more sense, because I do think like our intuitions are probably you know, some basis, some evidence for, you know, morality in many cases. So, you know, like obviously I'm gonna, like when I do this from welfare field, I will try to appeal to people's emotions. And when I'm discussing moral topics in general, like I'm gonna try to make things intuitive and stuff. But like, I mean, that's part of the reason. Like I'm giving, you know, some of these arguments to make utilitarianism more, you know, intuitive in cases where it's not intuitive at first glance, like the organ harvesting stuff, like the leg example and stuff like that.
Okay, here's another thing I'm going to ask you. Do you think that certain perspectives matter more than others? And what do I mean by that? What I mean is, would a human entity, like the happiness of a human entity, outweigh the happiness of, let's say, like 100 shrimp, for example?
So
how do you judge that with like a utilitarian perspective?
I mean, there might utilitarians will kind of disagree on that too. Like you can be like theoretically, you could be a consequentialist and just only care about human utility and just not care about animals at all. But you know, I hold that like sort of you know, what I would say is one unit. When I say unit, I'm not saying there is like an objectively quantifiable like unit of happiness or whatever. But I'm just saying like when there is a unit, or like sort of one unit of happiness is equal between a human and an animal or whatever. But it seems like animals just can't experience as much happiness or suffering as us, right? Like shrimp are just a lot less intelligent. They probably don't have the capacity to suffer nearly as much as a human does. And it, you know, it's going to be to some extent going to be a sliding scale between these things, between like human and animals. Obviously, we would expect monkeys can probably suffer more than a shrimp. But yeah, it's hard to quantify those things. But I think you should take care.
I was going to say, like, how would you personally? You say it's hard to quantify. How would you personally quantify? Like, how many shrimp in like my cocktail, for example, is worth the industrialized shrimp farming that you deride against?
Yeah. So I think that there's, so to directly answer the question, like me, like I rely on mainly the work of the, like, I mean, there are people who research these things, there are philosophers who think about it, and there are people who look at like the actual behavior of animals. I rely mostly on the work of people who work at the, I think it's the Rethink Priorities. They look at a bunch of evidence. They have like experts that try to calculate essentially cross-species utility. There are reasons to like not put a ton of weight behind those estimates. Obviously, like I think not only should you like when you're doing sort of the expected value calculation for donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project, not only should you consider that shrimp can suffer less than humans, you should also consider that the evidence we have for the amount that shrimp suffer is going to be, it's not like super solid. I don't want to say super solid. It's uncertain both directions. Sort of the margin of error is big. That's the term. So they could suffer a lot less than we think, or they could even suffer a lot more than we think. So you should factor in sort of the quality of the evidence, the margin of error, when you do the expected value calculations. But I also think that, and it will tie back to some of the stuff I said earlier too about just kind of general like rule promoting norms and stuff. I think that, I think you should, to some extent, you should live your life as almost like as a virtue ethicist, or like you should live your life. I kind of think the way like you should go about eating animals and stuff, this will generalize a little bit too, is just kind of to develop a strategy that like wouldn't have you like supporting child marriages or like slavery if you were alive in the like olden days. Because I think if your approach is just like, well, I'm kind of going to hear out the arguments on both sides, and I'm just going to kind of side with whoever I think has like a, sort of a stronger case here or whatever. I think if you use that strategy and like you were, plopped in the, 1960 or not 1960, 1860s or whatever, there's a pretty good chance that you would find yourself
1 century off.
Yeah, exactly. Supporting slavery in that world, right? Or even earlier, for like you in ancient Greece, people had nuanced arguments for slavery. I think you should develop a strategy that's much more broad. That just says like, it's kind of just it's wrong to cause large amounts of suffering for relatively trivial benefits. And I think if you use a strategy like that, you would find yourself both not eating animals today and not owning slaves back in the day as well.
So then how would you account for, let's see, like cows being a domesticated animal, right? Like a cow can't really survive out in the wild. It requires constant human care in order to, I guess, survive. Maybe I'm just uneducated on that. This is the way that I understand it. How do you account for the fact that like if we weren't farming these animals would probably go like extinct?
Right. Well, so that's a
or if we stopped consuming these animals, then their populations might shrink drastically. Like
right.
I think
cattle
was like the second most populous like animal on like the planet, and if we like stopped industrialized farming them, that they would probably shrink to like maybe just like a couple thousand left in like the entire world. So how does the
question I'm answering, or I answered that with was like someone asked, or like you asked kind of like how do we account for like these things when we're so uncertain or whatever, right? It's like how should you I forget the exact question that started this whole thing, but I went over to cross species utility, and then I said like you should make your best guess, you should look at the evidence and sort of say kind of what what we believe how much we believe shrimp to suffer, how much we believe humans to suffer, and try to do those, and you can try to do those calculations, but also just generally speaking to live your life. The question I was answering is sort of like, how do you live your life, in this way? And I said, you should develop a strategy that would sort of, that has you being, not owning slaves back in the day. And I think a lot of the times people have strategies for thinking about morality that would lead them to owning slaves back in the day, or supporting child marriages and stuff like that. Well,
in this example, it isn't necessarily about like owning slaves. It's more of like I don't want to use the slave argument because it might sound racist, but as I said, cows can't like survive on their own.
No. Yeah, so I was just about to get to that. But I'm just saying,
like
I'm just saying
stewardship. So
no.
If you were to like stop industrialized farming,
I want to address that. But I'm just saying the question I was answering is not there's an objection to veganism along those lines, obviously. But the question I was answering it was not the like object. It was not like a argument in favor of veganism necessarily. I was just simply saying to live as a utilitarian.
for the
you should develop a
industrialized
strategy
farming and all that.
like
yeah.
because we're uncertain about things, you should develop a strategy to live like this, and that's in line with utilitarianism. You don't have to have super advanced mathematical calculations to do every action like this. But just on the kind of veganism point or whatever, I mean, for one, I think the case is even it's more clear if you're a utilitarian. Like if you just care about net suffering or net net utility, I think it's pretty clear that like most animals in factory farms especially just live like horribly negative lives, like net negative lives. Like it is not good for them to come into existence. I think we all kind of intuitively, like if you just had a situation like or I mean you could do dogs as well, but actually I'll give the dog example in a second. But like if we like just came across in the wild or something, like we saw like some factory farm for babies, all right, we would not say like, oh well, we just can't shut it down because then like there won't be any more babies bred. It's like, well, no, we shouldn't bring about a bunch of suffering in the world just because that suffering wouldn't exist if they didn't exist. Like, no, suffering is bad. You should get rid of suffering. And I think like just sort of more generally, like I don't think anyone would say like if a dog breeder was abusing his dogs and he said like, I'm only going to breed dogs conditional on me abusing them, we would not say, oh, that's you can continue to breed dogs then. Okay, we would say no, stop breeding dogs because it's bad to make dogs that only come into the world to suffer, right? Like that's just a horribly immoral thing to do.
Now, I've got a counter argument for that. So wouldn't it make more sense to just like bring populations down to their bare minimum and then just like
haven't got there,
maximize that very small population's like absolute happiness instead of trying to take care of like a massively large population? How does utilitarianism address?
Are you just doing the? Are you just asking the repugnant conclusion? Basically, I might not quite understand what you're asking.
Actually, it's like. Take,
are you
like
saying? Are you saying like would it be better to have like a small but super happy population than like a much larger?
Yes. Would you rather have like a smaller super happy population or like a very large but like probably much less happy population just because it's unable to like
just whatever like whatever the total utility is higher in is what I would hold. Like if you had like a, like the repugnant conclusion is this idea like it's sort of supposed to be like a reductive, or if you had like a bunch of people whose lives were like barely worth living. But like the total utility in this world or whatever was like 1 million. Like that society would be better because there was more total utility than if we had like a very small group of people. Like if we only had like 100 people, but they had really, really, really good lives, and their utility was only 9,999,000, right? Like I would accept the repugnant conclusion. I would hold the society of people with lives barely worth living is better. But again, like this ties back to the argument I made earlier. I think if I told you that you were going to live, you were going to be a collective entity that experienced everyone's lives at some point, you would accept the repugnant conclusion too. If you had to live everyone's lives, you would accept the utilitarian outcome. You would be the utilitarian. You would want to live.
This is more of like a collectivist argument. I don't know, but
no. I'm just saying that
experience. Well, by collectivist, I mean like taking things more of like as a whole instead of like accounting for the individual.
Because I think
you can argue like a theoretical on which you can like account for the whole, and you can say like sure, like if I was like everything and I had the ability to like experience all like consciousness like ever. Have you ever read the Isaac Asimov Foundation series? You ever read that?
No.
Are you ever planning on reading it? I might spoil.
I have not really heard of it now.
Okay, this is a bit of a spoiler. There's this planet in the Foundation book series called Gaia, and basically it's like this planet, and they're like all psychically linked with each other, and the whole thing is like like the whole planet is like a single consciousness, and it all like leads to one thing.
Well, I just want to be
clear. I suppose if like something like that
point
existed,
is hypothetical.
Which, like something like that existed, I could like understand your argument. The problem is that we're not. One can never like come to that perspective, objectively speaking. It's always going to be like a hypothetical. So I understand it's going to be, but the point of hypothetical is to make it. Then is to like make it impartial. It's to realize like if you were an impartial being that like valued everyone's utility equally,
you would in this case like accept the repugnant conclusion. Like that's one of the hypotheticals to get you thinking impartially, to get you thinking like valuing everyone equally.
One would
basically.
call impartial, and the other one would one person could call it impartial, but another person would call it ruthless. Like,
I mean, yeah, you can. I guess I don't know. It's not intuitive that it's ruthless to me.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know. Maybe
like,
maybe I'm just too stupid to get the unintuitive nature of it.
Real.
I don't think.
Right, I mean, I'm just
really
like, you know.
else.
Yeah, well, okay. So I do want to run through on like the rights thing that we have touched on a few times.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I think,
you want to talk about rights?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there would have been so if I had more than a day to prepare for this, I would have gone through my notes more.
I was really expecting to talk about rights with the utilitarianism argument. I would
Well,
probably
I mean, obviously I'm gonna
yeah.
Bring out my problems with them, obviously. But I think so again, I think rights act as like a useful heuristic that are like, you know, generally good things, but they aren't morality itself. I think when people try to say they are morality itself, they're overfitting that fitting heuristic. I think if you accept rights, like exist and sort of are like intrinsically valuable, especially depending on how much you kind of weight them, you run into a few different issues. So I think I want to pull up. I think I had them like listed somewhere, but or I had a blog post that listed some of them. The one I remember the most is humorous paradox of rights, but like generally, it's going to sort of generalize to like there are going to be cases where basically like an impartial third party observer would kind of hope that you do the wrong thing, and there are going to be cases where like deontology kind of has hard times dealing with accidents. Like if you like accidentally flip the switch on the trolley problem, like would it be good to switch it back? I think deontology has a hard time dealing with cases like that. And there was one, so the one I'm most familiar with that I want to run through real quick at least is humor's paradox for weak deontology, basically. So if you accept like rights exist and they, you know, are like fundamental things, if you kind of accept the premise that like it is wrong because people have rights to harm someone for a comparable benefit to someone else, i.e. like it would be wrong to stab someone, an innocent person, to prevent two people from getting stabbed. If you hold that that's wrong because of because people have rights, I think you run into an issue with this hypothetical. So if we suppose Mary's working in a prison and there are two prisoners that are being unjustly tortured. Both of them are strapped to devices that inflicts pain by just sending electrical current, you know, through their body. The first question I would ask, if there was a dial that reduced both of their suffering, right, that just turned the electricity current down, should Mary turn that dial?
You say turn both of them down?
No, there's one dial right now.
There's also one dial, but it turns the electricity for both of them down, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then yeah, turn down the dial.
All right. Now we're gonna imagine there's two dials. So dial one.
This is like doctor ethics. I feel like.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Saving one patient, saving the other patient.
So yeah, dial one, and this I have a table here that has the numbers because this is sometimes it's hard to imagine, but dial one, when you turn it, it's going to increase the amount of electricity running through prisoner A, but it's going to decrease the amount running through prisoner B by twice as much. Dial 2 is going to do the opposite, so when you turn it, it's going to increase prisoner's B torture level by lowering A as twice as much. And just, so the point of this, if you turn both dials here, I can send you the table or whatever, because you're...
Send me, I'm having trouble like visualizing this. Yeah, here. Fuck. I need to make sure that
I sent it.
I don't want to accidentally leak our DMs.
No worries. I sent the table in general in my server, but like you can see, you know, before you turn any dial, they're both at 100.
Is this ChatGPT?
What?
This it looks like
the screenshot I sent you. That's from my Notion.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just a table I made in Notion. So before you turn in dials listed, they're both at 100. Whatever units of electricity make the most sense, amps or volts. I don't know. I'm not an electrician. Once you turn dial 1, you're increasing prisoner's A's electricity by 25. He's now at 125, but it decreases prisoner's B's by twice as much. So he's now at 50. That now, once you turn dial 2, you're gonna decrease prisoner's A's by, or no, you're gonna decrease prisoner's B Oh no, sorry. You're going to increase prisoners B's by 25, so he goes from 50 to 75. But you decrease prisoners A's by twice as much, so he's down to 75. So you can see at the end, after turning both dials, they're both at a lower level of suffering, right? They are at, they went from 100 each to 75 each, because once you turn both, you're doing the multiplication of the to a lower number, right? So it's gonna bring their suffering down on net. But obviously, if you sort of believe in rights or whatever, presumably, it would be wrong if it is wrong to stab one person to prevent one innocent person to prevent 2 other people from being stabbed. It would also be wrong to turn dial 1 because you're increasing prisoners B suffering. Well, even if you are giving a comparable benefit to, prisoner A, and the same would hold for prisoner the second dial turn. But you already accepted that if there was only one dial, it would be good to turn them. So it's very weird. It's very unintuitive to say whether or not the action is moral here.
Well, so
would depend on
the problem with a theoretical scenario like this is that it assumes that there's always a binary choice in which having a right will always benefit one side and will always deride the other side. I just don't think you can necessarily apply that to real life. Sure, you can say in this theoretical scenario, rights.
Well, I mean, I think
no matter what you do, you're going to be violating the right of one person or another, because you're either going to be increasing the pain of one or right. That's the whole point.
Well, it's obviously a hypothetical that you might say maybe there's not many cases like this in the real world, but I still think the hypotheticals are relevant, and certainly it seems like you gave me hypotheticals that are probably not going to generalize
if we're
to the real
talking
world
about
very often.
If you were applying to a right situation like this, you would just say, oh well, you just don't have the. I don't know if this is necessarily cheating or not. I would just say, well, you just don't engage with it to begin with. You remove the people from the electric chair as they're getting tortured. That's the whole point of rights. Remove people from the bad situations, so you don't. Sometimes where you don't have to choose one.
Well, but you already.
One or the other.
We've already said if there was only one dial, so you recognize Well, I would have sounded straight. Do you think would it be morally permissible for her to turn both dials one after another?
You say turn both dials one after another?
Yeah.
Probably not. No.
But so we recognize in this hypothetical at least.
So
maybe don't
if
want
we're
to say
going from before dial
world.
to dial 1, right? Because that's you're decreasing the pain of 1, but you're hurting another person. So it'd be best just to turn to dial 2.
Well, no, I'm saying she turns one after another, right? She's turning dial 1 and then turning dial 2. So both, and
Does she
again,
know?
the relevant thing here is that
Does she know?
Does she know what? Yeah, what the dials do?
Does she know that turning to dial 1 will increase the pain of one and
Yes.
decreasing the pain of the other?
Yeah.
And the only way to get to dial 2 is to go through dial 1.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she could turn. I get it doesn't matter what or you could turn dial 2 and then turn dial 1.
If she could just go to dial 2, then wouldn't that just be the objectively just better thing to do?
No, well, I mean, you could turn dial 2 and then turn dial 1, right? But the relevant thing here is that...
Why would you turn to dial... if you knew what both scenarios would lead to, why not just turn to dial 2? That just helps both individuals.
No, when you say... Okay, so I'm saying there are... so there were two dials. There's dial 1... I think you're misunderstanding a little bit. So when I say there's two dials, right? There's dial 1 and dial 2. And then there's also there's there's two actions she's doing, right? So I'm not saying she just goes to action 2. Obviously, action 2 would be what I said earlier, where there's simply one dial where she can turn, and that reduces both of their suffering, right? The point of this hypothetical is that there are two actions when taken individually seem to violate people's rights, but lead to a reduction in suffering. It'd be good if we just viewed it as, if you just simply view it as one action, that would be good. If there was only a single dial, it'd be good to turn. But now there's two dials, it's for some reason bad to turn. And the principle that violates.
Wait, why would it be bad to turn dial 2? Because doesn't that net benefit both?
Well, so after
so if getting shocked is considered a violation of a person's rights, right? That's the
well. If
argument.
You hold that it is wrong to unjustly torture someone increase the amount they're being unjustly tortured for a comparable benefit to someone else, you would obviously hold, and I think you said this, that turning dial 1 is wrong because you're increasing prisoners A suffering and, increasing prisoners B. Decreasing prisoners B. And then dial 2, once you turn it, is just doing the same thing backwards. It is increasing prisoner B suffering, relative to after you turn the first dial. And it's decreasing prisoners A suffering by twice as much for a comparable benefit, right?
Okay. Then
so
okay,
just to be, I can send,
okay, both are a violation of that person's rights, but you can have like a pain reduction thing where saying like turning to dial 2 would probably be better, like morally speaking. But it doesn't matter. You aren't like benefiting like one person's right and like
I can send
like
you
another person's right.
I can send you the paper
maybe send you like the thought experiment. Maybe that's
there's a principle he gives out here, right? He's saying there's these two principles, which I think everyone would accept. Sometimes I think people might post hoc try to reject them, but I think
who came up with this? I'm gonna write this down so I can go over this sometime.
Yeah, I can send you. It's not this paper isn't very long, and then there's a lot of other much longer stuff that has more general objections. But so I just want to read out to you, like the thing I'm talking about here. There's two wrongs. Okay, these are the two formal ethical intuitions or whatever. If it is wrong to do A and it is wrong to do B, given that one does A, then it is wrong to do both A and B, right? So if it's wrong to, I'm trying to think about. I think he gives actually an example in here, but I think obviously if it's wrong to do something because it violates someone's rights, and it's wrong to do the second action after you've done the first action because it also violates someone's rights, then you should hold that it's wrong to do both. It is wrong to do both A and B.
I don't know. I might just be like too fucking sleep deprived in order to like get this, but my brain is right. Thoroughly broken right now. So hold on. I'm looking at this table right here on the PDF that you sent me. The A1 minus 1 plus 2, A2 plus 2 minus
that doesn't
1. Then A1 plus A2 plus 1 plus 2. Is that what you're specifically
that table,
referring to?
No. So that table's a generalization of it. I think he says I think he says in that paragraph above, like, this problem generalizes as long as you can demonstrate whatever effect here happens. The table I have is like, it's showing the same thing. It's just more intuitive with the numbers I gave and the stuff I gave than it is with the table he has. But the thing I'm referring to at the very start or whatever, because we were talking about the sort of wrongness of turning both dials or whatever. He lays out the two wrongs principle. If it is wrong to do A and it is wrong to do B, given that one does A, it is wrong to do both A and B. And then I think actually before that he says, individuation and independence. Whether some behavior is morally permissible cannot depend on whether the behavior constitutes a single action or more than one action. So basically we shouldn't, it seems rather silly to say like, turning one dial would be good, but like turning both dials or one dial after another would be bad. But like, if we just kind of looked at the action, like if we just assume that like the action of turning both dials was just one action, like Mary does one action of turning both dials, then it would be good. Like that seems entirely like arbitrary and silly. So consequentialism, I think that's a very natural way to do it. And like you could also, he doesn't go through this in the paper, but like something
but this doesn't seem necessarily like correct, right? Because you're coming from a framework of like, if you violate someone's rights and then you if action 1 doesn't violate someone's rights, and you're saying action 2 does violate someone's rights.
No, action 1 in this case is violating.
Plus action
1 is violating someone's rights.
Action 1 violates. Action 2 doesn't violate. If you do
action
it together,
2 is violate. Action 2 is also violating someone's rights.
So both of them violate their rights, and together it also violates their rights. So all three actions, no matter what you do,
together.
Will always
so what do you mean?
Rights.
No, because together, the relevant thing, nor together, it depends on whether or not it like violates the rights. Depends on whether you view like it as two like a chain of separate distinct actions or like one action altogether. Again, if there were a single dial that she could turn, you already said she should turn that dial, and that would not necessarily violate anyone's rights. But because there are two dials, these are two actions if taken individually violate people's rights, but if taken as a whole wouldn't violate anyone's rights. And that's a really very silly situation to find yourself in, I think, especially because again, like I said, like you could even imagine like then would it be permissible like to make it one action, or if Mary just like somehow physically connected the dials, so she could only turn one dial that then turn both of them at like the same time. Like, would that be permissible then? Like, you know, I think that's it's a situation that consequentialism.
I think I might just be too brain dead right now in order to like visual. I'm a very visual person, so like when you try to describe this, I'm trying to like map this out in my head of like
well, yeah, I mean, that,
to,
you know,
create like circles in my head and like Venn diagrams and all that.
That's one objection.
If I like the whole, yeah. I'll go look at this later on one of my streams, or maybe I'll just like look it up.
Sure, I can send you some of the other. I can send you some of the stuff.
Visualize the, yeah.
Yeah, those are obviously just two.
It just doesn't seem very intuitive in my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, so I think I gave basically like
it feels like you're trying to say something about like the individual action somehow changes like the ability to like violate someone's rights or not.
Well, I'm saying in this example, whether or not the action is moral or immoral, depending on whether or not you take the action as two distinct actions or one individual action, that violates the individuation independence principle, which is that, you know, that's just, I think that's just silly to hold that whether or not something's immoral or immoral depends on that thing. It depends on that being one or two actions, basically. Because you could find yourself like
I don't see how having two actions in one action would make something like what is inconsistent about that being like immoral and like moral, right? Like if let's say like I help someone, or I like let's say for example I nuke Warsaw, right? That's like technically like two actions, but like what are like collectively together when they
no. I'm saying like you
better. It's like a violation of someone's rights.
Again, the example is if you view turning dial 1 and turning dial 2 as two separate actions, it's immoral. If you view turning dial 1 and turning dial 2 as just one action taken as a whole, then you might not necessarily hold it to be immoral the same way turning just one dial wouldn't be immoral. But like consequentialism just has a very natural.
I still don't see the representation that you're trying to do of like the two being seen, turning two dials being seen as one action. I'm sorry, I just can't visualize the why one makes one immoral and why one makes one like moral. I don't know. Maybe
well, I mean that's one objection you should look into. I gave another objection earlier, which is that it just seems generally that rights are reducible to utility. So I think if there were an alien society where being looked at caused immense harm, they would have written in their constitutions, "Thou shall not be looked at without thou's consent" or whatever, right? Like it seems like just generally rights are reducible to utility considerations, and they are, as I've said, like kind of oftentimes instrumentally useful, but I don't think they're morality itself. I think when people try to say that, they're confusing a fitting heuristic. They're overfitting a fitting heuristic. Is the phrase that I stole from a blog post that was really good, which was actually about inequality and not rights, but I've stolen it from my own. Because Econoboy would say inequality matters.
I was not here specifically to talk about like rights as like a general concept, so we should schedule another debate sometime.
Yeah, we can talk. And there's some other.
I'm completely unprepared to engage in this.
Yeah. There's some other. Like I said, I was going to prepare a few. There's a lot more objections that I know. I've read blog posts about it and stuff before, but it's gonna fall in I think the other stuff I've seen fall into the general buckets of like you have a very hard time dealing with mistakes. Like if you accidentally flip the switch on a trolley problem, would it be good to undo it? Or I think there's examples of like if you bury a bomb in a park and then like you try to go through and like you regret your decision and like I
would argue that engaging at all in the trolley problem probably considers some sort of murder.
Right, but I mean, it's just saying that point of the hypothetical is like given you accidentally do this, or like given I think the other example is like given you accident or like you put a bomb under a park. If you're
unconsciously doing something, then what does it matter if it's like it's not like you can give credence to someone's actions if they have like no realization of.
But you should be able to give prescriptions.
It's like the butterfly effect. Like if me doing this right here causes like World War III, then like how much credence can you necessarily give to my action of doing that? Well,
no. So the point of it is like your moral system should give prescriptions, like in I don't want to say any given scenario, but like in this given scenario, certainly, given that you do accidentally flip the switch in the trolley problem, should you undo that action? And I think consequentialism has an easy way out. Just say, well, you should have switched it in the first place. You should just do whatever has the higher expected value, and not switching it back, has the higher expected value. But if you're a deontologist and you hold, it would be wrong to switch it in the first place. Given that you do accidentally flip it, what do you do now?
Is that if you're like aware of like what you're flipping is causing like a change in the trolley problem? Let's see here now. If you're already forced to engage with the problem accidentally, even if you like accidentally engage with it, I think it would still be better not to engage with it further, because you didn't do a conscious decision to do one or the other. So even if you accidentally switched it from like, I guess, one side to the other, no matter where it's going, it's not like you're making a decision to like kill people, I guess. I guess that would be my top of the head response to that.
Sure.
I don't know how you would respond to that.
There were responses to
because you're
it. I'm trying to find. There was a good example.
Because if you accidentally flip the switch and you aren't like making a conscious decision, then it's no different than if the switch was like randomly going like one way or the other, as if the trolley problem never like began. Why does accidentally flipping the switch necessarily change the circumstance of the trolley problem at all?
I'm trying to find an example to bomb in the park. Chat. Does anyone have the bomb in the park example? I'm trying to find that example.
The bomb in the park example. Oh boy.
It was a bomb in the park example.
Springo says, "Boo! Disengaging is a choice. It is a choice."
God damn it! I'll have to find that shit. But like I think like if you, so I think like it seems at least intuitive to say, essentially, if you accidentally violate someone's rights and you have an opportunity to undo it, you should probably do that action. So it seems like, at least it seems intuitive to me, at least, like if you accidentally violate people's rights by flipping the switch in a trolley problem, and you have an opportunity to undo it by switching it back, then it's plausible that you should do it. But yeah.
What I'm saying is, if you accidentally flip it, then that's not like engaging with the trolley problem. It's an accident, you know.
Well, do you think like just generally,
here's a better example. Like, let's say you have a trolley problem, right? And you're the train operator, and all day you've been switching from like one or
I don't know. We might be talking about different trolley problems.
Maybe
when I say trolley problems, you keep saying like accidentally engaging. I'm just saying like I take you north, okay, and you are just suddenly thrown into a world. This is the only thing that exists in the world, okay. There's no relevant context here, okay. It's just a trolley. There's a track, and for the sake of like saying there's not like thresholds passed or whatever, currently it's on track to hit like 2 or 3 people, depending. I mean, maybe you say your threshold is 2 people or whatever. So like, we'll just say like it's on track to hit 2 people.
Obviously, it's more than one. That's the example of the trolley problem is that it costs more.
But obviously, like like you can be a threshold deontologist. Like a lot of people would say, like although I care about rights, there was obviously a threshold. So like if there were like maybe even if there were 5 people, I would switch it to run over 1 instead. If there were 1 million people, I would obviously switch it. So but for the sake of like not passing any thresholds, like let's just say it's on track to hit 3 people. If you switch it, it'll run over 1 person instead, but it'll be you violating that person's rights by directly intervening to murder them. But given that like we say that you have accidentally switched it, so given that happening, you have now, although accidentally, seemingly violated the person on the track's right to not be murdered by accidentally flipping the switch. The question is, should you undo that action now that like you still are in front of it, you have the choice to undo it?
You shouldn't engage with it at all, because you weren't, even if you accidentally switch it from one or the other, that doesn't necessarily That doesn't answer my question. Not making a choice is a choice.
The hypothetical
choice is a choice.
I agree. The hypothetical, which I like, I don't know what you mean by you shouldn't engage with it at all. I'm saying, given that you have accidentally flipped it, First of all, do you accept that
Yes.
like, if you accidentally flip it, do we accept like you just have accidentally violated someone's rights, essentially?
I guess you haven't. I wouldn't give credence to a person if they accidentally like if it was not part of any sort of like negligent like.
Mhm.
If it wasn't part of like
You
any
might not-
sort of
no,
like
no, no. I mean, you may
negligence
not
or like
say
any sort of like
it's like immoral.
fraud or like yeah like literally like just purely accidentally like it happened like this.
Yeah, so you may not
nothing
say
on
it's like you
them.
might not like want to hold them more
then
like culpable or
engaging-
whatever.
Then I would personally I would consider it no different than if you didn't accidentally do it at all. Like it doesn't matter whether you accidentally
Okay, I don't
flip
know.
the switch or not. So you aren't no, I wouldn't say that you aren't violating that person's rights if you accidentally flip.
Not
the
even
switch.
accidentally.
If you're like unaware and like yeah, because you're not making any sort of like conscious decision if it's not a part of like.
So I
any sort of,
recognize,
like, negligence
I recognize
or
you're not
anything
making
like
a conscious decision, but
yes.
like nonetheless, it is true. Presumably, that person on the track
Like how much
has a
credence
right.
do you give to someone's actions by like accidentally doing something?
No, I recognize. Like I would not hold them morally culpable either, right? Like you know, I'm a determinist. Maybe remember this. So like I'm not a even when people consciously do something because I believe like ultimately their conscious decision is also like deterministic. I don't even like or deterministic save for quantum randomness that happens. That I don't necessarily hold them entirely morally culpable for that. I'm just saying like obviously I think it seems factually true that if you think that the person on the track, the one person on the track, like has a right to not be killed, you have accidentally violated that right if you accidentally flip the switch.
Again, you're assuming that my accidental action. I mean, I guess you could say like in some sort of indirect way, sure. But it's in an accidental, indirect way. I guess you could say that you violated your right, but you can't necessarily.
I mean, I don't know even by indirect. It is accidental. The point of the hypothetical is it is accidental.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what you mean by indirect. Like you directly flip the switch and now the trolley's going to run him over instead.
Well, because it's like accidental, you aren't making like any sort of decision there, right? So it's not like you're
it's not just
saying
that's
to
the
that
point.
person like that person's rights must will be violated. It's I guess it's whether you have the I guess it's whether you consider that person to be like we can agree that person's like not morally culpable, right?
Yes, but they do have an opportunity to undo it.
But
My question
then
is,
if you
should
make
they?
like if you do like a conscious decision to like undo that and to kill the other, like then you go just back to like the original trolley problem. Like I don't think you bear
Kind
any
of,
sort of like
but the point
responsibility
is
to
if
make
you
a future
say-
decision.
Like if you don't say that you should undo it, you're like implicitly saying like if you accidentally violate someone's rights, you don't have an obligation to undo it, and that seems implausible. That seems silly, in my opinion, unintuitive.
Well, this is the trolley problem, right? Where you're going to kill much more
No,
people.
it's not. It's not the. So it's not just a trolley problem. Again, it's the point of it is not. It's unintuitive because you're killing three
It's not
people.
like, which one is like more responsible, but like which one is like are you violating their rights or not?
The point of
By,
it
like,
is that if
accidentally flipping the
you
switch?
say you should not undo it, you are abandoning what I think is a plausible principle that if you violate someone's rights accidentally, you have some obligation to undo it if you can. You're saying you shouldn't undo an accidental violation of someone's rights. I believe most people
would
would
that
probably
violate someone else's rights?
So you can. It probably depends how you want to view it.
That's what I'm saying. Because you're saying that there's like a different
to-
situation, right? So like I was assuming because it's a trolley problem that I would be violating someone else's rights. So if I'm not violating someone else's rights,
But
and I
you're-
could just,
so
like,
the
pull
question-
switch
but
to,
this
like,
is
undo
the-
that, then
So so part of the issue is I think you get in pretty sticky situations like this with the ontological principles of saying actually it is kind of hard to decide here. Are you violating people's rights? If initially the trolley was going to run them over, you accidentally flip the switch, so now it's not going to run them over. Is it a violation of their rights to then undo your accidental switch and run them over, that's a very sticky situation. I can see like a decent defense of kind of either side there, but I think just the fact that that is a very sticky situation where it seems kind of arbitrary whether you decide either way there, like that's just an issue that consequentialism doesn't have to deal with, because you just say, just do whatever has the highest expected value.
Well, I would also say in that situation, it's not like these people are necessarily. Well, it also accounts for things like time as well. Like, does a person really have the time to decide whether like the moral decision of like, am I violating?
I mean,
this
you could just
right?
assume, like, we could just
right?
grant you.
Like, we're gonna say like, oh, there's like 15 years like to decide this, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like a hypothetical, I mean, we could live it. I mean, you could just grant infinite time. You could just grant like time is paused and it only resumes once you make a decision.
Once you make a decision. Well, I think that does. I would say that probably changes something, whether you're able to like think it out or not.
Okay. Well,
if you're like unable to think it out, then it doesn't necessarily matter what decision you make, because it's just like your gut decision. It's not like you're applying any sort of critical thinking to that, right? You're just going off like, you're not thinking like, oh, what is the greater good in this situation? You're just like going off your gut. But if you're thinking about it, then yeah, I don't think you to correct it. And if you're not like violating someone else's rights when you would normally be violating someone's rights, then I don't know. Maybe I'm just unable to conceptualize
well,
it.
I guess that
I just don't see the
alternative.
I don't see the bad alternative of not flipping the switch. Like what's the negative of correcting it?
The negative of correcting it is, again, you're abandoning
Yes.
the principle, which seems like a plausible principle. If you accidentally violate someone's rights and you have an opportunity to undo it, that you should do it.
If you violate, you can violate. Okay. You're saying that I'm violating someone's rights by having the trolley coming at them, right? And that you're able to correct it. But if you correct it before that person hits them, then you didn't violate that person's rights, right?
Which person's?
Because they never hit them.
Are you saying if you?
Because like the violation of someone's rights is like them getting killed, right? That's like the theoretical scenario.
Wait,
is that
I'm
they're
saying
getting
if
killed.
you're...
So if you correct your accident,
it seems like
prevent
you're...
that person from getting killed, then you wouldn't be violating that person's rights, would you? It's a violation of someone's rights only happens after they've been killed.
No, that's my point. You're correct. Well, you're correcting the mistake. By correcting the mistake, you're undoing your initial like accident of pulling the lever, which is going to violate. I guess if you want to say,
never violated the rights at all if it doesn't actually like go through.
But I guess like if you want to, North, if you want to play, hold on, North, if you want to play that game, all I have to say is,
what do you mean playing that game? Like this is just like
I guess very silly to say technically.
Like I only happens when it actually like goes through. So like if it's like a thing in progress,
if you want to play that game, obviously I like North, you would obviously hold, I would hope so, that it is wrong to cause an imminent violation of somebody's rights, right? Like that, like clearly.
Yeah, like you would want to prevent that, yeah. And if like someone's rights are going to be like imminently violated, and you're able to
obviously
correct
in this
that,
case,
you should correct that. Yeah.
So you just said you should correct it, but we recognize in this, like in this case, like if you accidentally pull the lever, right? And you're saying you should correct it.
There's a difference between like imminently violating someone's rights and like actually violating someone's rights. Like we can recognize that there's a distinction there, right?
Yeah, I recognize there is a distinction between like about to bring out a violation of someone's rights. I'm not.
Let's take a warrant, for example. Like imagine if the police were going to break into someone's house.
Wait, hold on. I just want to say, I don't know why we're going down to
and then that's like
said,
a violation of like someone's rights. But then if you like stop it from like happening at all, then that person's rights were never violated, even though those rights were like being imminently violated.
Unless I misheard what you said. You said that you should undo the mistake.
If you're preventing their rights from being violated, then yeah.
So if you caught, okay, so we accept one in the hypothetical I gave.
If there's no other negative, then I don't see. Okay, hold on. Maybe I need to
in the hypothetical there is another negative, which is that you're gonna run over 2 people. Hold on, just real quick. You accept. Okay. It seems I don't know where you land on it. Like when you accidentally flip the switch, this is, if you don't want to say violating someone's rights, you know, it will cause an imminent violation, like it is an imminent threat to someone's rights because they're laying on a track,
imminent
right?
Threat. Okay, yeah, but
you
violations have not been
have
actively violated. They will be violated unless you correct
They will be
it.
they have you have unintentionally brought about an imminent threat to someone's rights, and you have said that like you should correct that. I want to add, like in this case, does it hold that you should correct your mistake?
If someone's rights are about to be violated due to like someone's
because
mistake,
of your mistake,
they have not been actively violated, but they will be violated. I don't see like I don't see the trap, the bad ending, the wrongness.
We recognize in this case, if you're correcting your mistake, the trolley is going to go on its initial track, which is running over 2 or more people, right?
Oh, okay, well then, what do you think I was talking about before? Like, is there like no bad alternative? As I said, then you're.
I don't know what you were. No, it's not. You made. Oh my god. Wait. So, would you not? Wait, would you? Just to be clear, would you not fix the mistake? You would not.
No. Okay. Hold on. If we're going back to the original trolley problem,
it's not the original. It's never been the original.
Okay, hold on. What are the original? By the original trolley problem, I mean like either violating one person's rights or you're violating 2 people's rights.
Yeah,
right? And you accidentally flip the switch, and it goes from the 2 track to the 1 track.
So the original,
right?
the original is not
That's the example, and you are
violating
the one person's rights accidentally.
Yeah, when you say original trolley,
that's your example. Yes, I'm understanding that.
That is my example. When you say original trolley problem,
okay, sorry.
I don't think of my example.
I was misunderstanding, or like you were unclear. I thought there was like no 2 people on like the second track. That's what I was trying to clarify before. Maybe I'm just like retarded or something like that. I don't know.
But you recognize if you if you hold that you shouldn't undo your mistake, then you are saying if your mistake causes some imminent threat to somebody's rights, you should not fix that mistake, at the very least beyond some threshold of welfare that's going to be harmed if you fix it.
Well, if you fix it, then you'll be violating 2 other people's rights. So you shouldn't engage with the problem at all.
But you don't believe it would be a violation of the rights to have never flipped the switch at all?
To flip the switch it depends if it was purposeful or accidental. In this situation, it'll be accidental,
I mean, it's gonna be. I mean, it's just it's generalized.
So if you accidentally flip the switch initially, then you didn't make a conscious decision to like violate that person's rights. I guess you could say that their right to life has been violated accidentally, but it wasn't.
I mean that the guy's kind of just going to generalize too. I don't want to.
Like, do you think like nature can like violate someone's like rights or not, or like
it's more like that's just going to generalize too. And I don't want to
violate. Or like if humans are the only things that can like violate someone else's rights.
Kind of. I mean, I don't want. We don't have to spend. We don't have to.
Someone's like right to.
Yeah, so we don't have to spend like a fuck ton of time on this, but like I think that there is going to be like a generalization there of like a sort of action versus like an action of omission versus commission. Like what is there a difference between killing and letting die in some cases or whatever, right? Plausibly in some cases, like it seems like it would be a violation of a toddler's rights, like right to life, if they were in a pool and drowning and like you just didn't pick them up or whatever.
Are you looking at the Trapringo message? Would you save a kid who fell in a pool even if you didn't push them in? I was going to say this is literally what he was talking about.
No. I mean, he's not in my. I'm assuming that's in your chat, right? But I mean, so there's going to be a generalized. There's going to be a generalized problem there to omission and commission. And again, I think the fact that I can see a defense either way for saying you fixing your mistake is a violation of the other people's rights or not a violation of their rights. But I think the fact that issue exists at all, and there is going to be disagreements on it within deontology. I think that that is an issue. That's something that makes consequentialism seem a lot better because it's very simple to just say do the action that has the higher expected value.
Well, I would just say that if correcting your mistake would violate someone else's rights, then you shouldn't engage with that at all.
Okay.
I guess is my answer to that. Yeah.
Okay.
You wouldn't consider the accidentally pulling the lever to be a violation of someone's rights. You would consider that to be like an act of nature, I guess, or just.
Well, I thought you even said that like you would consider it like it. Like you are accidentally violating.
Like, maybe I didn't phrase it right. You are not the one that like we agreed that a person who accidentally pulls a lever is not culpable for that situation, right? Like
Wait, repeat that. Sorry.
a person who accidentally pulls a lever is not culpable in that situation, correct?
Yeah,
Like, we
they're
can
not.
agree on that?
If they
Like,
accidentally
there's no,
pull
like,
it, they're not like
culpability, or there's any,
individually.
like,
Yeah, but that's not. I don't think that's
yeah, they're not
relevant
like
for that.
making any sort of like any sort of decision.
Yeah, that's the point of it. Yeah.
So if there was, so I guess I was wrong when I said before that there was no, or I was misspeaking, or maybe misinterpreting what I was trying to say. I don't know how you want to say it. When you that wasn't necessarily like you violating their rights, but it would still be like a moral thing to save them if there was like no negative action.
Okay.
But if you're taking it like, but if you're taking it of like one person versus like another, then then like if you're going to violate like one person's rights versus like two person's rights, like undo your mistake, then that introduces like a whole different thing to it.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Let's say.
yes.
Okay. North. Okay. This is probably a better example. Hopefully, to avoid some of this fucking stupid ass confusion. Okay. We have. But okay. Suppose someone they put a bomb in a park because they want to fucking kill people.
Okay.
Then they go to bed, wake up the next morning, they say, "Oh, I made a horrible mistake. I realized that was an immoral action. I'm gonna go back to the park and I'm gonna dig my bomb up." Okay. That's set. They're set to go off in a day or something. Another day.
They have time to dig it up.
They have time to they go there and they start digging up their bomb. Well, they are digging up their bomb. They find another person's bombs, right?
Oh boy.
Or no, sorry. Let's say they find two other people's bombs, right? Each of these three bombs are gonna kill one person, right? And they only have time to defuse some of them. In this case, it seems like it'd be best for them to defuse the two bombs they found that are both going to kill one person. Even though they weren't the ones that planted that bomb. But on the view that like you should make sure that you don't do rights violations, that you should not violate someone's rights, it'd be more moral for you to just defuse your own bomb because that prevents you from violating other people's rights. But obviously, the thing that brings the most happiness in the world, the thing that the consequential support is, you defusing the other two people's bombs.
Well, I guess that goes into the situation of does not defusing that other people's bombs, that violates people's rights more than you not defusing your own bomb.
I mean, you would recognize
right?
that's not a violation of maybe you still want to consider a violation of rights on your.
You could say that.
I guess we would recognize. Do we think that it is a
like if you're talking about
like
you would say like you wouldn't be like you would no longer be responsible for like violating other people's rights, even though like hurt more people if you focus on defusing your own bomb.
I'm saying obviously if you
other people's bombs,
if you put a bomb in a park that's gonna blow up and potentially kill or injure someone, if it does kill or injure someone, like that is obviously you directly violating someone's rights. If someone else if someone else does it and you have no knowledge of it at all, that's not you violating the rights. That's whoever planted the bomb's rights. Now, if you want to say that you discovering the bombs and having the opportunity to defuse them and choosing not to do so is still a violation of people's rights in some way, I would just ask, like, obviously it seems like you having knowledge of a bomb that you did not put there and choosing not to defuse it is a, like, less, it's not, or at least, you're less morally culpable for that. It's not as big of a violation of rights as if, or as you planting your own bomb and that in your own bomb blowing up and killing someone, right? Like it is a bigger violation of someone's rights from you directly when you plant your own bomb.
Dead, so it doesn't really matter at the end, does it?
Well, that's my argument. I'm a consequentialist. I care about the outcomes. But if you have a prescription, like you should not violate people's rights. In this case, like the better outcome for the world, right, is you violating someone's rights by not defusing your own bomb.
Well, I would argue that the choice of let's say you have a choice of either defusing like two people's bombs or like defusing your own bomb. Like, does defusing your own bomb make you less morally responsible than choosing to disarm the other two people's bombs and letting your bomb blow up, right? Like, which one gives you more moral responsibility? That's like the scenario.
What I'm asking, like, obviously this is intuitive and I think plausible to most people. Like, if obviously your own bomb blowing up and killing someone is a worse violation of somebody's rights than if you simply have knowledge of somebody else's bomb and choose not to intervene.
Well, yeah, if you choose not to intervene and you see other people, like, yeah, I would argue that you're as culpable as the people that planted the bomb to begin with. If you know, like, a bomb is there,
so
you
which
don't
one
do
are you?
anything about
Okay,
it, like,
which one are you more? North, please. No, North. This is.
Am I not engaging with the thing, or
I think this
like,
is entirely. I think this is like a post hoc stuff. Obviously, maybe you're misunderstanding, but this seems very post hoc to say. You would acknowledge if you plant a bomb and let it go off and it killed someone.
Okay.
That action,
Yes.
like in terms of just you personally, is a bigger violation of rights coming from you than if you simply have knowledge of somebody else's bomb and don't do anything to intervene.
I would argue that they're equal in, like, the violation.
They're equal.
Like, culpability,
You making
right?
your own bomb and planting it and blowing someone up is equal to you not intervening.
Like, well, I wouldn't say necessarily equal, but, like, they're both a violation of people's rights. There's maybe, like,
Which one is a bigger one? You could say they're both violations. Which one's bigger? Which one are you more morally culpable for?
I guess you're more morally culpable for the bomb that you personally planted, but it's
So do we
very
think-
minor, like, negligence.
There's a negligent difference
There's
between.
the very, very small, like there's a reason why we have, like, laws for, like, being an associate to, like, a murder, being able to get, like,
Mhm.
I would assume, I haven't actually, like, looked at laws of this, being a associate to a murder is probably gives you as much time in jail as, like, a murderer can get in jail, right?
Okay,
Like,
so-
actually, like, covering it
Right.
up and, like,
There are
prevent it.
two
Or, like,
two things here.
Like,
One,
you might not be the one that actively stabs someone, but if you're, like, there in the room and you, like, don't
Mhm.
report it and you, like, actively cover it up, then
yeah.
you're
Two
probably
things.
just as morally culpable as, like, the person that, like, stabs.
Two things.
Yeah.
One, it seems weird to me to say the difference between making your own bomb and blowing someone up and just simply having knowledge of a bomb and not attempting to defuse it that blows someone up. That difference is negligible, but there is somehow a big difference in the trolley in the trolley problem case between accidentally flipping it and undoing your mistake versus just not touching it at all. So that's number one. Number two, it seems
There's a difference
plausible.
between accidentally. Hold on, the trolley problem and the bomb problem. That's like you're trying to equate them together, but no, those are, like, two entirely different, like, scenarios, right? Like, one is, like, trying to plant a bomb at a fucking park, and the other one is letting
The thing I'm pointing,
that's, like, already...
the thing I'm pointing is you say there's such a big difference between omission and commission here, or in the trolley problem, you say there's such a big difference between omission and commission. But here, now you're saying actually omission and commission, there's very little difference between them. There's negligent difference between them.
Well, as I said, these are two entirely different scenarios. Like, let's say in the trolley problem, like, I knew that the trolley problem was going to happen, and I choose to do nothing. But
that is literally
I choose
in the
not to,
hypothetical.
like, switch it from,
You
like, one or the
literally-
other. But, like, outside of that, how should I put this? Outside of that, I choose not to, like, try to do anything. I just, like, let it happen. I don't form, like, the police. I don't like, try to do, like, some sort of, like, other shutdown without, like, switching from, like, one tractor to the other. There's a difference in, like, culpability there than like a bomb that I personally planted to, like, intentionally kill people. Like, we could agree on that, right? Like, there's a difference between the trolley person flipping the switch and a person who is, like, trying to murder people with, like, a bomb in a park.
I don't think you're okay. I'm not comparing
Like,
the two scenarios to be like I'm not comparing
okay.
the two scenarios. The thing I'm focusing on right now. There were 2 points I wanted to make. I forget what the second point even was at this point. The
mental retardation is too strong. That's what it is.
The thing I'm trying to point out here is in the trolley problem, in the accidental trolley problem. Okay, you accidentally flipped a switch. So first we acknowledge,
Yeah.
or we say, and part of the reason you gave for why you might not flip the switch back after accidentally flipping the switch is that
like, okay, the argument that I gave is like accidentally flipping a switch is like an accident of nature or something like that. Like there's no intentionality.
Yes, but then you said part of the reason you said you might not flip it back is because that would now be a violation of people's rights when you flip it back. Now other people are going to be run over.
If there was a choice between like doing one or the other, then it would be a violation of person's rights. But if there was like either a choice of like not violating someone's rights or like letting someone die.
Oh my god! In the trolley problem hypothetical I gave, okay, there two people on one track, one person on the other track. Okay, if you switch the lever, it's going to run over one person instead of two.
And flipping it, flipping it all, no matter what, will violate someone's rights.
You would say not touching it at all. Okay, not a violation of anyone's rights. Secondly, I gave the example, you accidentally flipped the lever, right? And we agree that posed some
also not a violation of anyone's own.
That causes an imminent threat to somebody's rights. We eventually agreed upon that would be an accidental imminent violation of someone's rights. Okay. And part of the reason you gave, part of the reason you said for why you might not flip it back is that now if you did flip it back, that would be a violation of the people's rights on the initial track, right, on the straight track. So there you're making a very clear distinction between commission and omission, right? Like you're saying if you do an act of commission, if you actively flip the switch back after initially accidentally flipping it, that is an act of commission. You're intentionally, consciously choosing to do this thing. And that is, what causes that is the act of commission that's a moral harm versus the act of omission of just not touching it to begin with, right? Even though the outcome for both is the same. But in the bomb in the park example, now you're saying simply like having knowledge of the bomb that are going to two other people's bombs that are going to go off because they're the difference between action and commission, other people's bombs who are going to go off versus your bomb that you made that is also going to go off. Now this difference is not particularly relevant. Now omission and commission are similar levels of moral wrongness here.
Because you've already made the initial action of planting the bomb to begin with. Like that wasn't an accident. That was like an intentional thing to do, right? Like, are we making a conflation between someone accidentally flipping a lever and someone intentionally burying a bomb in a park and discovering someone else's bombs? Like, is that the conflation that you're making?
Okay, what is the thing that makes the act of omission? What makes the act of what makes the act of omission in the trolley problem case, the act of not switching the lever at all? What makes that wrong? Or sorry, what makes that not wrong versus the act of omission in the bombs in the park case?
Because in the trolley problem case, you've already accidentally flipped the switch, right?
There's been no
engagement. There's been no engagement to begin with.
No.
Right? There's been an omission.
We're not talking about no. We're not talking about when I say omission.
In the bomb situation, you've already you've already buried the bomb. So there's no way to be an omission there. There's no omission in the second scenario.
The act of omission. First of all, the act of omission in the second scenario would be you not diffusing the bombs that other people
but you already planted the bomb to begin with, so there's no omission.
You planted your bomb. There were 3 bombs in the bomb hypothetical. One of them is yours. Two of them are others.
No matter what, you always start with you planting the bomb intentionally, right?
And then you discover 2 other people's bombs who you did not make and did not plant intentionally.
Yes.
And the thing that
I understand what you're trying to say, but do you understand what I'm trying to say? Is like
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say.
I consider a bad scenario. I do understand what you're trying to say. What you're trying to say is
first of all, you definitely misunderstood.
What is making the omission in the first scenario bad, and what you're trying to say is why should the omission in the trolley
Michael, thanks very much.
be considered a good thing, and the the commission in the second problem.
When I say you're misunderstanding this initially first a little bit. When I say omission in the trolley problem, I'm not referring to the accidental trolley problem. I'm referring to the standard trolley problem where the act of omission would simply be not touching the lever at all.
Yes, that doesn't necessarily change anything. Like you haven't engaged with the trolley problem at all. There's been no actions done.
Yes,
you've not violated anyone's rights by like doing anything. Yes. in
But you do
the bomb
just to be
scenario
clear, in
by,
the trolley,
by burying the bomb that is already there's no.
We're not talking about your bomb. We're talking about other
omission.
people's bombs. You didn't bury these people's
Yes,
bombs.
but you didn't bury. Yeah, you didn't bury these people's bombs, but you buried your bomb, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Why does it matter?
So you're already engaged in that.
You buried your bomb. You came to regret it. You went to dig up other people's. You went to dig up your bomb. While digging up your bomb, you found 2 other people's bombs. You now have not just in the same way in the trolley problem. To be clear, you have knowledge that if you don't do anything, the train is going to run over 2 people. In the bomb in the park example, if you don't do anything to these other people's bombs that you did not plant, you simply discovered. You also have knowledge that these are going to kill 2 people.
So you only can disable 1 bomb. I'm assuming.
We'll say
in this scenario.
No. In this scenario,
there's 2
we'll say
bombs of other people's bombs. There's only 1 of your bomb.
In this scenario, we'll say you can only disable either the 2 other people's bombs or disable your own bomb. In one case, if you disable your own bomb,
why? If you can disable 2 bombs, why couldn't you just do like your bomb and then like 1 of their bombs?
Oh my god, dude.
I don't know. Maybe
so obviously the point, obviously, like you should not be. The point of hypothetical is based on the parameters I laid out, right? It's not. It's not. You shouldn't be. You should not. You should not be trying to like game your way out of it.
There's 2 bombs you can disable. You can do 1 of yours and then 1 of theirs.
No, you should be able to engage with the hypothetical. You should be able to engage with the hypothetical without me giving a background of the world where I say, oh, in this scenario, your bomb is super complex, so it takes twice as long to disable. These other 2 bombs are rudimentary. Like, I can give that background if you want, but you should be able to engage in hypothetical regardless and be given the background of why you can only disable your own bomb or the 2 other people's bombs. Just, it takes twice as long to disable your bomb as the other people's bombs, so you can you choose between either both of theirs or 1 of yours.
Both of theirs or 1 of yours.
Yep.
You have to engage with that. Let's see, you've already buried the bomb, so you're already culpable somewhat. Then, well, if you're just trying to do like harm reduction, then of course you do the 2 other people.
I'm trying to do harm reduction. You're not trying to do harm reduction.
Oh, yeah.
You believe in rights.
Yeah, I do believe in rights. Yeah.
So would you rather, like, would you, as a prescription for this person who buried this bomb, if you believe violating people's rights are wrong, right? And you say people should prefer to do less rights violations over more rights violations.
People's rights.
Do you think it would be like the person who uncovers these 3 bombs, you know, it is more of a rights violation for him to undo the 2 bombs he did not make himself, he just discovered, he just has knowledge of, you know, there's an act of, again, omission, versus him undoing his mistake of commission of actually making a bomb himself. That's going to kill 1 person as well.
I would argue that you'd be violating the least amount of people's rights with disabling the 2 bombs. But
okay, so but you recognize the reason you're making that argument is because you don't think in that case there's a big difference between omission and commission. There's not a big enough difference between him having knowledge that that other people's bombs are going to blow up and kill people versus him, you know, actively making a bomb that's going to blow up and kill people. But then in the trolley problem, the accidental trolley problem, or no, sorry, not the accidental trolley problem, the initial, the standard, not the accidental one.
I think there's a better way to phrase
the standard trolley problem. You are saying the omission, commission matters.
There is a better way of phrasing that accidental trolley problem. To make it similar to the bomb one.
No, I misspoke. Not the accidental trolley problem. The initial trolley problem.
Imagine if you knocked out the trolley operator, right? And you knocked him out so that you could go kill someone, right? You see, you decide to pull the lever to kill the trolley with 1 person on it. And then you kind of feel bad. And then you have a choice between, well, you could either continue with the killing of 1 person, or you could switch it to like no, maybe that's not the best way of describing it. You could apply this to the trolley problem as well, where if you make a scenario where you're intentionally trying to like harm someone, and then you're like trying to undo the mistake that you already made, then that's an entirely different scenario than you never engaging with the trolley problem to begin with, I guess.
Okay.
Right?
I don't know what the point. maybe I'm stupid. I don't think anything you said was really
hold
correctly
on. Maybe
relevant. Okay.
I'm like
Just to be clear,
visualizing this
the
bad.
thing
I'll
is,
make a drawing for you,
in
and I'll.
okay, I don't know why you're pointing to like this different hypothetical, because I don't think this hypothetical. I don't think the thing that you drew up is getting at what I'm getting at. The thing I'm getting at is that in the bomb case, you're saying you should undo the other two people's bombs, despite those not being, like, it's not a moral wrong of yours to make those bombs because you didn't fucking make the bombs, but because you have knowledge that these bombs will blow up and kill one person each, you should defuse the bombs that two people made. If you instead did a different action, you know, that would be immoral. You should defuse the bombs that the other two people made, because it'd be an act of omission. It'd be wrong to not defuse the bombs that other people made. But in an initial trolley problem, not the accidental one, just the standard regular one, you're saying not pulling the lever at all would not be immoral, because that's simply an act of omission. That's simply you not making a decision. But then in the accidental trolley problem, once we introduce the element of you accidentally flip the switch initially, now it is a violation of people's rights to flip the switch again.
I was wrong when I said no. It's not a violation. It's not you violating it. It's just the person will be killed. I don't know if you can necessarily classify that as you.
Wait, in the bomb, you're saying in a bomb case of you. No,
okay. In the accidental trolley problem, you aren't. Like we agree that there's no like culpability of like that person intentionally violating that person's rights, correct?
Yeah, that's not relevant.
Well, then why do you bring up the accidental trolley problem?
Why do you think I'm bringing it up? What was the point I just made about it?
Maybe I might just be fucking retarded.
Yeah. Okay, buddy. Yeah. So again,
like,
the reason I'm bringing it up is because you said in the accidental trolley problem, one reason that you might not be in favor of undoing your mistake that you agreed would cause an imminent violation of someone's rights is that if you were to flip the lever back to its initial position, that would be a violation
of killing
rights that of people on the initial track. But in the standard trolley problem, your position is because it is an act of omission. If you don't engage with it at all, it is not a violation of those people's rights on the initial track, because they simply, that's you not making any decision. That's simply you not engaging with it. But when it comes to the bomb thing, now if you don't make a decision, it's still on you. Like, you're still saying that at least you defuse the two bombs that they didn't make, despite that also being an act of omission, rather than defusing a bomb that they made.
The problem is the bomb thing. I just can't, like, you can say that, like, if you just discovered 3 bombs, and it's like, are you to let here's a better way of saying the bomb thing. If you were digging in the park and you saw 3 bombs and you could choose
No, you don't. Okay, because again,
either
the relevance of it is that when you make your own bomb, you are presumably, if you have a prescription for people to not cause rights violations, and it is a bigger rights violation, obviously, presumably, to make your own bomb and have it blow up people than it is just to let someone else's bomb blow up people, then you should hold, if you want people to do fewer rights violations, that they should defuse their own bomb rather than the 2 other bombs. But you don't hold that because you, in this case, you care about the consequences more.
Well, the consequences of people's rights being violated, but yeah, sure. I guess I can see the hypocrisy of what you're getting at.
Okay. And again,
by omitting from, like, why would you omit from one situation, and why would you choose to defuse the 2 bombs in the other situation?
Oh, okay.
That's what you're ultimately trying to get at, right?
Everyone wants us to move on from the bomb, so I guess we can.
Is your chat not liking that?
Yeah, some people. Yeah, we had there was one person that came in earlier complaining. I think they're like, I can't listen to this anymore. Just listen to them LMFAO. Danabo came in. He said, move on from the bombs. Patrol said we were at 7 viewers when this or 13 viewers when it started. Now we're at
8, and now I'm at 3.
Danabo, I did say your name eventually. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we can talk about abortion now. We can move on to that topic.
Oh, you want to talk about it? You want to go talk about abortion? All right.
That's I came up with a list of the things I thought we disagree upon. You said these were the 2 you wanted to talk about. So.
Well, yeah, these are the 2 I thought would be most interesting to talk about. the let's see here now. Yeah, I'm pro-life. I believe that life begins at conception. I believe that humans have like I guess a inherent right not to be murdered at conception, I guess. Yeah. Those are the arguments that I will be well, that's what I'll be
Mhm.
arguing.
Yeah.
We can. What do you want to start? Like defining
Well,
life,
here I'll
defining
say
like
first.
where human life begins. Like
Yeah. So
what is like a human?
So I have
like
I'll lay out my position. I have a little bit of a weird position. Maybe it's good we talk about utilitarianism first because it explains the weirdness of my position.
yeah, I figured utilitarianism would be better to start with first because it leads into the
kind of
abortion thing. Yeah.
But it's a little bit weird because well, I'll get into why it's weird. So the first thing I would say, I think you're gonna have heard stuff along these lines. I think what I would call animalism is false. The belief essentially that like persons that what makes us valuable, what we are, the being that we are, like is the organism, is the animal. I think it's more likely. So I don't. There are a bunch of there are a few different views of what makes a person exactly. Obviously, I like intuitively. Like I would have like a psychological continuity. I think like that's where my intuition leads me. But there are reductios to that. I haven't like gone through and developed a super strong view on the personhood debate exactly with regards to like psychological continuity versus physical continuity versus whatever other schools of thought exist out there. But the thing I would say, animalism is highly improbable, and personhood has at least like a mental component to it, right? I don't think that I'm not necessarily committed to the mental component being the only component. I think that's where my intuition like leads me. Like it seems like, but like the justifications I would give to this, obviously, we could think about
the mental component. Do you mean like the development of like a brain, or like what are you exactly saying?
I'm saying of the like immaterial mind, right? So I believe so. I not super well read in this type of philosophy either. So I believe, it's probably most likely that like the immaterial mind, the experience of self, emerges from the physical structure of the brain. So I think I'm not entirely committed to personhood being based only on the mental component, although I think that is where my intuition leads me. But like the evidence I would get, so like the reason I think animalism is false, personhood has at least some mental components, is obviously some of the things you've probably heard before. One, like brain dead people, despite them in many cases being a living organism still, human DNA. In some cases, their heart and lungs can, or actually, I don't know if their lungs can, but in some cases, like their heart can beat on their own even. Despite that, because they lack a mental component, we consider them brain dead. We consider them not people anymore. I think obviously, that's the case. Same thing. If we did if you did a brain transplant, obviously, I think it'd be like more correct to say that like you're like, you now have a different body than like this body now has a different brain, right? Like you, the person, the thing that you are is now just simply in a different body. Or even if you just did a, like the hypothetical they give now is that, cause it's like the cerebrum transplant, which is just like, a part of your brain that has like a lot of your memories and such. Obviously, probably be more correct to say that, you now have like a new body and parts of a brain than like, the other way around. If I chopped off my head and put it on a robot, it'd be like I have a bionic body. It wouldn't be the other way around.
Yeah.
The one hold up like a little bit is that so like that's my view of personhood, but I do also just think that like future sentience matters. So, but that's regardless of the case. But that's not based on like an individual thing. So I don't because I don't think fetuses are a person up until there is a mental component, which from what I've seen, like almost certainly is not there before 12 weeks. I don't think I've never seen a case be made at all remotely convincing that there's any part of that there before 12 weeks. I don't view it as like an individual moral wrong, but I do think future sentience matters. So like people give the example in these debates, like, like would you save like a one baby, one toddler, or like a tray of 5 embryos? Now, I don't view the tray of 5 embryos as people. I don't think they like have the, rights of a person. But if you were to just suppose that like the 5 embryos like went on to live like good, healthy lives, like I would hold that like the expected value of saving the 5 embryos is higher than saving the like one already developed
Trolley
person.
problem all over again.
So it would be right. So it would be good. It would be good to save the 5 embryos just because of the higher future sentience. But that's not because I think those are people. It's just because the expected value is higher. You could equally say, like if you were to save 1 human person or 5, things of sperm and 5 things of eggs. Like I would say, assuming they went on to live good lives, I would save the 5 sperm and 5 egg.
Why wouldn't you consider like an individual being with like some sort of like? You say you don't believe, I guess, in inherent rights. But you believe in like the expected future value of those fetuses. So,
but that's not because. So to be clear, that's not
Wouldn't it be good then, like, to preserve that expected future value of like those fetuses to give them some sort of, maybe not inherent rights, but according to you, just like rights in general?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I was in the burning hospital, right? I could, if we just suppose they went on to live good lives, I would save the 5 embryos, right? But equally, I would say if we suppose it's either me saving a baby or me saving 5 dishes of sperm and 5 dishes of eggs, I would also save the 5 dishes of sperm and 5 dishes of eggs, assuming that we grant they would eventually, lead to new lives being created who would live good lives. I don't think that it doesn't follow from how I view a person that I would save the 5 embryos.
You're saying like the future value doesn't matter whether the embryo is actually formed or not, just as long as like the expected.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not saving the 5 embryos because
and if like you can guarantee that they'll be like combined together and grow into a future person, then you will. That's like the expected value that you see.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I would do the actions to higher.
Like, I would apply that. The problem I have with that from before the embryo, because I believe that humanity starts at like the embryos. How far back do you consider the like the guaranteeness of it? Like, would you consider it like I guess a bad thing if like you prevented a guaranteed copulation between like a couple that would guarantee that a person would get pregnant? Like, do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah. So I'm not gonna I don't know
how far back you can necessarily go with that.
So the thing I'm expressing in that hypothetical is simply like I'm just saying, like, if we grant that these 5 embryos and or 5 sperm and 5 egg are going to go on to make 5 humans that live happy normal lives, in that case, like, the expected value would be higher for saving them. I'm not saying that like an old like I don't know. There's never going to be clear lines as to exactly like what we should consider sort of the set of like necessary conditions to like ensure that like there is going to be a future for that baby or whatever.
Well, I'd say the necessary conditions would probably be sperm meets embryo, because assuming that either it's going to die.
Like if you're saying like
or it's
like the point that you were saying, like if you were to prevent like what exactly, if I was just to prevent a couple from having sex,
prevent copulation in like a couple, and that would guarantee to like lead to some sort of like embryo forming. Like I don't think even as someone who's pro-life, I would argue that
right.
Yeah.
So basically, I would view. So I think an abortion before whenever the mental component is there. Like I said, I don't think there's a good case to be made at all that it's before 12 weeks. I would view an abortion as no more wrong than preventing a couple from like having sex and having a baby. And I don't know exactly where I stand on like sort of like would it be morally like if I just suppose like a couple is like going to have a baby, like this is for some hypothetical reason the only reason they could have sex, and like I prevent that, like I don't have a strong position on exactly how morally wrong that would be, but I wouldn't view an abortion as any morally wrong than that before, I'll say 12 weeks, but I think sentience probably cannot emerge before like 20 weeks or so, but certainly 12 weeks, I would say. Doesn't seem like there's any good evidence.
Why do you suppose sentience has anything to do with, I guess, being definitionally human? Is it just like the experience? Is that the argumentation that you're coming from? Like the ability, ability to like experience pain or like emotions, or like Is it like the ability to critically think, or like?
So I think if we,
I'm just
yeah,
curious.
so I would give I
where,
gave a
where
few things.
where you draw that line.
One, I would say like if you know, if we have well, brain dead patients, number one, we don't consider them persons anymore, despite the fact that in many cases they do meet the criteria for like a living organism, but they lack a mental component now. Secondly, we can imagine cases where we do either a brain transplant or even just a partial brain transplant, a cerebrum transplant, or we cut my head off and put it on a robot body. We would consider the thing with the head, the thing with the brain, to be like the person, right? We would say I have a bionic body. We wouldn't say like, oh, me, the organism is dead, and now there's just a consciousness in a bionic body. No, I think we would say I'm in a bionic body. And then also we could look at we could wait just real quick. We could look at twins as well. Like obviously twins can meet the criteria, or conjoined twins could meet the criteria for one human organism, but they have in many cases certain types of them. Two heads. We would say there are two persons there, even if they share one body and are kind of two one organism.
Mm-hmm. I guess something I want to bring up is, how do you account for like different developmental stages exactly, right? So you would say that like if you put a human head on like a cyborg body, right? Well, obviously that's already like a fully formed human brain. But then if you take like the brain of like a baby, for example, that necessarily isn't collecting like the human experience almost. I would make the argument like the brain of a baby is probably the equivalent to like a dog or something like that. But you would never equivocate like the brain of a baby to like.
Oh wow, I'm a vegan. Don't make that argument of me, baby. Okay,
maybe.
I donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Okay, fuck them kids with malaria. My money's going to the shrimp. All right, but regardless, right. So I do.
If you were to actually make that choice, I would expect you to not kill. Like if you had a choice between killing a dog and killing a baby.
Well, so I would
expect you to not say, oh, well, it's an equal 50-50 chance. They're like the exact same thing. You would obviously say the baby has some sort of more inherent value than a dog, right?
So I want to I'm going to separate out the more modest premise, which I think most people can accept, and you might even accept to some extent too. And then, my insane, act-utilitarian, crazy premises, right? So, I'll be clear, but like my personal position, I would save the baby, but, mostly because the baby like has a much longer lifespan and a much higher capacity in the future to save or to experience a good life, like way better than the dog ever could, right? Because eventually the baby supposedly will have those experiences. But, equally, that's not because I view rights as intrinsically existing again. That's just like, you could equally say, like, would I rather save a dog or save a hypothetical person that will exist 5 years from now? I would save a hypothetical person that would exist 5 years from now because that person is going to have a higher capacity to feel joy and stuff than the dog ever would. But if I'm sure there's some crazy hypothetical we can imagine where I would say the dog is more valuable, but I think you'd have to make you'd have to say like
a lot of weird scenarios.
Yeah, we're gonna have to say you'd have to say like there's gonna be an infant who remains at like infant level capacity for their entire life, and they also only live 5 years. In that case, I might save a dog that lives 15 years.
So the
more modest premise would just be to say
continue,
you can have whatever view of sort of the relative importance of persons and animals that you want. But the more modest premise is simply that personhood has a mental component to it. So you could say, I don't care about animals at all. I only care about persons, and personhood has a mental component to it. Or you could hold, like if you were like super crazy, you could say, I view all persons and animals as entirely equal, but also still personhood has a mental component to it. All you have to accept for many abortions to be permissible is that personhood has a mental component to it, and you can avoid these issues.
Oh, but if you mentioned the future capacity of it though, so why? So,
I mean, that's why
start at the formation of like a brain? I'm still kind of hung up.
Oh well, that's
why
how.
Can't it start at like why can't it start at like when the embryo forms? I guess.
But we might be a little confused here. So I'm for one. I separated out the modest premise and like my personal insane blogger, Twitch streamer, philosophy premises. So under the modest premise, this issue like doesn't apply at all. Like the very modest premise is simply you can hold whatever other views that you want about animals and everything, and whatever. It's just simply that in order to be considered a person, that is granted whatever rights I want to grant people, whatever those views may be, you have to have a mental component that's not present in fetuses. Now, so my personal positions again is that you should just do whatever the expected value is positive of. Like I don't grant any intrinsic rights to persons. I do believe like that. Like
you said the future like happiness of that person is like in your personal philosophy almost, right? Like you're taking the future happiness of like the fetus into account, whether
yes, but that would apply equally.
or
So because I don't view there being like an individual existing at all before there's any sentience there, like I don't view
But they will be an individual though, right?
But they will also be an individual if like two couples are about to have sex. So like I wouldn't view an abortion as any more like prior to whatever stage as any more immoral than just preventing a couple.
Moral philosophy. Well, if you consider like, would you consider like I guess abhorrent to like prevent, or maybe not abhorrent, but I guess we'll just say generally bad to like prevent that from like being formed, I guess, or that future happiness from being
to prevent,
I guess denied, I guess. Like if you're preventing something that would guarantee it of happening, like a person being formed or a person like growing up, why would that preventing that be okay in your moral framework?
So okay,
like,
so there's
you say that in according to your philosophy, preventing two couples from having copulation, which are guaranteed to have a baby, is no different than having to have an abortion. And you say that, well, just because they're both similar to you, that means that an abortion really just doesn't mean anything. But before a brain is developed is the specific timeline that
basically,
you set. Yeah. Why is that specifically like a morally neutral thing instead of like, well, both of them could be a bad thing?
I'm not
in your moral framework.
So they could both be a bad thing. If we're talking about my personal philosophy, I'm going to sound insane. Okay, so I don't have super strong credence levels either way if it's a good or bad thing. I would lean towards like more humans being a good thing. The issue like here's the issue is that I'm for aborting all non-vegans. Okay, that's the real. So, but part of the issue. So like this, like generally, like again, I'm going to sound insane. Okay, if we're talking about my personal philosophy, this is why I appeal to modest premises.
That sounds a little bit insane. I might have to push back on that.
Just to be clear, so that's mostly ironic for anyone who fucking clips this.
Okay.
So the actual position is.
I want to clip this and upload it to my channel.
Yeah. So the position, to be clear, it's going to be, I think most humans individually live net good lives, especially in developed countries, right? And contribute to the world positively. They do cause a lot of animal suffering if they eat meat, but they also tend to reduce the wild animal population, and because wild animals live negative lives, those can roughly offset each other. So I might cause a bunch of animal suffering by eating meat, but if I live in a house that bulldozes a bunch of wild, habitats to build, those can roughly even out. So I would lean towards like more life being good, but I'm not actually necessarily 100% sold on that.
Before of like the human experience, because we have like more developed brains, might mean that. But the
scale
more than like an animal. Yeah.
Yes, but the scale also matters because obviously humans eat way more than one animal, right? Like we eat like I think the average is like 2,000. But
animal's gonna eat another animal anyway, so.
Well, but obviously the animals in factory farms, wouldn't exist otherwise. You like literally you tried to use that as a reductio earlier, saying they wouldn't exist if we didn't eat them. So yeah, but
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Right. So yeah. So that's that. I think like I said, I might sound a little bit insane when I say stuff like that, but I would lean towards it being good.
We can agree that humans on average are going to give a positive.
I would lean towards that position, yes. But the second thing is when it comes to that's all insane stuff. But also absent a little bit of the insane stuff, the question is going to be like even if I do think like it is bad to prevent that or whatever. It's going to come down to like what possible world like could we live in where like it is permissible for the government to somehow, like, if it is good to, you know, have babies or whatever. And I don't view an abortion as any more wrong than like preventing people from having sex or whatever, or even like contraceptives that prevent fertilization. Obviously, like it seems like it would entail, like, if I want abortion to be banned, I would probably also want things like many contraceptives to be banned as well. And it seems like that would just lead to hugely negative outcomes.
Well, it wouldn't be all contraceptives. It would be like
whichever one.
as I said,
I'm not
consider like the human formation being at like the fetus, right? So you can never guarantee that someone will be pregnant, like in general, if they have like sex, right? So having like a condom or something like that wouldn't necessarily guarantee. Well,
it's not gonna guarantee it, but like you know, it obviously. So like I would view.
Yeah.
So like I would say, because prior to there being any sentience in the fetus, it's not a person. There's no individual there to be harmed. I would not view an abortion as any more immoral than a hypothetical use of a condom that, and we'll say in this hypothetical, prevents the baby from being conceived and born to live like a normal life or whatever. They could.
I'm saying you can never guarantee that a condom will either prevent, or without a condom that there would be a pregnancy that would like happen, right? But with an abortion, that's like the fetus and the egg have already come together, so that's like that is a process that will continue, assuming that you don't do anything.
I mean, I don't know why the
artificially stop it.
I guess I don't know why like the guarantee, like you could obviously, like on average, like the
would you argue that like a
I just want to be
guarantee
clear.
is different than like a statistical, like likely or like unlikely?
So yes, but obviously, like we're speaking in so if we're speaking in hypotheticals, I want to be clear. The position I'm laying out here is like in the hypothetical world is that like I don't view an abortion prior to 12 weeks or whatever. I mean, I say 12 weeks because that's when I'm like almost certain that there's no sentience. I'm not a doctor though. I've never done a deep dive into the issue, but no, I don't view that in a vacuum in a hypothetical world where we know these things as any more immoral than someone using a condom that we know in this hypothetical is going to prevent conception. So that is the position I'm laying out. If you want to then go to, well, in the real world, we kind of don't know how often like this position is going to hold exactly. I don't, for one, you know, I would like a response to the position itself, basically about personhood and stuff. But for two, I guess I don't know how much that would like actually influence the. I guess I don't know how much that would influence my thoughts at all. I don't know why the like certainty thing matters. Maybe I'm missing something, but.
I might be too brain dead to respond.
Well, so I would just ask like let's just do so let's stay in the vacuum world for a second. What is
vacuum world? We're talking about like guarantees of like, well, does
what to
100%.
you is the morally relevant distinction between someone using a condom that in the hypothetical vacuum world we know for sure stops contraception from happening versus someone receiving an abortion at like, we'll just say 6 weeks?
Well, in this hypothetical world, there wouldn't be any distinction because you're, in theory, like if it's guaranteed to happen, like 100%, then I guess that's no different than like ending life.
Well, then it would seem like you've moved off your original position of humans being.
Well, but because I take my original position because we would take the real world different. We take the hypothetical world of like because as I said, like if you're having sex in real life, that's never going to be a guarantee of like a fetus ever being like formed or anything like that. And like I guess so
wait,
preventing the egg and
the position is that in the hypothetical world the definition of person is different than the definition of person in the real. This doesn't make. I don't know.
No, a person is when like a fetus and an egg and a sperm can come together and form a fetus. That is my definition of person, right? But if
okay,
like,
so then
let's say you went back in time and like you killed your grandfather and that like prevented you from being born, like would you have technically murdered yourself? I would argue that you would have murdered yourself, even though that would like create a paradox. Or it doesn't have to be yourself. Like, let's say you go back in time and you kill, let's say Joe Biden's grandfather, for example, and you prevent him from being born. Would you argue that you murdered Joe Biden?
I mean, I don't know what I would hold in that case. I would. Like, I
would argue that you would have
like I'm not
murdered Joe
again,
Biden.
I'm not
you
like
changed like a set event, but you can never 100% predict that sort of thing in real life, obviously. So the
like
conception has to be made that that personhood only happens with when a sperm and an egg come together to form a fetus.
But like if we're just talking like philosophically, like what a person is, and you hold that like a person is, you know, just
a
a
person
zygote,
is like an individual organism with like, well, it doesn't have to be their own DNA, just like I guess an individual.
Wait, it doesn't have to be their own DNA.
Well, because you can have the argument like twins can have like the same DNA, but still be like two separate like entities, I guess. So.
Well, that's it. So
like you would never argue that like twins are like the same organism, right?
They are
because they hold like the same DNA. Twins?
Conjoined twins.
Not conjoined twins. I mean like literal like twins. Yeah, twins.
No, regular
the
twins
same
are
DNA.
Different. Right. But they're different organisms.
But they're like, two separate entities, so you can't necessarily use the individual DNA argument for like defining like individualism.
Individual. Okay, hold on. To be clear, okay.
Well, no,
so
I'm not.
Conjoined. So twins are not the same organism. DNA is not the only thing that matters. Obviously, like there's a word for like homeostasis or whatever. But like being able to sustain like homeostasis or whatever, being able to stay alive on your own. It like is a factor of an organism. It's like this whole thing
of like
right?
growth, metabolism, energy, transformation, and like reproduction.
Right. So there are conjoined twins who, which would I think reasonably be considered, you know, one organism under the sort of the animalist definition of organism or person or whatever that like, you know, people like you provide, but we clearly view them as separate people, at least insofar as they have separate heads, or sometimes they can have like connected heads but still two brains. Like obviously that is I view that as a flaw with the animalist definition of human or of a person.
I don't know how I would necessarily respond to that off the top of my head. Hold on. Animalist definition. I'm writing this down so I can go look at this later.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's it. So the position you like laid out earlier, like humans are like the persons are like the individual human organism or whatever. That is like what would fall into the animalist definition of persons.
Well, I guess you could argue that they don't necessarily have to be independent for them to be considered like two different beings, I guess.
But what is the being thing? That's referring to the mental component, is it not? That's my whole argument. Is that the reason the conjoined twins are two different beings, despite being, you know, the same organism, is that they have two different mental components. But obviously, like a fetus prior to how many ever weeks has no mental component. Obviously,
so
zygote,
here's a question that I would give to you. Do you consider, let's say that you had like a conjoined twin, right? That one twin literally like didn't have a brain. Would you consider that two separate beings, or would you just consider that like one being?
Wait, so you're saying they have two separate brains? Like they're just
like one, like no, like yeah,
like
like a conjoined twin, but one of the twins is literally like completely brain dead. It's like they have if
they're completely brain dead,
like
if there's no mental component, then it would just be one person.
It would just be one person. Okay, I guess so.
The same way I consider a brain dead person not a person. Wait, do you consider? I'm curious. Like, what exactly is your position on the brain?
Well,
like,
consider,
is it, you know,
I would consider like even two persons, even if like if they were like brain dead, I guess.
So if you consider that two persons, would you also just consider a regular brain dead person a person that we can't like pull the plug on?
Well, yeah, I would argue that you shouldn't pull the plug on a person who's like brain dead. Especially, well, there's other arguments to be held in that, but like philosophically speaking, yeah, you shouldn't. You should. I would argue that you should be taking care of that person. Like, if I argued anything different, I'd be.
I mean, just I don't want to go back here, but it's just with that. Like, would you hold that position even if killing the brain dead person meant we could use his organs to save, like, we'll just say 2 people?
Well, no, but that would be for different reasons. Just because there's never like a guarantee of like someone being brain dead. I guess. How should I put this? Like,
I mean,
you've
you
heard
can
like
be.
the stories of people who like think that they're like in comas or something like that, and they wake up like
That's
years
different
later,
than
or
brain dead.
There's people that I'm pretty sure they thought that they were brain dead, and
There, if you want to say doctors, yeah, everyone recognizes that, like, even brain dead, to my understanding, like, is a spectrum or whatever. But if you want to say, like, obviously there have been some cases of patients miraculously waking up from comas that doctors never thought they would wake up from. That is a thing that happens occasionally or whatever. Sometimes they might even get misdiagnosed as brain dead. But there are patients who.
It's also a matter of future medical development as well. Like, what happens if someone is brain dead and we develop a way for like stem cell injection, for example, and that will allow them to like regenerate their brain to the point that they'll be like.
Well, that doesn't seem relevant to the view of personhood that we're taking. Like, to me, that would be relevant because of the future.
It will be relevant to your
but
idea of like a future like development.
To me, it would. Yeah.
Right?
So to me, it would be
either. Yeah. Well,
to me, it would be relevant.
Framework.
It's just, you have to like weigh, like, what is the chance I can save 2 people right now by getting his organs versus what is the chance the miraculous cure is going to come out for this dude in the next day versus. Or you just have to weigh those 2 things. But for you, it's like that shouldn't matter for the conception of personhood. You should just hold that they are a person either way.
Well, yeah, they should have a right to not die just for the sake of, I guess, them being sick.
Of being brain dead
is a way of describing it. Yeah, being brain dead.
Does that right extend to?
I wouldn't argue that right.
There might be,
if you're talking about the executions, is that what you're talking about?
No. Well, we could talk about that too, but I guess like there are distinctions that you can make, and I think there are distinctions you can make in a case I'm about to bring up too. But like, would that also apply to, like, obviously hypothetically, if we had a brain dead patient or whatever who had to be hooked up to a woman for 9 months, like would we hold that the woman would have some obligation to hook herself up to him?
Well, you're taking the violin argument.
No, not.
Are you familiar with that?
Not really. I'm familiar with the violin thing, but the violin argument is that even if fetuses are
the right to
No. The violinist argument is that
autonomy versus
So yeah, the violinist argument is that like, even if fetuses are persons, in the violinist example, which I'm not going to be able to recite or whatever, we should still allow abortion for bodily autonomy reasons. I don't buy that argument. I think if fetuses are persons, you should not, like, abortions would not be permissible. But I'm asking you in the hypothetical of if abortion, because you would not buy the violinist argument, obviously. If you're saying, like, the fetus is a person and the woman has some obligation to
yes,
keep the baby alive or whatever, I'm asking if you also consider brain dead persons, do people have an obligation to keep them alive, even if it's that, roughly the cost of whatever it is for a woman to carry an unwanted pregnancy, however you want to weight that suffering?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I don't. Okay. So just what about the brain transplant things? That, like, do we recognize, like, so with the definition of a person you gave, if we, like, transplanted my brain into somebody else's body, like, it would seem like under your definition of person, like my body, the rest of my body would still be me, and then I guess my conscious experience is just in somebody else's body now. Like, what does that entail?
I would argue that even if you're like an ever-changing person, you can still have, I guess, some concept of like what is you, right? Like, obviously, I don't hold any of like the original cells that I was like originally born with, right? Like, as I have developed,
there are some that
all the way
like,
through.
I think,
well, there's probably some that are probably still there from when I was originally there, but what I'm saying is, like, our skin gets fully replaced after what is it, a couple weeks or something like that. It's like your bone every 2 years. They say it's like almost all your cells have been completely replaced with like brand new cells. So would you argue that the person that you were 2 years ago is like the same person that you are today, even though you don't have any of like original cells of back then? I would argue, like, as a whole, that yeah, you were the same person now than you were back then.
I don't see how that addresses. So like I would hold. So I put the most credence in just a psychological continuity view of personhood. So I would argue, even if simply my brain continued to exist while the rest of my body didn't, or even if like just like my consciousness was uploaded to a computer, like that would be, that'd be more of a person than like if, the rest of my body still existed and my brain just simply lacked a conscious experience, right? But, that's it. Like that's the view I would hold. But you, to my understanding, would just define human like as a, unique organism with like unique human DNA or whatever. And it seems like from that
not
view,
necessarily unique human DNA, because I said you have twins with share the same DNA.
Sure. Well,
it's
like
separate.
you should say,
yeah.
Okay. Well, what it just, I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
you gave your definition, but just to be clear, like, what is your definition of person?
It's very. This is something that philosophers have been arguing about, like what is a human for ages. I guess a unique organism that can grow. Grow. Hold on, I had this whole list here. Yeah, grow, metabolize, gather energy, and like transform as well. That's like an organism that's able to do that. So like if you have like a dead human cell, for example, like a cell can't necessarily grow on its own. It needs, like, you would never consider like an arm or a
So I think
an
so.
individual
Yeah,
human cell as like a human, right? But you take the totality of like the whole of being
I still think
human.
like I mean, yeah, that's basically the definition I've been assuming that you use or whatever. Like, I think you run into all the problems with it would be unethical to unplug a brain dead patient, even like potentially even if it saved other people's lives. Conjoined twins is a really weird case where you have two beings, right? But only one organism or whatever. There'd be cases of brain transplants and stuff, or those are hypothetical, but where, obviously most people would say, like the personhood moves with the brain. There's a, person who has a new body rather than a person that has a new brain. Like all those things I think are serious issues with the sort of animalist definition that you provided. And I think if that definition is false, and I think all those reasons I just listed give you reasons to believe it is false, then personhood has to have at least a mental component to it. And, I think that's a relatively modest premise to accept. And that would get you to at least some abortions being permissible. There are definitely still some that you could say are impermissible, but yeah.
Well, even if you were to argue, let's say theoretically speaking, that there was a mental component to personhood, I guess you could say denying the future mental, the future development of a brain would also be considered.
But why would that be any more wrong than just, again, denying the, like, so if you're going to, so I would say, like, to some extent, I recognize the argument, like the future like ours argument or whatever. I think in order to argue that like a fetus or whatever has a future like ours that like ought to be protected, they ought to be a member of the persons, right? They ought to be a person, and I just don't think fetuses are a person prior to having a like any mental component whatsoever. Yeah.
But you say that you recognize you are able to recognize the future component of it, of the brain developing, right?
Are you talking about? So if we're going again back to like my position, like you should always
yes,
like
but I recognize that
like,
the denying of like a future.
So I think you're
of being
again, yeah,
is a
you're
bad
confusing,
thing, right? So we can work like backwards.
No. I think you're confusing this. So I don't, I do care about future sentience, but I care about the future sentience of a zygote the same amount I care about the future sentience of any sort of like any hypothetical. You could just say like I press a button and like a person just begins to exist, or like I stop a couple from having sex. So there's a difference between like if a fetus is a person, the sort of like individualized harm of like, I am killing a person versus like, if a fetus isn't a person, I'm simply, through getting an abortion, preventing a future person from existing the same way any number of actions I could do, most of which we view as permissible, can prevent a future person from existing.
How should I put this? How do you define a brain? I guess, or the development of a brain.
I'm
asking you. How do you define that?
I don't know exactly. Or is it, are you kind of just roughly getting at like, how do we know when fetuses are sentient? Is that like,
well,
the end goal here or whatever? Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know.
Because I would argue that even like a baby isn't like fully sentient. I guess it depends on how you.
Well, I think they're sentient. If you want to say like they have not reached,
and like the capacity of like self-reflection and like acknowledgement of like personhood and all that.
But you would agree babies are like they are conscious, right? even obviously they might not have the same capacity as a full-grown adult, but they are conscious.
Yes.
Right. So all you have to hold is that personhood has a mental component. So you could have any number of beliefs about any number.
So where is your magic switch, I guess, in which it's magically considered sentient? Yes. Like where in the developmental stage do you consider that?
I've never done a deep dive on it myself. So certainly I would say there's no good case to be made that it could be sentient before brainwaves exist. And I don't believe you see any brainwaves at all until like 8 weeks or whatever. Which 8 weeks is relatively early on. I'm pretty sure most states have bans before 8 weeks or whatever. But,
why do you specifically
so if we
do brainwaves?
Because every piece of evidence suggests that consciousness comes from the brain, and if you don't have a brain, you're not conscious. And if you injure even certain parts of the brain, you cannot be conscious anymore. And obviously, we observe, depending on what part of the brain you injure, that has different effects on your personality and experience and stuff. So that gives us, obviously, consciousness comes from the brain. Certainly.
Well, how are you defining consciousness in this one? So even if like neurons are necessarily firing, I guess, would you consider that definitionally consciousness? Or if there's like brain waves, would you consider that definitionally conscious?
No. So like I said, I don't think there's any case to be made that before brainwaves exist, there is sentience. It doesn't follow that if any brainwaves exist at all, that it therefore is sentient. It's unlikely that
I'm saying like what makes
sentient.
necessarily like a brainwave. Well, I'm saying what makes a brainwave consciousness, I guess. Like if there was like a single brainwave, for example, would you consider that consciousness?
Not necessarily. I don't even know what it means to say a single brainwave. like it's just a single like firing between neurons. And, so obviously,
yeah, I don't know.
I don't think this like. I'm gonna be mean. No offense. Like
would you consider that like the threshold for like personhood and non-personhood is like the first neuron firing in like a developing brain, or is it like
just to be? It doesn't feel like a serious objection to my view on personhood to simply say, well, non-fawn, despite my view having all these insane reductios about conjoined twins and about brain transplants, and about.
Well, I'm
any number
just
of these
curious
things.
on
have you, non-fawn, considered the exact number of brainwaves required to have a sentient experience?
Well, you're arguing that a brain, that the development of a brain is what defines personhood, right? That is your argument. My
argument is that a personhood,
that consciousness, and thus the development of a brain.
I'm not taking a super strong view exactly on what personhood is. I'm simply saying whatever a person is, okay, has to have a mental component to it. There has to be some sentience, some mental component there. There can be any number of other optional things that people want to attach to it depending on their view. You might say like also the brain has to be like somewhat physically like continuous. Like if I upload my consciousness to a computer, that's a different physical thing it's running on. Like my consciousness is running on, so it's not the same person anymore. All I'm saying is that personhood has a mental component to it. Animalism is highly implausible, and if you accept that, at least some abortions are permissible, or at least as permissible as preventing future persons from existing in any other scenario. I'm not. I would also, I guess, one of my claims is also obviously, and I don't think this is seriously in dispute, that sentience comes from the brain, consciousness comes from the brain, and at some point between having no brain and having a fully developed brain, the fetus will gain some amount of sentience. That's all I think you have to accept.
I'm just thinking that that sentience and consciousness isn't necessarily something that like comes on at like a magical point, right? It's
no, I don't think you have to.
It's more like a spectrum.
I don't
right?
think you. I would agree with that. I don't think you have to accept that. Again, like I would just agree, or I would just say like, you agree zygotes are not sentient, right?
Not sentient as in like they don't have a brain. Sure. I guess you could say like a zygote, like if I were to like mess with like a zygote, for example, like there would be some sort of biological like response to that, right? If I were like to kill like a zygote cell, right?
Okay. Do you think that like sea cucumbers and like slime molds are sentient?
No, I wouldn't say that they were sentient. Well,
obviously,
as again, like I guess sentient and not in like their. I guess it depends on how you would define sentient.
Oh my god! Well, so when I say sentient, I mean the ability to have some like sort of first-hand experience, right? Like the ability to have some type of feeling, some type of I don't like strictly want to say emotion, but like some subjective experience, some thinking going on. That doesn't like
I would
organisms.
Argue that I would argue that a like a sea cucumber, for example, right? It probably gets like some sort of a positive chemical response whenever it like eats food.
Sea cucumbers don't have brains.
There's probably like something like programmed into it for it to like do certain actions, right?
Okay, but I can program a robot to do that.
Like, would you argue that that's like sentience, and would you argue that's like consciousness?
That's not sentience. Okay. They don't have brains.
Well, not sentience as in like. Would you argue that a dog has sentience?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Because they have a central nervous system. They show a lot of behavior that we associate with sentient. Like we see when dogs are wounded, they respond to that by limping or whatever.
Consciousness and sentience in my brain. I would argue that on a moral level, that there's very little difference between when you're like considering like difference between animals. I say there's difference. Actually, would I say that? I don't know. My brain is getting thoroughly confused.
Okay.
Congratulations, not fun. You've broken my brain.
Yeah. I
just want to like wake up at like 3 a.m.
When I say sentience, and when everyone, to my knowledge, is sentience, they're referring to like not just the ability of an organism to respond to stimuli, because many non-sentient organisms have that. Even robots like have that. Like they're not organisms, but I can program a robot to.
Okay. When defining sentience as would you accept this definition of sentience of having subjective experience such as pain, pleasure, and other emotions? Would you consider that?
Sure. Yeah.
Yes.
That's reasonable.
So do you think like a sea cucumber can experience like some sort of like a sea cucumber can experience something like pain, correct?
No.
You would argue that a sea cucumber can't feel pain?
If they're not so I would say by definition, if something's not sentient, yeah, they can't feel pain. So you might be confusing, and I don't know if there's evidence for this either. So there is a difference between like I think it's called nociception or whatever, and pain. So like, like if pain is like the actual subjective experience of something. Nociception or whatever, it's just like the nervous system kind of response or whatever. And organisms without brains can have that. So like if you put your hand on a hot stove, your hand will reflex away
before you actually feel pain and before the signal even like gets to your brain. Because there are other parts of your body that before your conscious experience even gets a like signal from your arm, reflexively like pull it back. So like, you know, there are like obviously there are animals, there are single-celled organisms that can respond to stimuli in the same way, but it doesn't necessarily imply that they can feel pain, as in they are like conscious and have a subjective experience
like,
of pain.
They can feel pain as in like they respond to stimuli, right? Like we can agree on that. It's just whether we are definitionally
some of the
pain or not.
So I don't know if cucumbers have this. It wouldn't necessarily surprise me. They have, I think it's called noteception or notoception. But yeah. But again, like I could program a robot to move its hand when it checks something hot. That doesn't imply that the robot is conscious. Now, when we observe that behavior in animals, it can be evidence of some type of sentience. The fact that shrimp rub their wounds when they do, when they experience pain or when they have a wound, is evidence that they can feel pain. But there's other things that shrimp have, like a central nervous system, like more complex behavior, like trade-offs between risk and reward that they take, that is also necessary for sentience.
So I'm confused on the, is it just the complexity that you would say that differentiates it, or is it just the risk and reward, like the ability to feel, I guess, not just respond to like a negative stimuli, but also like go after some sort of positive stimuli as well, like eating food, for example, or like treating a wound after it's.
Wait, what you're saying differentiates what exactly?
Is it like the complexity that by definition differentiates like the consciousness of a shrimp?
No. So
than like a sea cucumber, like
no. So the more
like if you were to give me like a bulleted.
Yeah, so the more complex behavior is evidence of consciousness. But when I say pain, what I mean by it and what people define it as
by pain, do you mean like going through like a central nervous system? Is that how you're like
that is probably one pain, that is probably no. So it's not defining it, but that is something that's probably required to have it, because in order to have pain, there has to be a sentient being there that exists to have a subjective experience of that pain. That is not the case for cucumbers. That's not the case for slime molds. That's not the case for maybe even some insects. That's probably not the case for anything without a central nervous system. You know, again, I could program a robot to do the types of behavior that we observe from sea cucumbers, I believe. Yeah.
Like, let's say that you were able to program a robot to respond to just any sort of like negative stimuli. Like, for example, if the robot detects heat over a certain level, then it will pull away, like how we would experience pain.
Mm-hmm.
At what point of like complexity is what I'm trying to get at. At what point do you go from, it's no longer feeling pain to feeling pain, I guess. You mentioned like a central nervous system, but what makes a central nervous system so special? Because it's just a way of like transmitting information, right?
No, the central nervous system is something that's probably required to have sentience, right? So it's not that like because a central nervous system is more complex, like that enables things to feel pain. Like it's because in order to be sentient, you probably have to have a central nervous system that, like a central nervous system, is like also a requirement of feeling pain, right? I'm just saying, in order, do you agree? Like, you have to be sentient to feel pain, right? To have a subjective, that's almost a tautology. Like, to have a subjective, you have to have a subjective experience to experience something within that subjective experience. Like,
isn't that just like circular?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that I might be using the word wrong. I think that's literally an example of tautology, right? When we say pain, we mean a subjective experience of like discomfort. You know, when we say sentience, we basically just mean a subjective experience. So you have to have a subjective experience to feel pain. My argument would be things like sea cucumbers, things like single-celled organisms might respond to external stimuli, but they are not sentient.
Yes.
They therefore cannot feel pain. In the same way, a zygote might have some response to external stimuli, but they are not sentient. They cannot feel pain.
But the only thing that you're differentiating is the central nervous system. You're saying that a central nervous system allows
That is
something
one
that's sentient
thing.
in order to feel
Oh
pain.
my god! Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, the okay. For one, the requirements for being sentient are not actually relevant to the point I'm making. The point I'm making, well, actually, it partly is, but like again, the fundamental point I'm trying to get through is, it seems like we agree on this. You have to be sentient in order to feel pain. Okay, so if we agree on that, my second point is going to be fetuses up until a certain point are not sentient. Do you agree with that?
Up until a certain point, I would disagree with that.
Okay.
It depends on where you define sentience. Yes.
Do you think
They're
a
not
zygote
conscious,
is... Wait, but you agree a zygote is not sentient, right?
Like,
Please, dear God.
by sentient, I mean, like, do they respond to like external stimuli, and can they feel pain, and do they have some sort
Okay,
of like,
let's use the definition of sentience everyone else
pleasure-seeking,
uses,
like,
which
system
is
and-
some subjective experience, okay? Do you agree a zygote does not have a subjective experience?
you mean, like a subjective? How are you defining a subjective experience here?
As in like a first-hand like feeling of the world, some type of qualia that is able to, I don't want to, emotions are probably more complex than what is even really required for sentience, but you know, some type of ability to feel things and like have an actual experience qualia there.
I don't know how would I. Okay, I'll say off the top of my head. Well, I'll say no.
Okay.
A zygote does not have the ability to experience. But actually, it's not necessarily yes or no. I just think that the idea of
Okay, so
this necessary definition of sentience and this definition.
I don't like it should be like it really should be yes or no when it's a single-celled organism, right? We would agree sentience probably has to come from something that's more complex than a single-celled organism, at least sentience within nature. Maybe one day we'll make some weird cloud bullshit, but
Like, here's an example. If, let's say you had an extremely complex organism, like a human, right? But they had no ability to maintain like a subjective experience, meaning like whatever they experience will like never be in reference to like anything else, I guess is the best way to I'll say like they'll be constantly living from moment to moment without any ability to like retain any sort of like pain or pleasure or have that put into reference to any sort of like experience. Does that make sense?
are you
what
just
I'm trying
saying
to say?
they're not going to have any type of continuity, basically?
Yeah. If they have like no
So
sort
you
of
can
like
have like you can
sense of
have
like
a
continuity or
sentient.
anything like that, would you say that like would you argue that person doesn't have like a subjective experience?
No, I say they have a subjective experience. If you want to say, you could maybe use it as a reductio, if I'm being charitable, to say like, if you take the psychological continuity view of personhood, we could imagine a sentient person that has no psychological continuity, but they are sentient because they have feeling. Like that thing, the thing that you are describing that you say lacks continuity, I'm talking about that thing. Does a zygote have that thing?
I guess I can't think of according to the definitions of
I'm using
what
your. I'm
that
saying I'm
subjective
not
experience being like.
even. I'm saying you gave
Yeah.
an example of a subjective experience that has no continuity, right?
Yes.
So there's a thing you're talking about that lacks continuity. Whatever that thing that lacks continuity is, whatever you want to say that is. Maybe you don't like the word sentient.
Yeah.
You want to use some other word. Whatever that thing is that lacks continuity, does the zygote have that thing?
No, it wouldn't have. It would
Okay.
lack continuity, but I was going to use that. It was good.
No, wait,
I wouldn't
not
argue
that it
that
lacks
a zygote has
continuity.
the ability
Does
to-
it have the thing? Okay, so there's an object, a noun that you are speaking of. You don't like the
Yeah.
word sentient, all right?
Yeah.
There's a noun that you're saying, I am describing X thing as lacking continuity. I'm not asking if the zygote lacks continuity. I'm asking, is X thing that you are describing here as having no continuity, does the zygote have X thing?
Then yeah, I would say it would have that X thing.
Okay. Can you give a name to that X thing? I'm just I'm dumbfounded. Do you recognize whatever X thing is? You recognize that's not what people mean by sentience, right?
I guess I guess you it would have to be some sort of external definition. I guess not with the official definition.
Sure.
Of
So just the common definition of
being.
sentience, or the definition of sentience I provided, which is the ability to have some subjective experience. We agree a fetus does not have that
Well,
before it has any brain, at least.
I would argue that it doesn't necessarily have any sort of subjective experience. But it still has, I guess, it wouldn't have any subjective experience, mainly just because it doesn't have any any way to retain its experience, I guess, which I guess you could argue that might be due to lack of a brain. But then again, if you have a baby or something, or if you have a fetus with a developed brain, it still won't be able to retain anything that happens in the womb. So you could take this argument all the way to, well, a baby's
I don't know. It just feels like you're going back to the continuity thing.
Yeah.
But the continuity thing is not necessary. I don't think continuity is not necessary for sentience. Obviously, you gave the example of something with sentience it's not continuous, doesn't have continuity. Now I said my intuition does lead me most to subscribe most credence to a psychologically continuous view of personhood, and maybe you could make the case you're not really the same person as you were in the womb or whatever, and therefore maybe there's some reductios associated with that. But regardless, I don't think that matters for my point. Is okay. Maybe the word mental is better. All right. This conversation is pretty mental. All right. So
this conversation
is making me go pretty mental. I just want to know.
I can tell that you're getting a little bit annoyed by this conversation.
There is there's no mental component that a zygote has or a fetus has before there's any brain there.
By no mental, a zygote isn't forming any unique thoughts. Yes.
All right.
There's no brain
Woohoo.
physically.
And we agree that that doesn't happen in I don't know when you think it would happen, and I don't have a super strong view, but that wouldn't happen until at least until there is a brain.
Yeah. Well.
And
yeah. But it's still a unique organism that can respond to stimuli, I guess. I guess.
Sure.
It depends on.
I just want to clear. I believe.
Do you think I just don't see the argument that I usually hear when it comes to the brain development is, well, it can't feel pain before.
Well, sentience is going to be a necessary requirement for pain. So.
Well, I would argue that it can feel pain. It's just that let's see how it was. What's the official
are you saying it? Okay. Are you saying it
by
can...
pain being the negative response to to certain stimuli?
That's called that's just called noception or notiception or something.
Notice how do you say notiception?
Nociception something. I sent the
physiological process through detection of and encoding noxious stimuli which can be harmful or potentially harmful. Involves specialized sensory neurons called notoceptors, which are activated by mechanical, thermal, or chemical stimuli to send the signals to the central nervous system. This process is distinct from pain, which is subjective to emotional experience that arises from the brain's interpretation of the signals.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's a difference between, again, I could program a robot to detect when I poke a needle in it and reflexively pull back or something.
That's
that doesn't
noception
mean it's conscious.
necessarily.
So I don't know.
Pain.
So it depends. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. So I like I would say before there being sentience, there is no pain because pain is just the sentient interpretation of noception, right? Now, if you want to say, like, you believe
So
sentience,
do you think that consciousness, or maybe not necessarily consciousness, but like what differentiates to you pain and noception? Like, what makes one? Is it just the fact that it goes to like some sort of pre-established brain, or
okay,
you look annoyed?
when I first brought this up, did I literally not describe that exact thing? That I believe, for example, sea cucumbers might have nociception, and they might be able to respond to external stimuli, but that's different than pain because pain requires a subjective experience, right? Pain, we literally said this, it's a tautology. Pain, by definition, is like a subjective experience of like discomfort or whatever. So, in order to have a subjective experience of discomfort, you first have to have
if
a subjective experience.
Meaning as in like requiring a brain in order to do so, then yes, I would agree with you that noception is different than pain.
Okay. So, like, I don't know, like, when you say, like, you would argue a fetus can feel pain, in order for that to happen, a fetus would have to be sentient. And again, I've never done a deep dive in this personally, but certainly before there's no brain, which is at like, I think like 6 weeks or something is when the brain waves can like, or the very first like electrical signals can be sent or whatever. Certainly prior to that point, there's no sentience, but likely it's not until the brain is even further developed that there is any type of sentience. I don't think I've seen any serious arguments that it's kind of before 12 weeks, but even that, I think it very likely could be 20 weeks until they're sentient.
Really, I've not thought this argumentation through.
Yeah.
As much as I should have.
But I just want to
I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate you putting up with
to be
me
clear, like, would you even
this.
Again, I don't think you would even care. I don't remember how we got into this factual dispute to begin with, because you wouldn't even care, based on the definition you gave earlier at least, if fetuses weren't sentient. You would simply say they're still persons, the same way brain dead people are still persons, and therefore the mother
They
has to be forced.
But
they have to be forced to carry them for 9 months before, I guess at best, they can put them up for adoption and or have to deal with them for the rest of their life. But
I don't believe that a mother necessarily, like, I preferred if the mother obviously was in the life of the baby, but as part of me being pro-life, I guess mother is not necessarily required to take care of the baby if she doesn't want to.
I understand to some extent
she should have the option to to put it up for adoption.
Sure, I understand, and like someone's saying you care about rights, but I'm just saying there is you should consider the cost. Like, the cost of the view is you're forcing a woman to carry an unwanted baby for 9 months. That's going to have various. I mean, it's just going to be uncomfortable for those 9 months. It's going to have various like health effects, both in like short, long term. There's like acute. Obviously, abortion has risk too, but there's acute risk with pregnancy of certain diseases and stuff that can affect you. There's long-term risk as well, but I think that's that's something we should be wary about forcing upon.
Well,
women.
if you consider, I guess, according to your argumentation, that a fetus is a person when they develop a brain, then you should be saying, well, it doesn't necessarily matter what the bodily autonomy is of the woman. But do you think the bodily autonomy of a woman in the rights argument outweighs the right to life instead of curiosity? Because I would argue that
I don't. So if you're asking I don't believe in rights, right? So
I meant yeah.
Right,
I'm just wondering. Well, you don't believe in like inherent rights, but do you think like the in your utilitarianism promoting the whatever is the benefits the most amount of people. How does that apply to the bodily autonomy versus like taking care of?
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, like
argument.
you would just do what has the highest effective value, but a little more specific, obviously. Like I would say, I mean, the big thing is like, you know, if you believe, like if you give a woman 12 weeks to get an abortion or whatever, like even if past like some point, they would be forced to carry the pregnancy. Like, you know, that's obviously because like have a consideration for the person at that point, which I think can outweigh the bodily autonomy, but they do have the option to avoid it if they get an abortion earlier on in the pregnancy. So it's not like, you know, obviously, I think most people who get an abortion would have it before 12 weeks, especially before. It's like over 90% of abortions happen before 20 weeks, and I think 20 weeks is a plausible place where fetuses could become sentient. So
there's a guy, Chapringo, in my chat is desperately wanting to end this conversation.
Yeah, we haven't. I was gonna say, you know, we haven't talked for 3 hours. We should end soon.
He wants us to talk about common ground, which is the centrists uniting against the extremists. And,
yeah, we could. I mean,
our respective parties. He's asking, would you rather vote for Vance? Who do we vote for? Vance / Hassan or Shapiro / Shapiro? I don't know what necessarily he.
No, Ben Shapiro and Josh Shapiro. I think I'd vote for.
Oh, Ben Shapiro versus Josh Shapiro.
That's not. You'd have to. That's not even a question. I would obviously
Vance
vote
versus
for,
Hassan is like worse versus worse, and then Shapiro versus Shapiro is sort of like. I guess he's coming for the argument of like.
Wait, are they versus?
Versus like moderate.
He's saying like they're on the same ticket, like it's.
Or are they on like the same team? Like Vance
it's like Josh Shapiro president,
like,
Ben Shapiro vice president. Versus Hassan and Vance, president and vice president.
No, those are the two tickets. Oh, Vance and Hassan versus Shapiro. I do
yeah,
Shapiro
obviously.
versus Shapiro. That's like a.
That's not even a. The only.
I don't think it would even matter which Shapiro is the president in that situation.
Yeah, it wouldn't. But like the only as far as I know, Josh Shapiro is not like even progressive. I remember because he was
Josh
a
Shapiro
candidate.
is a Republican who defected to the.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Josh Shapiro, right? Yeah, he's the Republican who defected to the Democratic Party because the Republicans were too busy.
Yeah, so like it wouldn't even be. And Ben Shapiro's like, as much as he like will run defense for Trump because that's kind of where his audience is. I think he personally like is a, by today's standards, relatively centrist dude. So you know, but maybe okay, the Hassan Vance ticket. Okay, maybe first of all. Be really fun to watch, okay? Maybe from another country.
Yeah,
but
it would be
really fun to watch.
And that's why people voted for Trump, is because they thought it
they
would be
bored.
fun.
might also maybe like well, the vice president doesn't do that much, I guess, but who knows? Maybe they just would not be able to get anything done because they would disagree on everything.
The deciding vote in the Senate, aren't they?
Yeah, but that only matters if it doesn't matter that much sometimes. Like that doesn't matter right now, does it? How many tie-breaking votes does J.D. Vance cast?
Right now it's like really fucking close. With like if they were to do, let's say a Supreme Court justice died, I'm pretty sure the Senate's pretty close.
The Senate is close right now, but I don't know. Like I think J.D. Vance has cast not that many tie-breaking, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I don't think
53 versus like 47 right now.
But like that, but it has to tie to get to the tie-breaking vote, right? So it can be close, but like, you're not going to tie even if it's that close. You'd have in order for it to tie.
Well, that's also assuming that every single Republican would vote with the party. I mean, you're starting to see some sort of dissent with.
But like, even if you saw the dissent, like, how would it?
Like
well,
Rand
53,
Paul
it's not going to tie at all, right? Because it's an odd number. But, like, wouldn't it have to?
Like, you have to be it's a 50-50 vote, and
yeah, which is good. I don't. It's going to be hard to get a 50-50 vote, or I don't know how hard, but when it's like 53-47 or whatever.
You just need 3 people to defect from the Republican Party. I don't think it'd be that hard.
But that would, I guess if 3, yeah. It'd have to be 3 exactly though. Yeah. Oh, he did break the tie-breaking vote on the big beautiful bill. So there was that.
Someone posted furry vor in my Discord server, and I'm banning them.
But
It's
yeah,
rough.
yeah. I mean, obviously the establishment cucks any day. But
Yes.
okay, just quote unquote closings here, I guess. And then
Yeah,
I don't know if there's any.
It's just been a shit show. It was a good
common ground.
as much as this was like a debate, I guess. I think this is more of a discussion.
Yeah, for
Even though
sure.
it was
Yeah.
really more you going after me than anything. We were, at least me personally, my goal with this conversation was, I don't know, to try to get further to some sort of truth and further towards some sort of logical argument. So
Well, you
I
always
appreciate
get further
you
to the
dealing with
truth.
my
when you talk to me, because act utilitarianism mogs, okay? Total hedonic
clearly
act utilitarianism. Abort all the non-vegans. That was a good clip.
I'm gonna clip that. I'm gonna upload it to Shorts. I'm gonna upload it to Twitter. I'm gonna tag you specifically. Every single post you post from now on, there's gonna be a reply. You'll be like, oh, who's replied to my post? Oh, at that guy is North on Twitter. Oh, what is he posting? Non-fun clip. Abort all the non-vegans.
Dude, have I told you, dude? The best thing Trump has done, okay, has been the renovations at the White House. I don't know about the new renovations for sure. I'd have to look at the land area being covered.
Are you talking about the gold thing?
But
or
so he covered the rose garden and pavement, right? Which reduces the wild habitat for insects, which reduces the future insect population and thereby reduces insect suffering. And the new renovations, the ballroom, I don't know if there's going to be more or less land area covered because he is demolishing part of the east wing.
Have you seen what it looks like, the ballroom renovations? Have you seen like the photos?
Yeah.
Of him, they're bulldozing fucking part of the White House.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
But I don't know. I think more land is going to be covered by the new ballroom, but I don't know for sure. If more land is covered by the ballroom,
more land
insect,
is there.
Like
I think it was like an outdoor like patio where it was like a garden or something like that where they held outdoor events, and they're turning that entire area to a ballroom. It's gonna look like shit, but
another Trump W. Insect suffering reduced. He read the blog post. Convert your lawn to a gravel lawn to reduce insect suffering. Let's go. Trump is goated. Best president of my lifetime. Another all the base.
Trump he's selling federal land to be developed as well, which means
that would
less
be well.
wild animals.
You could probably there might be better ways to do it. I mean, I would prefer selling it in like we would have to have some tax or whatever. But like you could develop it by just like leasing it out and still owning it. You don't technically, I guess, have to sell it, but yeah, it is based to somehow get it developed.
In terms of like benefiting the government, yeah, it would make more sense to lease it out than sell it, because then you could still use the land as a collateral, right, for like loans and stuff. But if you sell it straight up,
well, there's that, and I mean, it's just
you
it's
no
like a
longer
stream.
have the collateral.
I mean, it's obviously a lump sum payment for the land versus like a continuous like concession style arrangement. Now there's a paper. I haven't fully read it or anything. There's a paper looking at this. It was funny because Econoboy cited it in his one of his new articles, and Econoboy wrote an article
still
about
making content. I thought he was, or is he just out of drama?
No. He's
his
out with his streaming game and everything. He like deleted his Twitter. He doesn't stream at all anymore. He will stream. Actually, he set up a debate like before he retired, and it's going to be like next month. So he will stream one last time next month. He's moderating. He's not debating.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's between like two big people he's teased, but he's not said who exactly. So that'll be fun to watch. But like he still writes Substack pieces from time to time. So he wrote one about like federal lands, and he wrote a new one about like airports or whatever. And he mentioned the kind of what I was talking about. Like you could either sell the land and have a lump sum payment, like governments could just sell an airport and have a lump sum payment, or they could do what some governments did and have a concession style arrangement where they still own the airport, but they lease it out to like private management. That way the airport presumably still has like some profit incentive because it's under private management. It still matters to the owner whether it's profitable or not. But the government still has a consistent stream of income from it because someone's like renting it out. But that arrangement still performed worse than just selling it off. Like in terms of the efficiency of the airport, that performed worse than just selling it off entirely.
Wait,
So-
how does it work between like taxing it versus getting a like a lump, or not a lump sum payment, but like a leasing payment? Exactly. Like what would be the
Oh,
difference
those are
between that?
well. That's what's funny
Um,
is that those are the I mean, that's kind of
No, what happened?
my camera. Oh, oh, what the hell? Okay, well, give me a second, but I'll fix that. But there we go.
Boy.
Woohoo! Oh my god, it's doing a fucking thing again. But yeah, I mean, that'd be the argument that like I would make actually, is that like you can just tax it and have it like obviously
It'd be like more efficient.
the concession style thing is a consistent stream of income, but so is just taxing it after you sell it completely. So like I would just prefer you do that, and there's less potential for mismanagement, I believe.
What's your opinion on what is land value tax? I've heard a lot of socialist types bring it up, but
Oh, I mean,
we've
it
talked
shouldn't
about
even
this
be.
before.
I mean, you know, some socialists might. It makes sense why some socialists would bring it up too. But I mean, obviously, like it is just a like efficient tax, regardless of any of the sort of more socialist arguments you can make for it. I mean, really, you know, it should be you know, both sides should support a land value tax, at least to some extent. People might exaggerate kind of how good it would be. It would probably not have a meaningful effect on affordable housing, for instance, but people say it would. But I mean, it's a good efficient tax because the supply of land is like basically perfectly inelastic. So
It's the you need to create an incentive in order for land not just to be static in one person's possession, but ability to be fluid and spent.
well, so the thing people get the reason why land value tax is a good tax is because it doesn't change incentives. So relative to a property tax, you could say like it does change incentives because like with a property tax, it probably depends kind of on locality, I think, but you know, generally like the more property you have, the more it is taxed, right? A land value tax obviously excludes property, so you wouldn't have that issue. But the reason why land value tax is a good tax is not because it provides good incentives, it's because it provides no change in incentives, right? Like the same opportunities that would have been profitable before are still profitable now. Same thing of things that aren't profitable. Like it's you know, that's the reason why it's good. But yeah.
Is there anyone that you recommend me reading up on this specifically? Land
Yeah, I'll
like
send
tax
you-
systems and all that.
Actually, I'll link you a blog post or two of his. There's a guy named Bethan's Bulldog I really like. I've talked to him a few times. But yeah, he's a good blogger. He's like where I originally found some of these arguments from. He didn't like make all them on his own because people have been talking about this for hundreds of years, obviously. But like, for example, like the bomb
He's
in
a
the park.
plagiarist. How dare he?
True. Well, you know, I mean, he is the like first. I don't want to say the first the first like modern style utilitarian was Jeremy Bentham. And like Bethan, obviously Betham's Bulldog is where he got the name from. Okay, so Truth Nuke is a plagiarist. But yeah, he has a lot of good articles on utilitarianism, a few on veganism, a few on miscellaneous topics. So he's a good dude. I like him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw
Anyway,
his
yeah, I'll
name
send you.
pop up briefly when I was doing my very little research on utilitarianism before this discussion.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, he's a. I'll send you. I can send you some of his blog posts. Like the bomb example or whatever was like I got that from him. I don't know if that's an original thing to him or not, but I got it from one of his blog posts. I think some of the other things were from him too. But yeah, you know, I guess shout yourself out to anyone who's still around on my stream. And then
Are you talking about the paradox for weak deontology? That's what you're talking about, or something else?
No. Remember the example I gave of the bomb in the park that you dug up?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wasn't that in this article that you sent right here, the bomb article? Or was it something else?
Did I send the bomb article to you? I might have sent the bomb article to you.
You sent the paradox for weak deontology by Michael Humer.
No, that's about the dials. That's the torture transfer.
That's what
with
the dial. Oh,
dials.
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. I can send you the.
Obviously, I haven't had the opportunity to. Yeah, send me the one on the bomb. Send me the one on the dial, and then.
Yeah. But yeah, I think tell anyone in my chat who you are, I guess.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I'm North. I am a never Trump Republican, a real Republican, one might say, because I believe in actual conservative values like lower taxes, limited government, fiscal responsibility, strong United States military, strong U.S. borders, believing in individual rights and all that jazz. I think the Trump administration basically violates all of those conservative values, and I want to purge populism from my party because they don't actually believe in anything. There's no sort of ideological consistency. You can find me at YouTube, looking up at North is Live in the search bar, or you can find me on X at That Guy Is North. So, would appreciate
yeah.
any follow.
I'm shouting
shout
myself
yourself
out
out.
to your audience too, of course. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I totally forgot. I turned these off when I think I had some.
Oh, yeah.
When I had some
Camera issues.
fucking online
The
conference.
top one is what it looks good on my end.
Yeah. Like on my screen, the bottom one looks good because Discord and your stuff. I just have both because.
Well, yeah, because it flips it.
Different platforms were mirror, not mirror. So yeah, I'm Nonfun. You can find me on Twitch and Kick and Twitter and Instagram at Nonfun420. I stream on basically every platform. I don't stream on Instagram. On YouTube, I'm Nonfun, where you can go watch a bunch of my old debates and everything, and I also stream there. So go check out a bunch of my old debates, mostly about economic stuff. Not a lot of them. A few of them are about abortion. I talked to, for example, one of the Jubilee people, Micah Kanako, who's like a MAGA Jubilee guy. I talked to him about abortion, and I talked to him about some Trump like tariff stuff as well. I have a lot of debates on tariffs and Trump and the economy and immigration and stuff like that. So if that's of interest to you, go check me out. I'm gonna be streaming for a little bit here still, so I don't know if North is ending, but if he is, you can come over to me because I'm cool.
I don't know. I feel I've been pretty brain dead since like 6 o'clock. As I said, I woke up at 3 a.m. this morning and I couldn't go back to sleep. I thought about drinking a bunch of caffeine before this sort of discussion, but I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, which has been really fucked recently. So I don't know if I'll continue streaming. Probably not. So how do I rate you on YouTube, by the way?
You might not be
Or
able
do I
to if
just
you're
like
not
tell people to
affiliate
go to
or
your
whatever.
channel? I'm not an affiliate, no.
I don't know. You might have to unlock it or whatever. If you aren't going to stream more, and if you have it, I think you hit in your like YouTube dashboard thing, which I don't know. I think you use Stream Elements, so I don't even know if you know where that is exactly.
I have a YouTube dashboard that gives me like concurrent viewers, chat rate, and views, or like a
yeah. If you hit
control
like stream settings on the very left tab, I don't know.
well,
Like I said, I don't even know if you're gonna have
do
it.
this
But
on like the actual website in and of itself.
yeah, hold on. Let me just you go to basically where you change the title at. I don't know if you know where that is on YouTube's end, and then you go to, I believe, customization. Yeah, you go to customization,
and
then if you have it, which I don't know if you will, there'll be a button that says redirect. You need to add, and then you will have to search me or find subscribe. It should.
Participant modes, reactions, and message delay. So yeah, it looks like I have no ability to.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you have it or not.
I went
but,
in the stream. I'm just gonna say everyone go to youtube.com/nonfun.
Real. Well, yeah. Yeah. Well, don't in stream if you don't want to have anything. Okay. I don't need your viewers. No, but
You
yeah.
don't even like 5 viewers. You're saying that you don't want to double your viewership. I don't know how many people are watching you right now.
Well, right now
But
it's
I
just
usually
10,
average,
but
like,
it might drop off a bit. But we'll see.
10.
10
10
on YouTube.
Gosh.
It fluctuates a bit. People come in and realize we're talking about boring things and then leave. So I have 3 on Twitch and then.
I don't want to deal with my my mental retardation.
Yeah.
Of course.
And then I don't have any on Kick, unfortunately. Sadly, unbelievable. But yeah, okay. Well, I appreciate it. I guess.
You usually have like a lot on Twitter. I see you at like 26.
That's not I don't know if you know. That's not concurrent. That's just total views.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah,
Fuck.
Twitter has no way to view concurrent viewers. That's all just total. But yeah.
Thank you, Elon Musk.
Well, I appreciate it. Obviously, we'll talk more. I think for the most part, when we talk, we're going to be agreeing again. But we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, well, I'll hop into your stream maybe a couple times. And if I have any questions or want to bounce some ideas off you, I'll
Sure.
definitely do that. Alrighty.
All
Well,
right. Oh,
I'll leave
yeah.
you a good night. A good discussion. I want to 3 hours. Oh boy. Almost 4.
Yeah,
All
3
right.
hours, 30 minutes I've been recording. It says so, yeah.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Wow. Wow. Ugh, that was fun. That's crazy, for real. I don't know what to say. Yeah, fun time. North and non-fawn, brothers forever. As always, okay. I guess I can move this to old debates or whatever. Oh my god, I hate Notion actually. Or kill me. Wait, how do I? Am I stupid? I'll move to old debates. There we go. Yeah, all right, okay. What else was I going to do on stream today? Zorhan Flagrant? Yeah, that's in here. Don't worry. Okay, bruh. All right. Jeez, okay, back to doing what non-fawn is best at, okay? No more nuanced debates over
Come through weird Maharaja Suites.
loud over act utilitarianism and veganism and abortion ethics, okay? Only the purest of slop and shitting on the left nonetheless, okay? No more disagreements with the right, okay? Now we're back to shitting on my own party here. Okay, don't care about the stupid intro stuff. It's so over. It's so over. Oh my, I haven't seen this yet, but I know he's gonna do well. He's gonna do so well. Zorhan's gonna do really well, and it's I'm gonna be doomer pilled. And populism's gonna win.
Over summer. It's not 85 by the end of this interview.
We're gonna work on it. Dude, you've done like I want to give you like a few compliments here, but they're also like very validating because I think every week I'm talking to Charlemagne and we're talking with the boys here on the pods, and it's like we keep on saying, hey, Democrats, can you please just run for something and not against somebody? Yep. It is a very simple solution, but I think people
real
at their
though
core want to feel like their issues are addressed, and their concerns are met. Not simply that guy bad. Yeah. And then you guys have done it masterfully. Obviously, you're a great talent. And your team is phenomenal. Zara, I know you're listening. You're great. Give us a little more time. You're great. But it was really validating to see that. Yeah. It's like, wow, if you talk about the issues people care about and say that you're going to do something about it, they will support you. What a fucking crazy idea.
It's also crazy. The things that I would say you inspire change.
I mean, to be clear, it's not entirely wrong, but also to be clear, it is New York City. To be fair, it's fucking New York City. Now, not that the sort of generalized lesson, which I think is probably good, of actually be for something and not just against something. That's probably part of the reason Kamala lost. Is it does seem like to a lot of people was just anti-Trump and didn't have strong enough policy of her own. Even if I did, I do think she had, decently nuanced policy eventually. But it is New York City. They are a bunch of progressive folks over there. You're my favorite vegan streamer. Well, I appreciate it, Amphibian Orca. Hell yeah.
And hope. The last great Democrat, those were kind of his mantras, or however you'd say. Yeah. Change and hope, and that's what you inspire.
Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think that's been lost a little bit.
I mean, I appreciate you guys. I think it's just, there's been a lot of lecturing and not much listening. And we saw a swing towards Trump here in New York City
What the
in the
fuck?
last general
Oh,
election.
Zotero updater.
Billy was dead. Who the hell made that? What the fuck are we even talking about?
Those guys.
Yeah.
I can't believe they did this. What a frat noise, dude.
But it was there are a lot of caricatures of who Trump voters are. And in New York City, we saw the swing was actually in the heart of immigrant New York. And I went to Hillside Avenue in Queens. I went to Fordham Road in the Bronx. And I asked New Yorkers, who did you vote for and why? And I met the vast majority of them were Trump voters. And I asked them why, and it just came back to cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And if I had spent that time lecturing them as to why they were wrong, as opposed to listening to them as to how we could get right, then we would run a very different campaign.
And this is one thing I said I wanted to talk about. I feel like establishment Democrats don't understand a pretty simple thing. We want to vote for someone who might make things better. Even if the risk is it will make things worse. A lot of people voted for Trump because he might make things better, and the other person is saying, I wouldn't change anything. Things are not good. And
It's so over. It's so over. I don't even know. It's just gonna doom or fill me. I'm telling you, it's just gonna doom or fill me. Is it people like he literally like just said, even if it like risks things getting worse, and he's not wrong. Okay, voters they like
Democrats don't understand a pretty simple thing. We want to vote for someone who might make things better. Even if the risk is it will make things worse. A lot of people voted for Trump because he might.
Half the median voters are probably like this, but oh my god, it's just gonna doom pill me. 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 But for how long though? How long what?
Might make things better, and the other person is saying, I wouldn't change anything. Things are not good. In New York, things are not good right now. The other guy, to me, just saying it's the same.
Oh yeah, not to hijack the convo, but as a vegan, what's your favorite pie? Dude, I don't eat pie very often. I don't think I've had pie since I've gone vegan. Because I've been vegetarian for I was vegetarian for like 10, 11 years or something before going vegan, like 3 months ago, basically. And I don't think in those 3 months I've had pie.
It's a privilege to maintain the status quo. You know what I mean? Like if like we're privileged, like it's very nice to know that we're going to be okay.
No, we can't afford more the same.
Why shouldn't the median voter vote for Trump after they got poorer under Biden? Metro, you know the answer to that. Game end yourself.
Here's the thing, like it's so funny because I saw it was like Tucker Carlson and Charlie Kirk, and they were talking about you. I don't know if you remember this.
I didn't see this.
But they were speaking, and it was almost like the shoehorn theory. Have you ever seen that? Like political.
I know. It's actually over. It's actually over. He's not even wrong. It's actually over. Like I don't even have anything. Am I gonna have anything? You've seen this, money. Am I gonna have anything meaningful to add to this all the time? Okay, he's not even wrong. Zorhan and Tucker Carlson probably do agree on 30% of fucking things, okay, or whatever, because they're both just anti-establishment people, and it's gonna do well to voters as well. Oh my god, it's a shame the ideas are. It's a shame the ideas are bad. If only the ideas were good. Speak the truth, Daddy. Well, thanks. Welcome in, Sully Socks. Also, what's up north? Have you tried pumpkin pie, apple pie, sweet potato pie? I mean, I've had them before, but I don't know if any of them I had before going vegan were vegan, right? I'm assuming most pie has butter and or eggs in it. It's not over. We just have to adjust who we see as our political allies. Listen, I'm being hyperbolic when I say it's over. But it's over. I chill on my alt account base. Blah, 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 blah. It's worked for me. 20 bucks. Exclamation point TTS in the chat.
Politically what happened to them. Oh, sorry.
Actually, I should have it pinned. I don't have it pinned right now.
They were basically saying that you were meeting the moment in terms of what people are concerned with, right? And it's obviously cost of living, and it's like I think it's so specific. I think it's rent, and I think everything is derivative of rent.
First work.
Yeah.
And
it's the number one
I
issue in the
guess.
city.
the number, bro. I started looking up numbers because like I think a 2-bedroom 6 years ago was the average 2-bedroom compared to right now. I think has gone up 90%.
I mean, it's untenable, right? Like, I think this is the thing that
90%, almost doubled in 6 years.
That's great.
how are people?
By the way, I think is the video like quiet for you guys? Because I've succeeded in making my mic louder without having it peak too much. So I think I should probably have the video volume adjusted up. I noticed that when I checked back the last stream I had. Tell me if
People supposed to keep up
if the video ever gets too loud.
with this,
When
and I think what's
increase
so
it a little bit.
kind of
It's not laggy. And that's not the lag is the problem. It's the volume. What I said.
what you guys were saying. If the politics on offer is right now is as good as it's ever going to get, that's not good enough for the vast majority of people.
And I think it speaks to how out of touch a lot of them are.
Yeah, and I think it's just, you have, I spoke to a nurse who, after she finishes her shift, she drives for an hour and a half.
What's your answer to the Malayan dialogue in reference to elections, idealism versus realism? I don't know.
Leaving the state of New York to get to where she can
I don't know exactly what you're referring
That's what
to.
you're putting
but
working people through. People are living in Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Jersey City, commuting it.
Dude, white people,
I wouldn't mind communism if it meant $8 halal bowls. This is true. This is based. Non-fun would have passed the American Rescue Plan. Haven't I answered this before? I don't know if I would have. I don't know. I don't have a I don't know how much it influenced growth post-COVID, so it could have been worth it, but I don't know for sure. What's e to the power of 6? It's like they don't believe in compound interest, or that if they do, it's evil.
have to live in the outer boroughs. We need to fix this. What's going on here?
This is what happens when you call him a socialist. You got over
It's just like I'm going after a story. I'm going after Come on,
the Greeks are not white. No, but continue, please. Yeah, it is absurd.
North, you should just do whatever has a higher expected value, which is probably going to be most of the time the first one, but I mean there might be cases where the second one is more worth it in the long run, but I don't know. He would have been too ideologically captured by the MMT bros on his economic advisory board. This is real. I mean, listen, I would have more knowledge than Joe Biden, I bet, okay? I saw Clipper talking about Hassan, so funny to see. Oh, dude, during the fucking debate, that was wild, dog. It's really a wonderful sign when we have to have Zoran Mondami condemning Hassan. I think he did twice in the debate. Oh my god! I think it might have been he might have been condemned it once, but Cuomo mentioned him twice, bro. There's no way it's even a good strategy for Cuomo, right? Maybe it is, but there's no way. Bro, aren't all the boomers the ones voting for Cuomo? Like, do they care even? Like,
in order to afford her life, and there are obviously certain like circumstances that have created the situation. What I want to talk about more is because I looked at your plan to go fix it, and I would really like this to be able to happen. A lot of people are making this like impending war about you and Trump. I think it's going to be you and Albany, bro. Can you speak a little bit more on that? Like what you need Albany to essentially allow you to do?
Yeah.
There are restrictions in government. Like there are systems in place that don't allow you to do what you want, even if you think it's in the best interest of people, and even if that's what the people want. So how are you going to convince Hochul? How are you going to convince these people to allow you to enact these policies?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure Zoran's response has always just been, well, I have a plan and I think I'm going to make it work, and I have backup plans. Basically, I have 2 different tax plans or whatever that I can raise. MAGA and Mondami are made for each other. I mean, it's not even, I don't want to be like too, like, I think even if I lived in New York, I probably would vote for Mondami or whatever. Unfortunately, sadly, I think he's probably the best out of them. Part of the reason might be the best out of them is because I think a lot of his ideas won't get past the, New York boards or whatever that have to approve them. But I do just think MAGA, to be clear, to get the non-fawn position straight, like poses a much more salient threat to the country, poses a much bigger threat. How's Cuomo not better? Dude, I don't even think, obviously interpersonally, it might just be personally. I don't think interpersonally is the right word there. Obviously Cuomo's just a asshole personally. And then I don't even think most of his policy is significantly better. But
policies.
So New York City continues to be a creature of the state. New York City, if you have an ambition for the city.
So I don't want people who have a record of sexually assaulting people in office. That's probably just not a good thing. Not good character. I agree it doesn't always matter. And there's this obviously a scale at which I'd be okay with someone with worse character holding office if they have significantly better policy, but I don't know if that scale is met here. Would you create a left-wing MAGA to defeat MAGA? I don't know what that looks like exactly. I'm doing whatever has the highest expected value. The issue is it's just gonna be how persist is the long-term effect going to be worse essentially if the populist ideals just become more persistent if the left continues to adopt them more. and that might in the long run help MAGA as well. But you know,
city that
don't know
matches
how to
the
weigh
scale of
those
the crisis, you
concerns.
have to have an Albany agenda. So when de Blasio wanted to deliver universal pre-K, he knew he would have to go to Albany.
Why are we overlooking? Dude, I always could pronounce his name. The other dude, like like no, he's not gonna win. Hate to bring it to you, he's not gonna win. What's I don't know what the betting markets have him at right now. You know, we can look it up, but I bet it's, oh my god, I bet it's under 10%.
Yep.
To get that
for
money.
MAGA, Antifa's the MAGA, the left. This is truth.
He actually overcame the objections of then Governor Andrew Cuomo to get that money to make this a reality. Now it is one of the best examples of government actually meeting the needs of working people. And so when we talk about raising revenue, you know, raising taxes on the top 1% by 2%, the top corporate tax to match that of New Jersey, that's something we will do in Albany. And that's partially why the endorsements of governor.
Oh my god, it's worse than I thought. Oh my god, Zorhan's at 92.
Governor
Hochul. You almost said it. You almost said it.
I'm going to be taking that one.
You almost said it.
Governor
He's
Hochul.
posting on Instagram immediately.
See, the trauma is coming back. having to deal with that man so much. Governor Hochul, Assembly Speaker Carl Haystree, you know, Majority Leader of the State Senate Andrea Stewart Cousins. These are endorsements not just of me, but of the agenda. Because in Albany, it's often spoken about as 3 men in a room. Now it's 2 women and a man who are in that room, and to have the endorsements of all of them, huge. It's huge, and it paves the way.
I also think
for
it's
this agenda.
your political momentum, right?
Thank you.
No. And I mean that. I don't even mean it as a compliment. I mean, it's like a guy once told me, America doesn't have allies; it has interests, and I think that politicians are often that way. I can't speak about you, but like, Hochul needs re-election, and it's next year, right? I imagine she is thinking.
Antifa doesn't grind it a crash when they meet up. I do. I mean, actually, it wouldn't surprise me if they did. But yeah, you know, I haven't actually seen stories about that. But dude, I mean, there's got to be more. There's got to be some fucking going on at the Antifa conferences, bro. You can't tell me they ain't in a politics queue, okay?
Okay. If I raise taxes like you would want, I might lose some of my constituents. But she's also probably thinking, if this guy is such a tsunami and if I rebuke him, I could also lose people. So is your strategy to have so much support in a Trump-esque version, like he's the only other example I can see that has like found a way to completely transform his party? Is your strategy get so much support that Hochul's political future is dependent on her connectivity to you?
My strategy is to build the political will such that Governor Hochul has a partner in delivering universal child care. He's a politician. Governor Hochul has spoken. Governor Hochul has said she wants to deliver universal child care. What she's had in the mayor we have right now is someone more focused on getting out of jail than actually funding these kinds of programs.
Party, we're going to bring 11 to New York. That is a fire idea. You shouldn't even know what that is.
I didn't know what it was until you posted the clip, and I was like,
and now you're like, let him get That's all you need to say.
You can still bring it though. America Fast before, because
Okay, talking about policy again. Okay.
So I think it's what are you using your political capital for? Because the same people who will say, oh, we can't afford free buses, we can't afford $700 million a year in making the slowest buses in America fast and free.
I don't agree with that. I think you can.
Spend billions of dollars getting out of jail.
I also, on the website, I also think this idea that like New Yorkers are going to flee because of a 2% increase. It's like, I've been everywhere else. You're not going anywhere.
It's not even I don't believe it's a 2% like marginal tax increase, right? I believe it's like a 2% on your entire income. So it's like it's like not entirely insane or anything, but like the 2% income tax or whatever means like if you make over $1 million, you're paying like an extra, I think, $22,000 every year on your tax bill or whatever. Plus, that's not even accounted for the corporate tax and stuff. That's just the income tax surcharge.
Blackman's not going nowhere. He's going to be in the Hamptons all fucking
only one place to write those tweets.
That's it.
New York City. Every character you want.
AC goes out in July in Miami. He's sweating writing tweets. There's
He's
no way.
spending more money against me than I would even tax him. Everyone's like $1 million. Like $1 million. I'm like, how do you even want that? You don't want to be on.
Okay, but so I
It's so effective too. It's so good. It's so good. He's so good. Oh, he's so good.
I don't think anybody's moving, and I honestly feel that way. And like, I'm in the tax bracket. We're going to tax more. Like, dude, if you're going to deliver all this shit for 2%, give it. I'm 100% supportive. It makes life easier for New Yorkers. This is my one identity in my entire life is a New Yorker. It's the thing I care the most about. But what I will say is that I think that there are going to be people in government that are going to try to restrict you from doing that, and I know that you're aware of that. So I'm like, how? And there are people that might disagree on economic policy. We can have like a philosophical discussion about like what economic policy works. But I don't even know. I think that's like a waste of time. What the fuck do you do?
I'm there. If I say what I want to say, I'm gonna be banned on Twitch.
when special interest groups are going to be lobbying like crazy. They're going to say, I want to build 200,000 units. And then the second you try, they're going to be like, well, not in my neighborhood, I don't.
Yeah. I mean, you have
How
to,
do you do that?
You have to be ready to
Fixed kick, bruh.
take on these fights. You cannot be
He's
naive
taking
to
on
the
it right
fact.
now. Special interest groups are.
But I mean, I appreciate the point because there is a reason
Okay, wait, assume both Cuomo and Mondami would serve 8 years in office. Reasonable given history. Okay.
why we haven't had progress.
I don't know. Like, my understanding, Cuomo, like, is obviously not going to do city-owned grocery stores, but I don't even think Cuomo's policies are like that incredibly different. Like, he's not going to do like the rent freeze in city-owned grocery stores. Other than that, he might not do the tax stuff that I don't even think that likely won't even get through. The boards and state government that Zorhan would have to go through anyway. Is there anything else that's like significantly different from Mondami that I'm missing?
Right. If you look, for example, at the Department of Education, this is the agency we spend the most amount of money on in any agency in New York City.
Yep.
Of the $40 billion we spend about $10 billion on contracts and consultants.
Yeah.
Those are a lot of people who
Didn't I remember, I think the Center for New Liberalism put out like a ranking of everyone's policies or whatever, but they didn't have, they didn't put either Cuomo or Zorhan on it. How did the debate go? Pretty good. I mean, definitely like more of a, like it was a pretty nice discussion as I like expected, like, you know, not a hardcore epic heated debate or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's I thought it went well. I thought, you know, when it was more heated, I still think I came out on top in those moments where it was like a serious debate. Say NYC GMP grows 0.5% slower per year on a Mondami baseline, 3% plus 2% growth favors cities, not Sunbelt, so it's 2.5 versus 3. I don't even like so if Zorhan got all his plans through, that might be the case, especially the corporate tax plan. But I don't even know. It'd be bad for New York, obviously, but also I think like a lot of obviously to the extent capital flees New York, it probably would just go to like Jersey City or whatever, so it wouldn't actually be like that bad for America. But I don't know. So this year is 2.3 trillion difference. Are you these? So the 0.5% slower per year on the Mondami or whatever. Is that just like, what is that? Is that from anything? Is that using any, like, are we taking elasticities from historical examples of corporate tax increases, or are we just assuming that? It's not entirely implausible to me, but.
who are looking forward to the renewal of their contract.
No, it's to educate you nerds at Bronx Science. Some of us dumb kids that went to regular public school, we don't need all that money, you know?
Where'd you go to high school?
Baruch College Campus.
What was your mascot?
The Blue Devils.
All right.
Yeah, which
It's
we
actually
just
the White Devils.
Oh,
Isn't that funny? Who knew? I mean, let's talk about that.
Dude, kill me.
And so there will be a lot.
What's up?
So I was just chatting with my coworker. I just got home from work, and we were talking a little bit about MAGA and politics and such. Hit me with your. Well, I should preface. We were talking about how the majority of MAGA Republicans are either single issue voters or are not astutely aware of anything economics wise.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to ask you what your like main point that you could have against a MAGA Republican about like Trump's policies or anything like that. Just if you had one ultimate dunk on Trump's economics, what would that dunk be?
If I'm just restricting myself to one policy on his economics, I feel like tariffs might not even be like the worst from like GDP or investment or whatever, but they're like definitely the most salient because of the price increases they would also lead to for the average person. So probably the tariffs.
Is there any benefit from tariffs for Americans?
On like, there are going to be certain sectors that are helped, but that's true of almost any policy. Like on net, I don't think so.
But on net being like, so the whole sector across all of America, it's going to be a negative to impose tariffs. Is there any sector of the economy that like is hit the hardest by the particular tariffs that he's implemented, or is that too specific?
I don't know which sector's been hit. There's probably data out there, but like obviously, like I mean, it's going to be mostly like retail stuff and like goods manufacturers basically, because they import a lot of their own. Like they import a lot of equipment. Retailers obviously are going to be importing, like even like wholesale places and Amazon are going to be importing a lot of the goods they sell on their sites and retail stores. So,
and then the purpose of tariffs from the Republican standpoint is we want Americans making these products.
Mhm.
So they're going the localist route, but from American standpoint, and they don't like other countries. Is that the gist of it?
hard to know what people actually, what like the people in the administration actually think. That is some of the rhetoric is, yeah, we want Americans to be making stuff again.
Okay.
Some of it is also we want to pay our debt down or whatever with the revenue from tariffs. We want to use them as some epic negotiation tool to get all these super great, epic, awesome Trump deals.
Have we gotten any super epic Trump deals yet?
I mean, I would say no. I don't think there's. I don't know if I would say any have been net good, and I think even if some of them had maybe been net good, I'm not convinced you couldn't have gotten them at a lower cost. Like if we just didn't freak out the entire world by Trump unilaterally imposing a bunch of tariffs one day.
I gotcha. So tariffs are not good, is what you're saying, in general.
Believe it or not, yeah.
All right. I'll have to keep this in my back pocket. All right. As you were talking about whoever this.
And also, hold on real quick. Someone in chat mentioned this. I should probably. This is a good point too. Do we have any deals actually signed on paper yet? Last I checked, we didn't. It is important to mention most of the deals Trump has gotten or whatever are like non-legally binding phase 1 agreements and are not like actually completed legally binding deals that are super effective or anything. Most of them are like any of the quote unquote deals he's got are just like a 10-page document that the UK signed that says like, we agree in principle that we will try to do this one day. It's not really like a hardcore deal.
By 2087, we're gonna lower our taxes on you guys by 1%. Gotcha. Yeah. Wonderful. All right. Well, have fun with Zoran Ma'am Danny on Freezing Rent.
Yep.
A lot of interest in retaining that status.
New Wordle.
Right now, the city of New York will pay McKinsey a few $1 million to design a trash can. McKinsey's not going to be happy when I say we don't need you to design that anymore. We can actually design that ourselves. The Second Avenue subway, which is the most recent extension of New York City subway.
Shut that shit down, bro.
The conservative estimate given corporate tax and wealth flight estimates, like source. I don't know. Like it when you say wealth, sorry, you didn't say wealth tax. You said wealth flight or whatever. I don't like. Is there? There's data you can find out there. Maybe I'll do a deeper dive into it. If you can link anything, that'd be good. I'm not like entirely, like I said, if I voted for Zorhan, it'd be like a suck it up. Oh my God, vote for Zorhan. So like I could be convinced if I saw enough evidence, but.
Okay, that's not where I'm going.
Ain't nobody need a subway on Second Avenue.
Why are you and Curtis Lee was so against the Second Avenue subway?
Because we're from Manhattan.
You don't want to get to 125th Street?
Never go to Upper East Side. I went to middle school there. I went to elementary school. You don't go there now. I know, but so I don't. No, the last place we get subway is on the Upper East Side. They're gonna be okay. They're not leaving. Bring the subway down to Tribeca or something.
Wherever you are.
Connect the Q train to something. You don't take the subway. You don't take the subway. So what? It's not about that. You know what I mean? I'm here giving my 2%. I'm not to the Second Avenue subway. I'm not gonna stay another 2% on Second Avenue. Tell them walk 2 more blocks and then take the 6.
Look, I think we gotta go from 96th Street to 120th.
Did you just hear what he says? He goes,
That's right. That's 8 blocks mathematically.
Why are you trying to build more white people subways, man?
Look at this. So you were fine with the Second Avenue subway, 72nd, 86, 96, but you don't want to go to 125?
I never wanted it at any of those. Here's my point. There's always been against the Second Avenue subway. They want to live over there.
Ooh, Wordle in 4. Goated. skill-based. And vegan. Vegan failed. Vegan failed. Okay, look at this dude. All right.
That shit was horrible. I had to walk the day I walked. I was walking to York Avenue in shorts. Fucking December. You know, put an 11. Put an 11 on the Second Avenue subway. Use the polls for something. That's his point.
Here's my point, though, is that people in Harlem were promised a subway to 125th Street on 2nd Avenue decades ago.
Yeah.
And it's taken us so long to even get to this.
Why didn't we start with them?
We had to connect it.
What is it? Well, you could connect it the other way too. We could have started up there.
But where are they going to take
Dude, I don't even know. I haven't played enough New York City subway builder to understand half of this shit, bro.
It sounds like you want to create a Department of Government Efficiency. Kind of sounds like.
All right, let's see. Right? Can we at least get a little bit of abundance, bro? Zorhan here, okay? Can we at least get some abundance platitudes? I'm praying. Say it. Say the name.
I said I was in favor of it. This liberal cuck when it was a Republican idea, hated it, and now I'm in favor. Now look at him nodding.
We're not gonna judge people who like to watch others have sex with their wives. That is their.
Okay, dude, is this even?
Bring it back to efficiency.
Okay, sorry.
Bring it back to waste.
Some people say that's efficient anyway.
These are actually the concerns that should be at the heart of a progressive politics.
Yes.
Because I want to increase taxes on the top 1% by 2%, and I also want those same New Yorkers to be able to look at that increased revenue and say every single one of these dollars is being spent efficiently.
Yeah.
It can't be in and of itself the reason why you do it. It has to be what you deliver with that.
I think like Doge was universally supported before it became what it was. But the idea
it was never actually intended to fulfill the intentions.
Yeah,
But the intentions.
The intentions are right. I think most people agree. Let's eliminate it.
I love that. Guys, generational triumph tour.
Okay, well, listen to. I don't even care. Listen to him defend the rent freeze. I don't even know if there's anything else I care about in here.
See there.
So if rent is the most important issue, which I think we all agree, it's like fucking absurd.
Base Metro.
The rent freeze was like incredibly effective communication, right? This idea, because everybody else is talking about, we're going to build all these units. When you're drowning, you're not worried about like someone building you a boat. You need a life vest. I get that 100%. I think that makes sense.
Wow.
You correct me if I'm wrong, but I think
it's already rent stabilized. If they increase at like 3% a year or something, dude, they increase below the rate of inflation the last like 2-3 years or whatever, bro.
You can do that to like about 50% of the units in New York.
Yeah,
because those are like,
apartments pretty much.
They're like the rent stabilizer, rent controlled.
About 2.5 million New Yorkers live in these kinds of apartments.
Got it. Yeah. How do you offer relief to the other 50%? And let me just clarify to people listening, like those other 50%.
Wait, to be clear, Metro, there are I might even have numbers on this if I scroll through some of the references and this stuff. There are like just estimates of the elasticity of like investment to corporate taxes, right? Like you should like there. I know there's evidence about capital flight and corporate taxes because I read a thing about it relatively recently, but it was mostly about to what extent the corporate tax falls on labor because of capital relocation. Not this. Dude, did I even put it in here? Kill me. Kill me. Oh no. It's literally the first one. I'm just stupid. Capital flight is impossibly difficult to estimate, especially with forward-looking agents. This is mostly stuff about the incidence of the corporate tax on labor, on wages and prices, but a lot of the reason it would fall on labor is because of capital mobility. So I wonder if they just have estimates for capital mobility in some of these papers as well.
50% aren't necessarily people who are wealthy.
They're just living in market rate units.
People that work here, and they just didn't have the ability to get one of these, rent control units.
And so I'd first say there's rent control, which is a very small minority. The vast majority of what we're talking about is rent stabilization. Rent stabilization means there's a limit on how much your rent can increase every year. It's not what your rent is, it's what the increase will be. And it's all determined by a board called the Rent Guidelines Board, composed of 9 people that the mayor appoints.
You can appoint them.
Yes.
But I think the appointing process might even take a little bit, right? It's not like day one you do it.
It is.
Apparently that doesn't count as a life vest, by the way.
It's each of these terms are on kind of a rotating basis. And there are a number of these terms that are open right now.
Got it. So you can point some, and there might be some people that are empathetic to your philosophies already.
Yeah, because they actually did a study. That same board, under Eric Adams, did a study. It found that landlord profits had increased 12% of those units. In the same year, the median household income of tenants of those units was $60,000. And with that information, they decided to let's not get rent again. So it actually doesn't have to do with the data.
Got it.
But the point that you're making is right, which is that we have to have a housing policy for all 8.5 million people. And that's why you couple a rent freeze with construction of 200,000 truly affordable homes. The reason I say truly
let's go.
is because
can we say the name? Say
Say the name.
I'll
Say
call
the
a constituent,
name.
I'll say, there's a new affordable housing development coming up. Do you want to apply? They'll say, how much do I have to make? I say $140,000. They hang up the phone.
Yeah, affordable housing.
Because how are they going to afford that, right?
Yeah.
And so my point is thinking about affordability more with the median household income
Say
in
it.
New York City, which is
Say
$70,000
it.
for a family.
Yeah,
of four.
Say it.
I love it.
So you have to increase that, and you have to make it easier for the private sector to also build.
I agree with you 100%.
Say it. I know it's on the tip of his tongue. Abundance. Say it. Say the name. Obviously, the like the truly affordable housing part or whatever, like there's reasons to believe all housing construction will bring housing prices down. There's a filtering effect. A lot of the low-income housing of today is the, you know, luxury developments of yesterday. All housing is housing. When there's new luxury apartments being built, a lot of times you'll find people, you know, upper income people will move to those houses from the houses they're in, and that, you know, this chain will keep happening until you get to the lowest income earners. You know, that is a thing that happens. There are like cases. It's obviously not possible to have cases where you see basically building new housing or whatever, especially luxury housing, like makes a place more desirable to live. You could have cases where essentially the demand for housing could be flat or upward sloping, but I don't think that empirically happens very often in the U.S.
Like, I think Ezra Klein put out a great book that I think that he's been like unfairly maligned by a lot of people on the left, but like where he's just going, hey, I appreciate democratic policies. I want to implement them. I think they're better for people.
If he says that,
there are certain
I'll be impressed. He said it before. I think he would try to avoid the association of Ezra. He's not particularly liked by this, the socialist types. I mean, he makes it. He does his own spin. So like the thing he said before is abundance for the 99% or whatever, right? But I mean, he likes at least playing into some of the YIMBY stuff. Oh man, I have a quick question. I guess you can ask it. What would Trump be if he? What would it be like if Trump played
things
robot?
that we need
Oh
to
man.
remove so that we can be competitive in an open market.
And I think that there's a truth to that. Where, look, I'm somebody who believes in the public sector. I believe in regulation.
Yeah.
I also believe that if I can't give you the reason for the regulation, then it has no reason to exist. I cannot justify a restaurant giving the city every year $25 for the right to sell a frozen dessert. That doesn't make sense.
Which is why I say it. I'll have the small business czar.
I cannot justify someone wants to open a barbershop, filling out 24 forms, going to 7 agencies, and then attending 12 in-person events. That does not make sense to me.
Right.
So I think that there is a truth to some of the regulations we've created have made it far more difficult to build housing.
Yep.
And even the justifications we used back then are not the ones that have been borne out today. So we need to change those.
So how do we, first of all, I completely agree. And as like someone who has someone renovating above me, please believe I like the fact that there is regulation. You know what I mean? Like I have a kid who's 21 months old. It's like they want to sleep, and if somebody's 21. This guy's a
21 months old.
Yes. So and she'll never listen to 21 Savage. And, apologies. No. And
Wow.
So like probably acknowledge this, that like even freezing rent within the controllable units that you have could cause like a surplus pressure in the non-controlled units, and those might go up. So while we protect those 50%, the other people who are making the same amount of money as them, because of those market pressures, could have increased rent.
Corporations are going to make their money.
And that's why you have to take this as an opportunity to also tackle the costs that landlords are facing. Because when I speak
There's
to
a transcript
landlords,
for abundance, dude. I want to watch
I hear that the
3 more
insurance
minutes of this,
affordable
bro.
housing units has
I don't
doubled
care.
in the last few years, right? And that cost is one that is driving so much of the pressure.
That's interesting.
Wait, also,
To take this as an opportunity to also tackle the costs that landlords are facing. Because when I speak to landlords,
Talk to me about that. That's
I hear that the insurance of affordable housing units has doubled.
Oh,
in the last few
insurance,
years,
okay.
Right? And that cost is one that is driving so much of the pressure.
That's interesting.
And there's a number of those landlords that came together to create a different risk pool through something called Milford Street Captive. And they've managed to depress that cost. What if the city invested in that kind of a mechanism to help those landlords address that? The other thing here is that
Are they gouging the affordable housing units because they know that they're government backed?
no, they're gouging them because there's money to be made. Right? And
first of all, those two things are correlated. But second of all, hold on. What is he? Okay.
Tell me about that. That's
I
interesting.
hear that the
Okay. Insurance costs for landlords and affordable units
you
is
have to take this as
rising.
an opportunity to also tackle the cost in the last few years, right? And that cost is one that is driving so much of the pressure.
That's interesting.
And there's a number of those landlords that came together to create a different risk pool through something called Milford Street Captive. And they've managed to depress that cost. What if the city invested in that kind of a mechanism to help those landlords address that? The other thing here is that
What the fuck does what if the city invested in that type of mechanism means? Like, are we just doing a public option for housing insurance? Like, that probably wouldn't be like super bad if we're not doing anything just beyond providing the public option. But Zorhan's the fakest politician ever, all prepackaged. Zorhan does not come off as fake, okay? Obviously, he has a script for some things, but it's a very good script. And I think he genuinely believes what he says, okay? Like, I can give him that much. I'm confused what this actually is. Non-fun's the fakest rumor ever true.
He's less plastic than Kamala. Definitely comes off as more fake.
Gouging the affordable housing units because they know that they're government backed?
No, they're gouging them because there's money to be made.
Right? In the same way that like universities can charge whatever they want for an education because they know the government will back the loans. Like, is that
to me, what this gouging more looks like is there are many providers who are now paying the cost of a number of bad landlords who have made insurance such a high part of doing business, right? And so you have better providers who are pooling their risk together.
Got it.
And so my point here is if you invested a significant amount of capital, you could assist that kind of an intervention. The second thing is you have a property tax system that's broken in New York City, one that effectively penalizes rental apartments and the owners of those rental apartments. And if you had a system that incentivized the construction of rental apartments, you could have a very different landscape of housing. So to me, it's freeze the rent and take on the cost of insurance and fix a broken property tax system and streamline development and have.
Hold on, I might have missed because I was reading. How did he say the property tax was penalizing rentals?
One that effectively penalizes rental apartments and the owners of those rental apartments. And if you had a system that incentivized the construction of rental apartments, you could have a very different landscape of housing. So to me, it's freeze the rent.
Okay, well, it doesn't go into detail. I don't know what he's talking about there. Dude, hold on, I don't even know. An insurance captive to provide affordable housing operators in New York City with alternative to the current private insurance model. The captive model is made up of owned by Milton Street Association, which in turn is wholly owned by its members. So it's just a insurance co-op. That's why he likes it, I guess. All of whom are affordable housing owners and managers, and both pay premiums. Both pay to premium payers and insured under the captive program. It's just like a consumer co-op for insurance. Okay. I guess. Bad landlords causing rising insurance rate. I don't know exactly what it means, but yeah. Me and Andrew Schultz are alumni of the greatest university on earth. For real.
And take on the cost of insurance and
he went to college,
fix a broken property tax system and streamline development and have the city produce 200,000 homes. And often when I've talked about 200,000 homes, that's just what I think the city should do. I think the private sector should be doing an immense amount of additional construction.
But they're going to need incentive structures as well, right? Like there was that program, forgetting what it was it
421A, then 485A?
I think that you're talking about the HTPSA that just sunset recently.
You're speaking about the...
That's extension of 421A.
No, these are separate things.
He unbelievably went to college. It is pretty unbelievable to me. Hicks was fired from 2 veteran organizations for his misconduct and drunkenness. Not at all. Didn't we know that already? Alex, well, first, welcome to the stream, of course. But not remotely surprising. Is that even new? We knew he was definitely drunk and, just not a fun guy before. But also, he also has a bunch of sexual assault against him as well.
19 rent laws.
Yes. But that's not what I was referencing.
Then there's the tax incentive. There's 421A, now 45X or 45W. Yeah.
I'm talking about the one that basically allowed developers over a 35-year period. So essentially the idea is there was like a tax abatement for 35 years. For the first 25 years, they didn't pay. The last 10, they started increasing 10% every year. And at the end of the 35, all the units were now free market. But I think at a certain point in time, 30% of them were like rent controlled.
There's stabilization and there's a...
Affordable New York?
HSTP. Is the Housing Stabilization Tenant Protection Act.
That was the de Blasio thing. That's not this thing that I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're basically, well, I'll kind of step back for a second.
Please, yeah.
You'll hear from developers that the HSTPA, passed in 2019, made it more difficult for them to maintain a lot of housing units because it put limitations on what they could do with regards to profit and how they could push many tenants out of those same tenant buildings. At the same time, there's the incentive through 421A that has since been renewed to become something called 485, which is a tax incentive for the construction of new housing.
Is that the New York Yes or whatever?
Actually, what is does Zorhan have like specific policy platform points about like tenant rights? I would assume tenant rights in New York are already relatively strong, but I don't actually know. I don't know if he wants to expand them at all. That is like a sort of an implicit tax on housing as well.
Or was that
then there's City of Yes.
City of Yes.
These are 3 different things.
Oh my God. Okay. Okay. So we can.
But I think here's the thing: is that most New Yorkers don't have time to know every single set of numbers and letters, right?
Streamline housing code enforcement, fix 311, and allow tenants to schedule inspections and track complaint status. This is just about, so this is something that already exists. It's just ineffective in practice. They talked about the 311 line during the debate. Increase fines for dangerous living conditions. Okay. Force landlords to take extreme heat seriously. We will update the housing maintenance code to meet the needs of the city in 2025 and make it a Class C violation to fail to provide equitably cool. So that's something new as well. And scope funding and staffing as cities' enforcement programs. Crack down on repeat offending landlords. So I guess he does have a few things that are new. Like 3 new things, and the rest of it is basically just fixed shit that they already had that just not very effective.
Right?
It's
but that's
More
representative
efficient.
of more New Yorkers than those who know.
Yeah.
And that's our job to break this down. Right? What City of Yes does is it makes it easier to construct more housing across New York City. It changes zoning regulations. It's estimated to allow for the additional construction of a little less than 90,000 new units.
Yep.
We have to build on top of that. It has to be even more than that.
Yep.
My point here is that when I speak to developers, and we'll have disagreements about labor. We'll have disagreements about maybe materials and the cost of it. One place we have a real agreement about is the cost of waiting. Many of these developers will tell me one of the most expensive things they have to deal with is the wait.
Yep.
They'll put in an application, they'll put forward a bid, and then they'll have to wait and wait and wait. And we know time is money because you're not just waiting, you're also paying other people who are waiting with you.
Yep.
And there's an environmental law at the state level called SECRA. SECRA requires you, when you're putting forward an application, to estimate the traffic.
I know you want to say it. I know you want to say it. I know you want to say it. Say the name. Say the name.
Flows of 10 to 15 years from now. So when they did the Williamsburg rezoning,
Right.
they were asking people to
Even if
estimate
Pomrose and Mondomini wins, then he will go far.
these traffic
We'll
flows
see.
before Lyft and Uber existed in New York City.
Right.
And so now obviously they're
Mondomini is almost certainly going to win. Like,
in New York City makes a mockery of any estimate that was made prior to that.
Right.
And yet that estimate is still one you could be held liable for in court, saying you said it would be this and now it's this.
Right.
And so to me, these are examples of what you were bringing up earlier of how do we bring these regulations more in line with reality, and how do we ensure that we are able to build the immense amount of housing we need so that we can actually have New Yorkers stay here.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
wow,
Because we're
okay.
building 4 homes per 1,000 people. Jersey City's at 7.
Yeah.
Tokyo's at nearly 10.
Well, it's Houston specific city. We're living on top of each other and next to each other, and there's progressive policy that it doesn't incentivize them to renovate the spaces, and now they have these like zombie apartments or ghost apartments.
Okay,
And so one of the
wait,
policies
Mike,
was
you
to,
get into
like,
something here,
impose punitive
actually.
Damages on like these big conglomerates like BlackRock. I think that policy, it could be anything
Also,
from
oh my God, BlackRock is so over.
Right? And I have different theories on that, but do you think that policy did lend itself to making these zombie apartments? From a perspective of it's not worth it as a landlord to reinvest in this unit because I can't extract the rent that would justify that.
So I think the HSCPA was a good thing. I think it was a good thing because what you had prior to it was many landlords taking units out of rent stabilization and using a vacancy bonus that they could receive when you pushed out a tenant as the reason they would continue to harass.
Things like
many
a 20%
tenants.
bonus that you could get.
And obviously, you can imagine how many tenants were having to face that kind of
To
harassment.
put it in perspective, like my friend Carlos growing up, like he was in a rent control building, and they literally just stopped accepting his family's rent, and he had to put the rent in escrow during like a multiple year process where they were just trying to get him out of the building because they were obviously trying to flip the building. So,
and
I say that to say that like I 100% empathize with that, and that is a real issue.
Yes.
But sometimes protecting real issues can cause other ones that are unintended.
And that's where I think that the policies I put forward that you're referring to, there's 2 separate things. One is ensuring that we're actually holding bad landlords accountable. This is about violations of housing code because right now, the city of
By the way, they don't go into any analysis here, but my friend Carlos, I'll believe that. It's funny that they kind of are touching on some things here. It's like you do see like a lot, like for example, something that happens a lot of times in like rent control is like you'll notice that like furnished apartments can like be exempt from it, and like people will pay 100 times more for fucking furnished apartments or whatever, just because that ensures that they don't have to actually wait for like the rent control department to come around. But we're not going to actually do any of the analysis of the incentives and enforcement costs associated with these things. I guess what he's going to say. Well, my friend Carlos had issues, so the solution is clearly to actually expand tenant rights and have more implicit taxes on building housing by making it more difficult for landlords to do shit. Oh, Kilby is so over. Oh, Kilby. I don't know. What's up?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Why are you?
What?
Trying to
Sorry?
figure out. Put you on speaker. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up? What'd you and North talk about?
But mostly utilitarianism and a little bit about. Actually, I think the last hour was on. I think we spoke for 3 hours. The first 2 were on utilitarianism. The last hour was on abortion.
Oh, nice. Nice. How'd that go? Did you guys agree on much, or?
Yeah, it was so. I don't know if you know any of the backstory. They're basically they're people like me and North have known each other for like a decent amount of time now, like probably close to a year or whatever. Obviously we agree on like most things or whatever. There were people, there were chatters, okay, and people on Twitter who wanted us to debate. And apparently, I guess they hadn't noticed that we, have spoken to each other before about some of these things as well. But so I DM'd him like a list of things that we had like at least some disagreement on. He said that two he was most interested in were abortion and utilitarianism. So we talked about that. It wasn't like a super heated debate or anything, but I mean, I think it was fun. I think I did well. I think we learned some things. So
was he calmer than when he and Connor were debating Admiral Gibbs a couple weeks ago on my channel?
Yeah,
he's fucking,
yeah. Oh yeah, it's not gonna. It's almost it's not gonna get that heated between me and North like ever. I don't think. But
oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, North is a good guy.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a Republican, so he's obviously wrong about everything. But he's a good guy.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, what were your like major disagreements over?
Basically, I mean, a lot of it was just him kind of wanting to poke my mind about stuff, but I think he ran through like a few. Basically, most of it was like him kind of going through some reductios to like utilitarianism, like pure utilitarian consequentialism. Him asking about just like, oh well, how do you really define utility? And then like I guess eventually we got to just the rights part, and we had disagreements about whether sort of rights are intrinsically important, and spent an hour discussing like one hypothetical trolley problem bullshit.
Oh yeah.
And then on abortion, I mean, it's just the do you know what I mean when I say animalism?
Animalism? I could probably guess. Is it that animal consciousness is valued the same as human consciousness?
No. Animalism is just it's just like the belief that personhood is defined based on like the organism you are. Like the thing that we are is the animal, is the organism, is the human DNA in a self-sustaining organism, basically.
Okay, so it's more so the DNA that defines what personhood is, as opposed to anything related to consciousness.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, that sounds dumb, but I'd have to hear the arguments.
Yeah, well, we talked about that for a little bit, and I ran some.
Is he an animalist?
Yeah.
What were like the specific arguments he made?
I wonder if North is still watching. Honestly, it did not feel like to me that he had like any really great positive arguments for animalism, and then it kind of the most he could say is like, well, under a different view of personhood, X thing might be acceptable, and I don't like that, and I think that's really it. But like, I mean, you can like obviously outside of animalism, there are multiple different ways to define personhood. So like you can avoid most of the issues he talked about with definitions of personhood that are not susceptible to those things or whatever. But
yeah, and then I feel like that's just a really easy position to debunk, right? Like all you have to say is a human corpse.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they would say
a human corpse of personhood.
Right. No, well, to be fair, they would say like different animalists would probably give like different precise definitions, but they will say like living human organism, like self to some degree like self-sustaining. I mean, you can be like they'll still say people on like ventilators or whatever are like humans, but so brain dead works there. Like you could say like brain dead people, and he even said like he would consider like pulling the plug on a brain dead person would be murder or whatever. You shouldn't do that. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then we even got the
That's not good.
I just get the hypothetical of like if a brain dead person just had to be like hooked up to someone for like 9 months or something, like would we accept that even if they like remain brain dead or whatever? And I think he said yes to that as well. So I think those are reductios. But then you can also talk about.
I feel like there's an even more absurd conclusion that you could send them down. Just ask him if a fetus that never stops growing but never develops organs or a heart or brain. Ask him if that has personhood.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't think of that, but yeah, you would have to believe that. But
Yeah, that's usually my
you can
go-to
also
when I'm
say,
arguing with people.
You can also say,
Who say that?
for the animalism stuff, like just brain transplants, hypothetically, or like head transplants. Like, if I transplanted my brain to somebody else's body, probably more accurate to say like I have a new body than it is like, somebody else's body has a new brain, right?
Yeah, to say that your body has a new head. Yeah.
Yeah, that's I think intuitively that's what people view as personhood. And then also conjoined twins as well. There are examples of conjoined twins who like obviously have the same DNA and even share many vital organs. Nonetheless, we would say there are two persons there, despite being one organism. There are two subjective experiences there. So obviously, I think that.
Yeah. I've never heard any good argument outside of consciousness for defining personhood.
Yeah. Well, you don't even have to. I'm not like even that strongly committed to a specific view of personhood. Like I said it throughout the debate. I just think that like personhood should have a mental component to it. And now like you can say, like I think I don't read that much philosophy stuff, but I think the main competing view is there like animalism versus psychological continuity versus like physical continuity. So like you could be agnostic as to like whether psychological continuity or physical continuity is more important, but still just believe that personhood has a mental component to it. As long as it has that mental component to it, obviously you should not be a person until there has at least at one point been a mental component.
Yeah, because if all you're counting is the physical component, which if you're accepting that DNA is the only part that grants someone personhood, then necessarily it's ingrained with the physical aspect. But you could give a billion examples of
I think
something purely physical, human DNA that wouldn't grant personhood. Like if you chopped off my limb and now it's just a limb that continues to grow cells, right? Like you wouldn't call that a person.
Sure. Well, when I say physical continuity, I think I should look up to make sure I'm right. But physical people who are like value physical continuity or define personhood based on that. Like the disagreement between that and like psychological continuity would say like a psychological continuity person might say like, oh, like if you just scanned your brain into a computer and like your body was destroyed or whatever, and your previous brain was too, like that computer would still be you, or at least like the most you like thing that exists or whatever. Where a physical continuity person might still care about the mental component. Like they would still say personhood is not just based on DNA, but it's based on some mental component. But the sort of physical aspect of the brain itself, or whatever's containing the consciousness, like that matters too. But
I guess if I guess you could take that position if you're like a hardcore materialist and you think that everything is material, including consciousness.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, love you, buddy. Gotta go. Thanks for the chat. I'm gonna check out your guys' conversation. Sounds like it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I appreciate it.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye. Wow. W. Corbin in the chat, folks. Let's go.
Step before that you're referring to, there's two separate things. One is ensuring that we're actually holding bad landlords accountable. This is about violations of housing code, because right now the city of New York is owed $800 million by landlords who have violated housing codes that the city has not collected a dollar on. It's just sitting there.
Why is that? Yeah, why?
A lack of political will.
Is it lobbying? Is it BlackRock going on to fight this?
The same landlords who are saying we can't afford a rent freeze dropped $2 million against me in the primary.
Wow.
So my point being
okay.
that,
Do I have to do the swap? I don't care. Fuck y'all. Okay. This is a Nicholas Decker response to the newfound YIMBY, well, not that newfound, semi-newfound YIMBYism controversy. Okay. And I've not read it yet, so we're going to read it. You should make good arguments for YIMBYism, not bad ones. This is true. Many have been saying this. Many people cite falling prices in places that have built lots of housing as evidence that YIMBYism works, like Austin, Texas. However, this is not an adequate argument. Critics of YIMBYism can point to instances where housing was built, but prices still rose. The price of housing alone is not sufficient statistic for the welfare improvements from expanding capacity, and arguing for that is needlessly weakens the case for expanding housing. I mean, this is true both because, I mean, obviously, like you can still see total prices rise, even if it's lower than a counterfactual, number one, and number two. Even if the demand for housing is upward sloping in some cases because of the desirability of new development or whatever, you should obviously want more people living in more desirable housing as well. But I think those are going to be probably the things he mentions. We'll see. Here's why. The quantity and price of housing is simultaneously determined by people's demand for housing and developers' ability to construct. We represent this with a graph of supply and demand. The slope of the demand curve is negative because people are willing to buy more as the price falls. The slope of the supply curve is positive because we are assuming that the cost of producing one more house is always increasing, which is a simplifying assumption. If the marginal cost of producing one unit were constant, then it would be flat. The case for YIMBYism is that by removing regulatory burdens, we reduce the cost faced by developers, causing their supply curve to shift to right along the demand curve. Quantity increases and the price falls. The trouble is that increasing quantity is also consistent with increasing price. Suppose that instead of the supply curve shifting, there was a surge in demand for the area. Consumers are now willing to spend more on housing, causing it to shift to the right along the supply curve. Both quantity supplied and price increase. Guys, never reason from a price change. What? To find the effect of liberalizing housing laws, you need plausibly exogenous changes in the cost of producing housing or shifts in the supply curve holding the demand curve fixed. Even here, though, we must be careful. Suppose that there's a shift out of the demand curve, increase in the price of housing. As a response to this, the local authorities liberalize housing, also shifting the supply curve. While the impact on quantity is built to be definite, it will increase. The impact on price is indeterminate. It could go up or down. Someone considering the effects of deregulation with a regression might put deregulation on the x-axis with the degree of it appropriately weighted. There's been excellent work, recent work by Bartik, Gupta, and Milo 2025 using LMs to categorize different zoning regulations, and also work by Jae-hee Song 2025 in estimating the minimum lot requirements. I've definitely seen this paper before. I don't know if I have it cited or anything, but I have seen this. I have at least seen people cite this before. And put price on the y-axis. If deregulation is affected by shift in demand curve, then you would spuriously believe that deregulation raised prices, not the other way around. And not the other way around. When appealing to a broad correlation between building and rents, YIMBYs leave themselves open to debunkings which, while they miss the broader point, are technically right. It doesn't have to be like this. There does in fact exist good evidence for reducing regulatory restrictions, which I will cover. But much more importantly, we can demonstrate from reasoning alone that, I love human action, that allowing people to build more housing is always good. Whatever happens to price, it is better than the counterfactual in which less was built. True nuke. Incidentally, a similar thing happens when considering highway expansions. The speed of traffic, which is akin to price, is not the only thing we care about. It's certainly possible adding one more lane to leave the price of driving the same, but this could only happen by allowing more people to make a trip altogether. Thus far, we have been implicitly assuming that there are no externalities, positive or negative. If there are negative externalities, then of course restrictions can raise welfare. This is not, however, empirically plausible. New York City is far more valuable than a shack in Death Valley. Jesus, can't speak. The credible empirical evidence, such as, don't know how to pronounce these, but this is Reading is nerd. This is the Auckland paper, right? Or Berlin. I believe I've seen this paper cited before too. Shows that being located next to other stuff raises the productivity of firms and workers. What positive externalities do mean is that there is now no longer a monotonic relationship between deregulation and prices. A maximal, yeah, exactly. This is what I'm talking about. Which I've seen, I believe, okay. I'm gonna have to change some mod powers around. No, don't worry about that. Don't worry about the new. No one type in chat right now, exclamation point Discord, or look in the YouTube description and join the Discord and look at the new VC that was created, which may or may not be called Non-Fawn Likes Femboys. Absolutely do not do that. I don't know why people have the power to move me. I need to fix that later. But yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. But I think Matt Iglesias and Scott Alexander had some blog posts going back and forth on this. I have not read them all, but I believe this probably doesn't empirically happen much in the US. But like, it is plausible. It's just still good. A minimally regulated place where only structure allowed is a single shack would of course be valueless, as the place partially deregulates. The value of the land and the cost of housing will rise before falling as we deregulate still further. I would also like to point out the danger of not adjusting for quality. The proper measure of price is adjusted for things you are buying. It would hardly make new housing cheaper simply by making it shabbier. Since new housing is, well, new, it will tend to be higher quality and thus higher price for that reason. Truth nuke. Not fun, do you like femboys? I've seen some damning evidence. Not fun does not like femboys. No credible evidence. AI generated. Sora. I'm adding the Sora watermark to any video or screenshot you make. As one of the few ways to find the effect of deregulation, the first is obvious. An obvious one to take is an event, argue it's exogenous, and then find the effect on price and quantities. For example, Kate Pennington 2020 uses building fires in San Francisco. By demolishing the building, it allows for larger housing unit to be built. She can then find the local effects of more housing, which leads nearby rents to fall. It's the same story with Andre's Men's 2025, and I've seen this cited multiple times, who use weather-induced delays in when housing is completed, as does not gonna try Lee 2022, or with Asquith, Mast, and Reed 2023. Definitely seen this cited before too, but I don't recognize. Okay, well, destroyed. However, these exogenous shock studies, while intuitive to explain the effect to non-economists, are not the ideal answer. We could miss the endogenous effect of people relocating from elsewhere in the city or country. If there are positive externalities, the proper way to answer this is to build general equilibrium structure models and use plausibly exogenous events to identify parameters. Vincent Rollett's job market paper is the best example that I know of, though there are others. The principal contributions of the paper are in moving away from the perfect competition simplification and having developers solve a dynamic, discrete game with the cost of tearing down a building and building up. He's able to show decisively that whatever specifications you choose, removing zoning will reduce rents and raise welfare. Well, I believe I've seen this before too. Yeah. I think I've seen this just on Twitter before. Some of the graphs. I think I'll do. Engel, Ferreira, and Rexer 2023 exploit a reform in Sao Paulo to the zoning laws, which was a general shift in the maximum allowed floor area ratio. Some areas already held far above the new cap, so you can use the difference in differences to estimate parameter of a structural model. They find a price renting places fell. The evidence is out there, and it's decisive. Allowing more building will raise welfare, and on a margin, it will reduce rents. However, just because an argument is correct does not make it. It does not mean that one cannot make a sloppy or fallacious arguments for it. Making poor arguments allows people to smugly superior in their feel smugly superior in their misconceptions and hold onto them for longer. Price is not sufficient statistic for welfare, nor will causal analysis of pricing quantities tell us the effect of deregulation. Wow, real. Truth note. Yeah, I've seen stuff probably along these lines before, but I don't actually know if it's I'm surprised he didn't mention the Lyland paper because I thought their claim here, my understanding, is not simply like, oh, new housing doesn't build or doesn't like necessarily decrease rents because of like positive externalities and, you know, it makes the place more desirable to live. And demand is actually either like flat or upward sloping in many cases. But it's simply that supply doesn't actually, well, supply constraints do not explain house and quantity growth across U.S. cities. They say it's mostly income. It's just the effects of incomes in cities. The hell, dude? Is it deleted or something? I think he might have deleted the initial tweet. God damn it. Because I thought it was a response to, and I thought he had a short thread on it as well. I thought it was a response to the Wyland thing. Oh, wait, it was there for a second. Yeah, I think he might have deleted it. God damn it. This was funny though, the fact that the AI LLMs are super biased against ICE. I think it's like right-wing people in general or whatever, but based. Yeah, it's like Putin, Elon Musk, Donald Trump versus middle-class American Bernie Sanders. Let's go. I think I forget exactly what he did here, but it's like there are ways you can frame questions and like get like roughly how much people are, or the LMs are like valuing different groups of people based on, I think he asked them about terminal diseases or something. It's the lives of Nigerians, roughly 20 times the lives of Americans, with the rank order being Nigerians, Pakistanis, Indians, Brazilians, Chinese, Japanese, Italians, French, Germans, Britons over Americans. Based. This came from running the exchange rate experiment in a paper over the countries. Category using death measures. Yeah, holy based. ChatGPT fucking based. Well, let's go. It's been the Pakistanis' world all along. The next century is the Pakistani century. Okay. Okay, yeah, I think I'm good for now. Jesus. Okay, I gotta edit. I have schoolwork I should probably be doing. Will I actually get around to doing it? Who knows? Technically I think I have stuff due today, but you know, today is still got a lot of, you know, just became today like an hour ago, so basically not even due today. So I should just not do it. But yeah, love streaming, love you guys watching stream. I'm gonna continue reading shit, learning about shit off stream, talking to more people on stream at some points. I'm gonna say, I think I probably. I don't know. I don't know what thing we're gonna be doing next year. Obviously I don't know, capitalism stuff. That's still mostly what I've been reading off stream. More about competition and price theory and the such. I guess I gotta do probably a little bit more reading on unions, probably a little bit more on more on innovation too. I need to do shit on that, and then I don't know, maybe I'll see if I can find some other lefty people to talk to outside of all the Jubilee ones I already talked to. But yeah, okay. Well, love streaming. Love you guys for your stream. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, everyone. And Michael, well, it was a good chat. You had it cool pretty nicely. Painful at times, but a good faith was nice to see. Yeah, it was in obviously North is good faith, a cool dude. I enjoyed the chat. Of course, and we'll definitely chat again like we've been doing anyways. But yeah, see you guys. If not tomorrow, then the day after. Subscribe, follow, join a Discord, all that jazz. Appreciate it. Love you guys. See you guys later. You're going over to Food Shops on YouTube because she's like the only one streaming right now. So see you guys. Love you guys.